Hey friends, hope you're all doing well. We're doing okay too, just really tired since we've been working non-stop. We wanted to answer a question many of you ask: how does our publishing process work? Most of our audiobooks are first posted on Patreon as paid content. They stay behind a paywall for a few months. After that, they become free to access on Patreon forever. Then, a few weeks later, we upload them to other platforms like YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter, X. Lately, our community hasn't been growing much, and we could really use your help. Please share our site in your Facebook groups, Discord servers, Reddit threads, Twitter, X, or with any friends who might be interested. Every little bit helps and we really appreciate it. Thanks a lot for being with us and supporting what we do. My father will definitely give you the highest level of gratitude. She finished speaking politely. And as if noticing Lin Yi's gaze, she smiled, showing the noble demeanor of a young lady from a prestigious family. Lin Yi returned the smile. Others didn't know who she was, but Lin Yi did. If nothing unexpected happened, this was the super high school level gambler from the Workdangan Ringpa. It was only natural for the super high school level gambler to be invited to the Underworld Royal Casino. My name is Li Mingyo, remember that. This time, I will definitely make a killing in this casino. This master's strength is very strong, ha 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 ha. But none of the veteran players paid attention to the green-haired punk's self-aggrandizing remarks. Zion, a high school student, I don't know why I came here, I was just playing poker with my friends. The high school girl with a single ponytail almost burst into tears. One moment she was playing poker with her friends, but the next moment she came to this strange place with strange people. She felt completely insecure. At this time, the Lolita girl Celestia came to Zion's side and gently held the girl's small hand. The icy touch was transmitted, but it unexpectedly reassured Zion. Don't worry, don't be afraid. We'll be fine. With so many veteran players here, we'll definitely be fine. Under Celestia's comfort, the single ponytail girl slowly calmed down. There were a total of 7 participants. 4 veteran players, all participating after receiving invitation missions from the Bazaar game, and 3 newcomers who were selected by the Bazaar game during the game and brought here. Lin Yi recalled his experience with Hoshino-ai at the Love Love Hotel. It seemed that the people selected were somewhat related to the type of game. There is a piece of paper on the conference table. Celestia discovered something and said. This made the veteran players turn their attention to it, and several of them frowned. They hadn't seen any paper on the conference table just now. The blonde beauty closest to it leaned on the table with one hand, bent down, and reached for the piece of paper. Welcome to the Royal Casino. Our casino has a long history and rich experience, and enjoys a high reputation among our customers. Guests can participate in any of our casino's entertainment and gambling activities, and can rely on their own skills and luck to obtain a large number of game coins. The use of player skills is prohibited in this casino. Violent behavior to snatch Bazaar coins is prohibited in this casino. Once discovered, it will be dealt with seriously. When guests obtain 50 Bazaar coins, they can choose to leave the casino and return to reality. Note, this casino has a large number of top-quality weapons, props, game skills and other items, which can be exchanged with Bazaar coins. Don't miss this opportunity. From now on, it is time to witness the skills and luck of our guests. We look forward to your performance in our casino. Hope you have fun. It's not a rule-based game. The blonde beauty handed the paper to Lin Yi, who read it quickly and passed it to the red-haired burly man Jack. Compared to rule-based games, the rules of this Bazaar invitation mission game were very simple, but simple did not mean it was really easy to pass. 2 questions. Lin Yi raised a finger. First, is the gambling in this royal casino really the same as our real-world gambling? Is the form different? The second is that gambling requires principle, and we don't have any Bazaar coins. Lin Yi continued. Where should we go to get our first Bazaar coins? Knock knock knock. At this time, there was a knock on the conference room door. The next second, with a click, the conference room door opened. The moment the figure appeared, the female high school student was so frightened that she took several steps back, her face pale, and almost screamed. That figure was wearing a black suit, with a straight posture, but it had 2 heads and 2 pairs of eyes looking left and right, as if observing everyone in the conference room. The green-haired punk's eyes widened, his heart filled with anxiety, feeling completely insecure. He was bold, he had always been the one bullying others, no one dared to bully him. After becoming an adult, he acted even more recklessly, his behavior extremely bad. He had also heard about the urban legend of the Bazaar game, and even fantasized that if there really was a Bazaar game in this world, and he became a player, he would definitely become a winner in life, with power, wealth, and beautiful women all within his grasp. He successfully participated in the Bazaar game, but how could he have imagined that the first Bazaar monster he faced would be this kind of 2-headed, Evil monster. However, the 4 players, including Lin Yi, had normal expressions and didn't react much. To have reached this point, the appearance of monsters alone could no longer have much impact on them. I am the manager of the Royal Casino. Dear guests can call me Jay. In view of the fact that the 7 guests are visiting our Royal Casino for the first time, our casino has specially provided a total of 50 bazaar coins as the guests' starting capital. It took out and placed the bazaar coins in front of the conference table. The black bazaar coins reflected a dim and mysterious brilliance under the light. I don't think this is simply a gift for us, right? Brother Fa, the middle-aged man in the suit, spoke. He didn't think that bazaar coins could be easily obtained. The manager smiled, both heads looking at Brother Fa in unison, but Brother Fa was unmoved, his expression always calm, as if he was already used to it. Yes, guest, as long as the guest participates in a small activity organized by our casino, the winner can control 50 bazaar coins. What if we refuse? Our casino will never force any guest to participate in this activity. I want to get other ways to get gambling capital. The blonde beauty Sophia stared. The only way to get startup funds was to participate in activities organized by the casino? This kind of activity sounded very tricky. Of course there are. Our casino provides services to exchange guests' belongings for chips and bazaar coins. The manager continued. Hands, feet, heart, kidneys, game skills, even souls, our casino will exchange chips based on the collateral provided by guests. If guests need to redeem them, they only need to use bazaar coins to exchange them back before leaving the casino. Friendly reminder, the bazaar coins exchanged back will be twice the amount of bazaar coins obtained by mortgage. How much can my soul be mortgaged for? The manager carefully examined and gave an estimate, 5 bazaar coins. Blonde beauty? Is my soul so worthless? What about my kidney? The red-haired burly manjack asked calmly. 0.5 bazaar coins. It's worthless. Missing 1 kidney didn't affect the subsequent casino activities much, but at this price, the red-haired burly manjack no longer had the idea of mortgage exchange. The manager's eyes swept around and quickly landed on Lin Yi. For this guest's soul, our casino is willing to offer a mortgage price of 20 bazaar coins. Lin Yi? Not interested. 50 bazaar coins. You directly increased the price by so much, it would make people suspect that the mortgage price would be more than 10 times higher. Not interested. Regrettable. But everyone had an idea about Lin Yi. The more valuable the soul, the higher the mortgage price. Obviously, the Royal Casino manager believed that Lin Yi's soul was the most valuable, and even willing to let him take the initiative to ask and increase the price to seek a deal. Can our game points be exchanged for bazaar coins? Equipment, props, and skills were all precious. Although game points were precious, compared to other things, game points were consumable. Sorry, guest, player game points are not within the scope of exchange. Celestia also asked a couple of questions, but the answers she got were not ideal. Obviously, the manager explicitly and implicitly hoped that they would participate in this game activity organized by the casino. Tell us about the game content. It's very simple, find the ghost card. The manager took out a ghost card and displayed it in everyone's sight. I will put the ghost card into the deck, shuffle and cut the cards, and distribute them to each participating guest. As long as the guest votes to determine the holder of the ghost card, the players who vote correctly can share 50 bazaar coins equally. The voting result is based on the choice of the majority of players. That is, if 4 out of 7 guests choose number 1, and 3 guests choose number 2, the result will be vote for guest number 1 as the holder of the ghost card. If guest number 1 is the holder of the ghost card, the 4 guests will share the bazaar coins equally, and the remaining 2 guests will not receive any bazaar coins. If guest number 1 is not the holder of the ghost card, then the guest holding the ghost card will take all 50 bazaar coins. Take all 50 bazaar coins? Doesn't this mean that as long as you become the holder of the ghost card and successfully conceal it, you can leave this bizarre game at any time? The gameplay is very simple. This event is only held once, and the minimum number of participants is 5. The two-headed manager, one head looking to the left, the other to the right, one with a smiling face, the other with a crying face, indescribably bizarre. I have a question. Lin Yi asked. Excuse me. What will happen to the person being voted on? The soul will become the property of the Royal Casino. He will work in the Royal Casino forever, or maybe one day he will regain his freedom by chance. If the vote fails and the ghost card holder is not voted out, what will happen to the other players? The soul belongs to the casino and becomes a staff member of the Royal Casino, working in the Royal Casino. The outcome is the same. The ghost card holder and the other players are naturally hostile camps. But this game is quite friendly to the ghost card holder. As long as they draw the ghost card and disguise themselves well enough, There is a high probability that they will take all the bizarre coins. What if the number of accusers is 3 to 3? Faced with Lin Yi's question, everyone was taken aback. They hadn't thought of this. The manager's answer was accusation failed. Please make a decision, guests. There are 3 minutes of thinking time. Now the countdown begins. I'll participate. Lin Yi was the first to speak. There was no reason for him not to participate. I'll participate too. The blonde beauty Sophia spoke. Next, the red-haired burly man and the middle-aged man in the suit also expressed their participation. Everyone is participating, then I'll participate too. Celestia smiled slightly. Lin Yi saw the smile of the super high school level gambler. This woman was very confident. There were already 5 people. The minimum number of players was met. I'll participate too. How could this master not participate? The green-haired punk shouted loudly. Finally, only the single ponytail girl Zion was left. She didn't want to participate, not at all. Zion, you can't leave here without collecting 50 bizarre coins. Trust me. Okay? Persuaded by Celestia, the single ponytail high school student also joined. In Celestia's view, if there were 6 people, it would be easy to have a 3-on-3 situation, which was something to be avoided at all costs. Okay, guests, please take your seats. The 7 people took their seats one after another. Sitting on Lin Yi's left was the blonde beauty, Sophia, on his right was the red-haired burly man, Jack, and further to the right were Celestia, the single ponytail high school student, the middle-aged man in the suit, Brother Fa, and the green-haired punk. The two-headed manager started shuffling the cards. Shashasha. Shashasha. The cards were being shuffled. By the way, guests, supplementary rules. In this game, it is forbidden to reveal your card identity by turning over the cards. Violators will bear the consequences. TSK. The veteran player, the blonde beauty, Sophia, clicked her tongue, and the middle-aged man smiled slightly, expressing a little regret in his smile. They had thought of this method. Players who were not ghost card holders could completely reveal their cards to prove their identity, so as to jointly accuse players who dared not reveal their cards. But this loophole had been plugged. It was definitely intentional. The veteran players realized that this game had been held more than once. Initially, this method should have been successful for some players, but later it was blocked by the Royal Casino. The manager finished shuffling the cards. I will now start dealing the cards. Please keep your card face confidential and confirm whether your card is a ghost card. Its fingers landed on the cards, starting from Sophia, dealing them one by one, until the last card was dealt to the green-haired punk. The 7 people looked at each other and carefully took out the cards in front of them. Lin Yi saw his card. This is interesting. He smiled. The Underworld Royal Casino prohibited the use of skills. Some players had already tried to use skills just now, and he had also tried to use skills, but the skills were indeed restricted and could not be used. However, he had superpowers. His superpowers were not within the scope of restrictions at all. He could see clearly. And now the question was how to convince others. It was a matter of life and death. No one would blindly trust. The two-headed manager saw that the 7 people had confirmed their identities, so he said, "Dear guests, you have confirmed your identity cards. Next is the self-explanation session. Guests need to explain their identity, express their position, and suspect targets. After the explanation session, there will be a 5-minute discussion time. After the discussion time, it will be the final voting session. Then, please start with this guest. Explain in counterclockwise order." The manager turned the pointer, and finally pointed to the red-haired burly man, Jack, on Lin Yi's right. Jack glanced around and spoke. The explanation session officially began. Chapter 103, The Joker Holder, fond of the new and tired of the old. The voice of the red-haired burly man, Jack, began to resonate, much like his robust physique. His voice was equally rugged, but compared to previous exchanges, it now carried a certain chill. "I did not draw the Joker, believe it or not, that's the truth. As for whom I suspect, it's quite simple. I've been paying attention to everyone's reactions when they looked at their cards." He pointed directly at Lin Yi. Just at the moment when everyone was looking at their cards, I noticed the corner of his mouth twitch upwards. What kind of card would make someone smile? What would make someone happy? I think we all can guess. This round of Joker drawing is extremely favorable to the Joker player. If the Joker player successfully deceives everyone, they can monopolize 50 eerie coins. In an instant, the gazes of all 6 participants converged on Lin Yi. "I think I noticed that too," spoke the blonde beauty, Sophia. She seemed to be recalling, her expression tinged with a hint of uncertainty. "Miss, illusions born from verbal misdirection are not to be trusted. If you're not the one, why not refute his accusation?" The green-haired punk immediately interjected. Refuting would only deepen suspicion. Lin Yi shrugged, completely unperturbed. Everyone should stick to their initial thoughts and voice their original judgments. Once everyone has shared their thoughts, I believe the identity of the Joker holder will become clear. Sophia glanced at Lin Yi a couple more times. Indeed, not refuting was the best choice. If Lin Yi had refuted, it would only have further increased his own suspicion. Moreover, couldn't Jack also be the Joker holder? Next, please speak. The manager prompted. It was the turn of the lavishly dressed Lolita, Celestia, her red eyes brimming with smiles, her right finger resting on her card. I am not the Joker holder, and I actually don't have any suspicions. But since the manager insists on an accusation, I suppose I'll choose him. She pointed at the green-haired punk, Li Miao. Green-haired punk? What nonsense are you spouting, woman? On what grounds do you accuse me of being the Joker holder? Which eye of yours saw that? If accused of being the Joker holder, he would undoubtedly face death, his soul becoming the property of the Royal Casino. Forever bound to work in this gambling den. Just a suspicion. Celestia paid no mind to the green-haired punk, still wearing a feigned smile, showcasing her elegant and noble demeanor. Woman, you're the one with the Joker, aren't you? It must be you. Next guest, please speak. The high school girl, Zion, couldn't help but move closer to Celestia, her voice tinged with nervousness. My card is not the Joker, I think he's the Joker holder. Again, it was the green-haired punk. The green-haired punk was nearly driven mad. How could two people already be accusing him of being the Joker holder? Are you blind, woman? Just because this woman treats you well, you follow her in accusing me? If this woman holds the Joker, you'll lose your soul and be trapped in this casino. The high school girl, Zion, trembled twice and retracted her gaze, completely avoiding the furious, clawing green-haired punk. It was now the turn of the middle-aged man, Brother Fa. With his slicked back hair, he remained calm, a kind smile still on his face. As a seasoned player, he wasn't panicked or nervous at all. I don't have the Joker, and I don't have a clear suspect. But if I were the Joker holder, I would definitely keep a low profile, avoiding drawing attention or suspicion, quietly watching others perform. So, Brother Fa looked at Celestia. She and this high school girl are my suspects. This judgment is based on the current speakers. As for Zero, I actually think it's unlikely. A veteran player, even the lowest level one among us, wouldn't show an obvious smile after drawing the Joker. That's not in line with a player's normal psychology. Unless one has been extremely lucky, any player who has accepted the invitation to become an Eri player and leveled up from 0 to 2 must have strong mental resilience. I think the reason he smiled is that he found the game interesting or perhaps discovered some crucial clue. Lin Yi smiled, as expected of an level 4 player. Your analysis and judgment are on another level. This made Jack twitch. He was only a level 3 player, and suspecting Lin Yi based solely on his reaction when looking at his cards was indeed a bit hasty. But he was the first speaker and could only rely on his current judgment and intuition. Brother Fa, since you've said that, I actually find you more suspicious now. After all, as you said, the more normal a player seems, the more likely they are to be the Joker holder. Jack slowly said to Brother Fa. Haha. The middle-aged man in a suit laughed, not minding Jack's suspicion. Next guest, please speak. At the manager's reminder, the green-haired punk reacted. It's my turn now. I don't have the Joker, and my suspects are naturally these two women. As for who exactly, I don't know, but I agree with this uncle's statement. That's all I have to say. He glared, provoking Celestia, but Celestia remained smiling, unchanged. Not reacting at all makes me think it's her. Distinguished guests. The manager glanced around and continued, as the host of this event, I hope all guests will choose carefully and identify the Joker holder. The punishment for the game's loser is absolutely real. Who could be holding the Joker? Next guest. The sixth person, the blonde beauty Sophia to Lin Yi's left. Her cold eyes swept around, her tall figure accentuating her proud figure, her ample chest trembling slightly. From his position on the right, Lin Yi enjoyed the view. Humphrey. Sophia noticed Lin Yi's gaze and couldn't help but snort. It's not me. My initial suspect is her. Celestia, this woman's attitude has remained largely unchanged throughout. I feel there's something off about her. The green-haired punk got excited. Great minds think alike, blonde beauty. Secondly, I suspect you. Green-haired punk? He cursed under his breath but swallowed his words under Sophia's cold gaze. Lastly, Brother Fa. She finished and retracted her gaze, maintaining a scrutinizing look at everyone. Next guest, please. The 6 pairs of eyes focused on Lin Yi again. He was the last speaker. I don't have the Joker, but before I name my suspect, Has anyone noticed how unfair this game is to the participants on both sides? Even someone who doesn't usually play card games can sense the unfairness, let alone eerie game players who have survived this long. The Joker holder and the non-Joker holders. This game's rules are extremely favorable to the Joker holder. One could even say that drawing the Joker gives a high probability of winning this game. Everyone pondered, and the high school girl's Aizen nodded repeatedly. If I were to design this game to make it fairer for both sides, I would design it so that the Joker holder needs to survive 3 rounds of accusations to win the game. When 2 non-Joker holders are eliminated, the surviving players can make more accurate judgments based on the first and second rounds of speeches, tilting the game in favor of the non-Joker players and ensuring balance between the 2 sides. Brother Fa tapped lightly. With Lin Yi's explanation, his vague thoughts became clearer. This event game, I think we're not the first players to participate, right? Manager? Sorry, that information cannot be disclosed. See? Clearly, the manager's refusal to answer was an answer in itself. The casino isn't organizing this game for the first time. The game's flaws would be exposed with each event, so why hasn't the casino changed it? Trouble? Sophia said. Can I say you're big-chested but brainless? Sophia rolled her eyes at Lin Yi. Go on. She wouldn't get angry over his teasing. No one who becomes an eerie player is simple. Moreover, it's likely he's deliberately provoking her. She won't fall for it. Jack interjected. The casino wants the participants' souls. Yes, favoring the Joker holder allows the casino to harvest more player souls in one event. The green-haired punk was stunned. That seems to be the case. 6 souls are definitely better than 1. If I were the casino, I'd do the same, deliberately favoring the Joker holder. But after all that, it's still useless? Just nonsense? It doesn't help us identify who the Joker holder is? He said impatiently. Hurry up and name your suspect. We're moving on to the discussion and voting phase. Actually, the answer is already clear, isn't it? Lin Yi's gaze fell on Sophia. The blonde beauty frowned. Suggest you drink less milk. I don't know how you've survived this long. Hold it in. Sophia reminded herself. Brother Fa, what about you? I won't steal your spotlight. I'm old and not as sharp. The younger generation is truly impressive. The new wave pushes the old. The middle-aged man smiled, sighing a couple of times. Hey, what are you two talking in riddles for? Who is the Joker holder? Ms. Celestia, what about you? Celestia didn't expect to be asked. Sorry, I don't know. I was actually looking forward to Celestia's speech. I think Miss Celestia could provide the correct answer. Sorry, I can't think of anything. If Mr. Zero thinks I'm the Joker holder, I must apologize. She maintained her elegant smile, speaking calmly. But deep down, she felt as if Lin Yi had seen through her. Could he be a past opponent? But was there such a person? Celestia was confident in her memory. As a gambler, without top-notch memory, how could one repeatedly defeat opponents and win games? The high school girl and the green-haired punk were ignored, which made the green-haired punk very unhappy. Just say it already. Stop beating around the bush. 6 players' souls are nothing compared to 7 players' souls, right? Manager. What? This caused an uproar. The blonde beauty, Sophia, glared at the 2-headed manager. Jack showed a flash of surprise but then found it take it for granted. When suspicion fell on the manager, many things made sense. How could it be him? The green-haired punk shouted, he's from the casino. How could the host also participate in the event? Besides, there are only 7 cards. There's no 8th card. He completely refused to believe it, instinctively refute. Sophia slowly said, from the beginning, that Joker card never entered the deck? She was half convinced, still somewhat doubtful. This is your speculation. I need more evidence. Right. With just your analysis and no evidence, it's not enough. Everyone was waiting for Lin Yi to provide more evidence. First, he never explicitly said the Joker would be given to one of the 7 of us. Second, what else can the Joker be called? The clown. The high school girl's Aizen spoke up. In English, it's Joker. Yes, in poker, Joker usually refers to the big and small jokers. And this manager's self-introduction, what was his name? The manager's name? Wasn't it? Everyone's eyes lit up at this moment. J. Celestia said, from the beginning. He hinted at us. Shocked, the green-haired punk suddenly felt his IQ wasn't up to par. The blonde beauty Sophia raised her judgment of Lin Yi by a level. This guy is only level 2 now, but that's just because he hasn't had enough time. Given more time to grow, he could reach terrifying heights. Third, why is it that the staff member with 2 heads is the one hosting this event? The loser will have their soul harvested by the casino. If he has 2 souls, one as the host and one as a participant, Wouldn't that fit the rules perfectly? Damn it, there's that point too. With two heads, they mostly thought of it as an eerie external image performance, just more frightening. What else? Sophia didn't think the evidence stopped at these 3 points. After the green-haired guy spoke. Who are you calling green-haired? The green-haired punk couldn't help but retort a couple of times, but he quickly shut up to avoid further interruption. The manager spoke, unexpectedly adding a few extra sentences. Isn't this supposed to be his self-explanation phase? The self-explanation required for participants? I agree with Brother Fa's point. The more normal someone seems, the more likely they are to be the Joker holder. Who here fits their role better than the manager? Without Lin Yi's reminder and this line of reasoning, the other 6 wouldn't have been able to figure this out so quickly. Lastly, in his speech, he mentioned, who will the card end up with? At that time, among the 7 players, only Ms. Celestia's hand was on her card. The other 6 had their hands quite far from their cards. And the manager's hands were never shown. In an instant, the blonde beauty, Sophia, and the green-haired punk both turned their gazes toward the manager's hands, but due to the angle, they couldn't see. The two tried to stand up but found their bodies seemingly glued to their chairs, unable to move. Lin Yi looked at the manager. Manager, don't you have anything to say at this point? Since all guests have finished their statements and discussions, we will now proceed to the voting phase. Does anyone have any objections? The manager ignored Lin Yi's rebuttal and calmly carried out his duties. At this point, there was no need for further discussion. Although the thought of voting still caused some panic, there was no better choice now. Given the current situation, the majority of the 7 players would choose the manager. Alright. Let's move to the voting phase. After seeing everyone agree, the manager slowly said, next is the voting phase. Please point at the participant you believe to be the Joker holder. The green-haired punk immediately pointed at the manager, followed by the high school girl, Celestia. In the end, all 7 pointed at the manager. Lin Yi was tempted to try not accusing anyone nor accusing another player to see what would happen, but such a dangerous experiment was definitely not something he could test himself. Very well, the voting phase is over. 7 guests have identified me as the Joker holder. Unfortunately. This sentence sent a chill through everyone's hearts, especially the green-haired punk, who nearly went mad. I knew it. The manager isn't the Joker holder. Zero is the Joker holder. We've all been fooled by this bastard. The green-haired punk was on the verge of a breakdown. Snap. The manager placed a card on the conference table. A Joker pattern was glaringly obvious. I am the Joker holder. The 7 guests have accused correctly. The green-haired punk almost cursed. Damn it, were they messing with him on purpose? With his earlier outburst, he had definitely offended Lin Yi. That guy was a powerhouse. Even the impulsive green-haired punk knew that in a dangerous place like this, having a powerhouse to rely on made all the difference. Next is the casino's soul collection phase. He spoke calmly. In the next second, from the ceiling, a faint black-gray hand reached down and grabbed one of the two-headed manager's brains. A human-shaped shadow was being pulled away. Heart-wrenching screams filled the room. I'm not willing. I'm not willing to accept this. I've worked so hard in this casino, accumulating so much performance for this chance. I was so close to freedom. I'm not willing. The phantom shadow glared at Lin Yi, as if wanting to tear him apart, dismember him, and kill him in the most brutal way possible. One of the manager's heads burst open, blood and white liquid splattering everywhere, brain matter scattering, leaving a gruesome mess. The other head remained calm, showing no reaction. A few seconds later, amidst the agonizing screams, the soul collection execution phase ended. Everything returned to calm. But this scene was far beyond the psychological endurance limit of the newcomers selected for the Royal Casino. The high school girl, Zion, had never seen such a stimulate ugly scenes. The stomach acid in her stomach churned, and she nearly vomited. Celestia's face wasn't looking much better. As for the green-haired punk, his earlier furious demeanor had completely vanished. Now, he was pale, his body trembling uncontrollably, betraying his fear. The 4 other players maintained relatively normal expressions, though there were subtle changes. The blonde beauty, Sophia, pursed her lips, looked away, and stopped watching. At this moment, she was more focused on the player 0. Whether they could successfully earn 50 Eri coins, or even more, seemed to depend on him. This made Sophia recall her thoughts when she first received the invitation. Royal Casino of the Inner World. It sounded like a place where one could earn a lot of points. The risks were high, but so were the rewards, so she decided to give it a try. Her luck had been terrible at the real-world casinos in Macau, losing so much that she had to rely on her looks to break even. That was the start of her good luck. Moreover, she didn't want to miss the rare invitation mission. So she joined, but after the first game activity, she realized her shortcomings. She had underestimated the difficulty of this invitation mission. Even with Zero's near-explicit hints, she hadn't immediately realized that the manager was the Joker holder. This cold reality made her aware of how difficult it would be to earn 50 eerie coins in the Royal Casino. Since her own abilities were lacking, she would have to rely on her companions. Sophia glanced at Zero, then at herself, and made a decision. The manager, now with only one head, chuckled. He brushed off the bloodstains on his left shoulder and smiled. Congratulations to all guests for successfully completing this event. He pushed 50 eerie coins to the center of the conference table. These 50 eerie coins now belong to you, our esteemed guests. Please enjoy your time at the Royal Casino. Additional reminder. Due to identity restrictions, guests can only participate in a maximum of 10 gambling sessions. The number of times you can participate in each type of game is limited. Please choose carefully. If you have any questions, feel free to ask the relevant staff members. Goodbye. The manager nodded and left. The opulent conference room was now left with only Lin Yi and the other 6 players. The manager didn't distribute the eerie coins, leaving it to the 7 players to divide them themselves. All 6 pairs of eyes turned to Lin Yi. Everyone knew that he was the main reason they had passed this event. Without him, all their souls might have been taken by the casino, and they would have become workers who lost their freedom in this casino. I'll take 8 eerie coins. Lin Yi immediately claimed 8 eerie coins. No one objected. Even if Lin Yi had taken half of the coins, the 6 wouldn't have opposed him, let alone him taking only 8. As for the remaining 42 eerie coins, I suggest dividing them equally. When participating in the casino's games, I advise everyone to observe, think, and listen to others' opinions. I have extensive gambling experience and skills and am willing to provide some off-site support, in exchange for half of your earnings. The blonde beauty, Sophia, immediately understood that Lin Yi was targeting each player's limited 10 gambling opportunities. This was restricted. Through his previous performance and his current suggestions and attitude, Lin Yi had already established a high level of trust among the group. This game's rules prohibit steal other people's weird coins, but borrowing is allowed. If anyone here loses all their chips, they can borrow from me. I am more than willing to lend eerie coins to help you through tough times. Is this guy really that confident? But thinking back to Lin Yi's earlier performance, they felt he wasn't just boasting. Mortgaging a body part to exchange for strange coins might be more reliable if borrowed from Lin Yi. One last suggestion, or rather, my guess, never let yourself run out of eerie coins. If you lose all your eerie coins, something very bad might happen. After saying this, Lin Yi walked toward the conference room door. Sophia, who was closest to the remaining eerie coins, also spoke up. I also suggest dividing them equally. She took her share of 7 eerie coins. Soon, the other 5 also took their respective shares. Lin Yi pushed open the conference room door and walked out. It was a long, luxury corridor, with no trace of anything eerie. As Lin Yi walked down the corridor, footsteps quickly approached from behind. Zero, mind if I join you? Sorry, I don't hang out with smelly guys. Sophia, I'm a woman. Oh. Lin Yi glanced at her. A tank, I see. A tiger tank. Sophia's twitching of the corners of the mouth. Beautiful lady, my real appearance is just as stunning as my current look. This jerk, is he really that obsessed with women's looks? Oh. Just a no? Sophia handed over 2 eerie coins. This is my sincerity. But Lin Yi remained unmoved. 2 of my gambling sessions can be yours to use. Lin Yi held up a hand. 5? 5 is too much. It's all of them. Sophia slowly formed a question mark in her mind. No way. You will. Follow me, and you'll see. Sophia thought about it and realized he might be right. As long as she was sure that following Lin Yi's bets would earn her eerie coins, she would definitely agree. Let's go. After saying this, Lin Yi wrapped his arm around Sophia's waist. The blonde beauty trembled, her body instinctively reacting to being touched by a man, but she gritted her teeth and endured it. For the sake of those precious eerie coins, she endured. But, in her heart, she kept gritting her teeth. These men, the ones who are good at gambling, do they all love women so much? This guy is like that, and so was that man at the Macau casino. Damn it, this is why she hates men. Behind them, the other 5 players watched as Zero and Sophia had already hooked up, feeling that it happened so quickly. But there was no denying that getting on Lin Yi's boat was surprisingly reassuring. The black-haired ponytail girl, Zion, a newcomer, looked at Lin Yi's back, then at the blonde beauty's back, feeling a slight sense of regret. She was just a high school student, but she had her own thoughts. Now that she had experienced her first game and successfully passed it, She had accepted her current reality and was calmly starting to think about her next steps. Relying on her own strength to earn 50 eerie coins was no easy task. Zion, let's go. I have a bit of knowledge about gambling. Celestia took the ponytail girl's wrist and said with a smile. Facing this friend, Zion nodded with a soft Jack and Brother Fa walked behind. Want to explore together? Brother Fa suggested. Sure. Although it was a casino, and the direct harm was likely minimal, having a companion still made things feel safer. Can I join too? The green-haired punk, Li Mingao, walked behind the two. He thought that if they refused, he would just follow them around and eventually seek help from Zero. He felt that Zero was easy to talk to and definitely wouldn't just stand by and watch him die. Brother Fa didn't object. Jack glanced at him and said, don't get in the way. In non-competitive eerie games, unless it directly affected their interests, players generally wouldn't kill each other. Cooperation was more common. After all, many rules in eerie games needed to be figured out through trial and error. If players started killing each other right away, it would only lower everyone's survival rate to the minimum, resulting in a total loss with no winners. So, in most cases, players tended to cooperate. At the very front, Lin Yi, with his arm around Sophia's waist, had already turned the corner of the corridor and entered the lobby. As soon as he stepped in, the atmosphere changed. The vast lobby, under the lights shining from above, the golden hall looked majestic and luxurious. Figures moved about. But they weren't just human figures. Among the humanoid figures, less than a third looked completely human. The majority had grotesque, ferocious appearances, with distorted heads and bodies. Lin Yi suddenly noticed a sexy bunny girl in a tight, alluring uniform carrying a tray and walking back and forth. Are those ears real? From this angle, he couldn't see any signs of them being accessories. Curious? Go ask her. She's probably staff. Sophia snorted inwardly. Men are so lustful. Just seeing a sexy bunny girl and they start fantasizing. Alright, let's go. Lin Yi immediately let go and walked toward the bunny girl, leaving Sophia standing there in shock. That fickle man. She was furious. It's just a bunny girl. What's so great about her? I'd look way sexier and more alluring in that bunny girl outfit. Chapter 104, Soul Eating Shark. Sophia can't hold back. Sophia thought so, but her feet unconsciously followed. Soon, the two arrived one after another in front of the bunny girl. This was a bunny girl with a curvy figure and long legs. In the tight black silk uniform, she looked sexy and seductive. She noticed Lin Yi's arrival and smiled faintly. Guest. Would you like a drink? After she finished speaking, she moved the tray in her hand closer to Lin Yi. The pale green liquid in the transparent glass reflected an emerald green luster under the light of the hall. Free? You are human, right? She took a look, and her smile grew even stronger. For the sake of such a handsome guest, it can be free. After speaking, she was ready to pick up the glass with her other hand and hand it to Lin Yi. What a pity. Lin Yi's words of regret made the bunny girl stunned. I'm a dead otaku, not a handsome guy. I'm not lucky enough to enjoy it. 2 question marks flashed across Sophia's mind, but she quickly understood. This man is really interesting. Ha ha ha. It's non-toxic. Drinking it will actually make you stronger. Lin Yi glanced at the gambling table about 20 meters away. A ghost with green bubbles handed a bunny girl ghost coins, picked up the glass, and drank the liquid in one gulp. Then he showed an expression of ecstasy and satisfaction. I want to ask you something. Eh? Sorry, guest, I still have work to do. The bunny girl refused. Lin Yi took out a ghost coin and placed it on the tray under the bunny girl's gaze. Feeling the heavy weight on the tray and the alluring smell of ghost coins, the bunny girl's smile became even brighter. Work or something can actually wait. What does the guest want to inquire about? What happens if you lose all your ghost coins? Ah, that. Of course, you can choose to mortgage all your belongings to the casino to borrow ghost coins. Otherwise, you will be asked to leave the royal casino. But if the guest is human, then of course. She licked her lips, her eyes gleaming with desire. Sophia saw everything clearly from behind. Once you lose all your ghost coins, you will be targeted by the ghosts in the casino. She felt a chill down her spine. This man noticed this from the very beginning. He must have experienced a similar situation in a ghost copy before. Which projects are more recommended? Are there any special precautions? The simplest ones are poker cards and dice. If you are lucky, you can win. The basic winning rate is 50%. Although the odds are not high, it is safe and has a low risk factor. It is very suitable for humans like you. But if the guest wants to pursue excitement and high returns, I would highly recommend you to play that. The bunny girl glanced in a certain direction. A group of ghosts were surrounding it, and in the middle of the ghosts, It was not a gambling table, but a huge fish-shaped figure. It was a shark, a dark and ferocious shark. Its bloody mouth was wide open, and rows of sharp teeth were exposed to the air. Many ghosts were cheering and reveling. That is soul-eating shark. The bunny girl said, the rules are very simple. The participating guests take turns walking into the shark's mouth and knocking on its teeth. When a decayed tooth is knocked, the shark will bite down at an extremely fast speed. The guest who is bitten is the loser. It is a purely luck-based project. If you are lucky, you can get a lot of ghost coins. Sophia listened to the intense cheers coming from that direction and asked, what will happen to the participant who is bitten by the shark? Needless to say, guessed, of course they die and become food and nourishment for the soul-eating shark. A gamble with life. Sophia felt the pressure. If it was purely based on luck, then it would be fine. But if the organizer or other participants had a way to control or cheat, then it would be different. This would be a fatal situation for them. Haha, it's normal for guests to be afraid. There's no need to play such a risky game. Moreover, this kind of project generally requires 50 ghost coins to participate. After all, this is a life-threatening project. If the bet is not enough, no other guests will be willing to participate in the gambling. Sophia felt a little relieved when she heard this. They didn't have 50 ghost coins. When they had 50 ghost coins, they could leave the royal casino and return to reality. Why stay here? However, Sophia found that Lin Yi's eyes were flashing with the look of I'm very interested. This guy, no way, no way. This guy wouldn't be planning to participate, would he? Lin Yi felt Sophia's gaze and smiled slightly, which made Sophia even more convinced that this man was really going to participate in the soul-eating shark project. This guy is really bold. Anyway, she definitely wouldn't dare. If she already had 50 ghost coins, why would she risk her life to participate in this project? Wouldn't it be better to just leave the casino and return to reality? Lin Yi asked a few more questions, and the bunny girl answered them all. After a silence of more than 10 seconds, the bunny girl continued with a smile, guest, do you have any other questions? Where are the exchange area and the mortgage area? Over there. She pointed towards the casino exit. The exchange area and the mortgage area are in the same place. She looked at Lin Yi. If you want to mortgage something, the casino will definitely give you a good amount of ghost coins. You will be satisfied. The bunny girl seemed to be very interested in Lin Yi. She even licked her lips, expressing her strong desire. If it weren't for the casino rules, she would even want to do something. How about I mortgage her? Lin Yi pulled over the bewildered Sophia. The blonde beauty glared at Lin Yi, but didn't say much. Haha, this young lady is not bad. Many guests should be very interested in her. But she is not your property, so you can't mortgage her. What a pity. Haha. Lin Yi smiled and waved his right hand. The bunny girl hesitantly moved closer. I want to try if your bunny ears are real. Bunny girl? Guest, this is harassment, harassment. I can accuse you of harassment and have you arrested. Lin Yi immediately took out a ghost coin and put it on the tray. The bunny girl took a deep breath. Guest, please feel free to pinch them. Other parts are also okay. It's up to you. Sophia was dumbfounded. Her face changed so quickly. Ghost coins are so good. Lin Yi didn't hesitate and directly reached out. It feels real. He even patted it to test the feel and elasticity. Guest, you can use more force. Next time, I look forward to treating you more forcefully in another place next time. Pervert. Guest. She blushed slightly, but Lin Yi's handsome appearance and unique temperament also gave her a different feeling. I kind of want to eat him and collect him. It's a pity that I can't do anything in this casino. I'll buy you a drink next time. Okay. For the sake of such a generous guest, I'll give you another friendly reminder. She leaned close to Lin Yi's ear, her breath like orchids. It's not enough to rely solely on luck to win. The casino also has its own rules. We like to win the ghost coins in your hands. By the way, one last question, it's about the outside. Please speak. Do you know the location of the Love Heart Love Hotel and Kyoto Private Elite High School? The bunny girl blinked, her face blank. Sorry, I don't know those two places. But I can inquire for you. The casino can also obtain a lot of outside information. Okay, the reward will satisfy you. Sure enough, the casino is also in the inner world. But it's unknown where exactly it is. Goodbye, my dear, generous, and lecherous guest. After saying that, she touched her red lips with one finger, smiled at Lin Yi, and walked away. Her graceful figure swayed, showing off her feminine curves. Was it worth it? 2 ghost coins? It was worth it. I got a lot of information. Aren't you afraid she gave you false information? False information is also information. Lin Yi pointed in the direction of the exchange and mortgage area. Let's go and have a look. Sophia nodded. Since she had decided to act with Lin Yi, she naturally wouldn't leave. The two arrived at the exchange and mortgage area side by side. Welcome, guest. Do you need to exchange your mortgage? A woman in a casino uniform was greeting them with a smile. She had beautiful eyes, but her mouth was split open. The left side of her face was very beautiful, while the right side was ferocious. Looking at her from the front, she was terrifying, indescribably abnormal. I want to know about the exchange rates. Certainly. The receptionist quickly placed an exchange price list in front of Lin Yi. Kidney, 0.5 ghost coins, 1 hand, 0.5 ghost coins, heart, 1 ghost coin, head, 2 ghost coins, ghost item, 3 to 10 ghost coins, blessing, 10 to 40 ghost coins, soul, 5 to 100 ghost coins. Note, the minimum exchange is 1 ghost coin, and the redemption amount is twice the exchange amount. Ghost items and blessings can actually be mortgaged and exchanged. Sophia was a little surprised. The manager hadn't mentioned this before. Do you have any? I have ghost items, but no blessings. Blessings are harder to obtain than ghost items. It is said that they are special existences obtained by receiving the attention of the gods in the ghost game. So far, I only know that only 3 players have obtained blessings. Sophia really wanted a blessing. The effects and abilities of blessings were better and stronger than ghost items. The most important thing was that there were no after effects like with ghost items. Using ghost items will affect the user's mental strength and sanity to varying degrees, constantly eroding the user. If used extensively in a short period of time, the user may be completely eroded and become a new ghost. But blessings are different. There is no erosion problem with blessings. I see. Blessings are hard to come by, don't force it. This was advice from an level 3 veteran player to Lin Yi. Lin Yi smiled and didn't answer. Can I see the exchangeable items? Of course. Another exchange list appeared. These are the exchangeable items this week. Lin Yi looked at the items on it, including weapons, props, ghost items, skill cards, the quality of which were all at the white, blue, and purple levels. So expensive. Sophia looked at an item. It was purple quality, but the ghost coins required for exchange were 500. This was not an amount they could win at all. 7 ghost coins to win 500 coins? What a joke. She couldn't help but think of the god of gamblers who had become the casino. If he were here, could he win 500 coins with 1 ghost coin? There is a limit on the total number of times, a limit on the same type of gameplay, and most importantly, player skills are disabled, so it's impossible. Sophia shook her head and threw this idea out of her mind. Although she couldn't be sure that the man was a player, if he were a player and relied on player skills to win, then it would definitely not work here. What's more, the gambling games and methods in the inner world Royal Casino are definitely different. When the casino cheats, it must be more concealed and unknown. Lin Yi put his arm around Sophia and left the exchange and mortgage area, returning to the casino hall. Figures were constantly moving here. Many gambling tables were surrounded by many ghosts. They were roaring and shouting, and many unknown liquids were flowing from their bodies. But it seemed that the casino itself had a purification function, and all the liquids flowing from the ghosts quickly disappeared. Lin Yi noticed this. After thinking about it, he stopped thinking about it. But he had a guess about this casino. Mr. Zero. At this time, a soft girl's voice sounded. It was the ponytailed high school girl, Zion, and Celeste, in her gorgeous gothic Lolita dress. The two of them looked good. The high school girl, who was initially a little pale because she wasn't used to it, now looked normal. After staying in the hall for so long, with no ghost attacks, the high school girl Zion had accepted the current grim reality and actively adjusted her mentality to face it. Mr. Zero, Ms. Sophia, good day. Celeste lifted her skirt and greeted them with a slight bow. She still maintained the courtesy of a noble girl. Lin Yi didn't expose her, but instead enjoyed Celeste's performance and found it very interesting. It seems that Ms. Celeste has won a lot. Noticing the ghost coins in the high school girl's hand, Lin Yi said with a smile. There were about 10 more ghost coins. As expected of the super high school level gambler, it's hard to lose when it comes to gambling. It's all thanks to Zion's good luck. We accidentally bet correctly. They were playing blackjack, a very common gambling game in reality. Not at all, it's Celeste who is amazing. We actually got a blackjack in that round. It paid 2 to 1, and I directly got 10 ghost coins. Zion actually just wanted to test the waters. According to her idea, putting down 2 ghost coins was the limit of what she could psychologically handle, but at Celeste's request, she ended up putting in 5 ghost coins. At the moment of winning, Zion still retained the excitement of that moment. She had heard of people ruining their families because of gambling. She didn't understand why it was necessary to go to that extent just because of gambling. But now, she kind of understood. The anxiety when placing a bet, the excitement and tension when receiving the cards, and the surprise and excitement of winning when the cards are revealed, this kind of emotional change does make people feel addicted. If the bet amount was not limited, we could have won a lot more. If she could have bet 7, it would have been even better. She could have won 4 more ghost coins. She would be closer to 50 ghost coins. The high school girl Zion couldn't help but sigh. Greed is not good. Celeste reminded her. Play it safe and win 50 ghost coins. We still have participation times and time, so there's no need to rush, Zion. Zion nodded repeatedly. Blackjack limits human players to 2 times, but after they won once, Celeste immediately collected the ghost coins and left, not continuing with the second time. Zion was puzzled. Shouldn't they strike while the iron is hot? But since Celeste said so, she didn't insist. She was very aware of her own strength. The 10 ghost coins she won were because of Celeste. Without Celeste, she was nothing. Has Mr. Zero not played yet? Celeste blinked and looked at the 2 of them. No rush, I first went to have a passionate chat about life with the beautiful bunny girl here, and then went to the exchange and mortgage area to check things out. Ha ha ha, Mr. Zero is such an interesting man. How can the bunny girls here compare to Miss Sophia? This made Sophia feel a little bit more favorable towards Celeste. Mr. Zero, you should cherish the girl beside you. Well, I think Celeste is pretty good. Ha ha ha, thank you for the compliment. Your compliment is the greatest affirmation to me, thank you. Then, Celeste changed the subject. We plan to go to the exchange area now. Okay, you can contact me if you need anything. Ms. Celeste, you can also come to me if you want to invest. Okay. I'm still looking forward to Mr. Zero winning a lot of ghost coins and lending me some when I'm in need. She smiled and said goodbye to Lin Yi and Sophia. Zion nodded politely and followed them to the mortgage and exchange area. Her luck is too good. She got a blackjack in one go. And she dared to bet 5 ghost coins. This is not luck. Sophia frowned slightly, realizing that Lin Yi seemed to know something about Celeste. It was very likely that Celeste and Zero knew each other in reality. Because Zero used a fabricated different appearance in the inner world, Celeste didn't recognize Zero immediately. She felt that by investigating Celeste, she might be able to find out Zero's identity. Sophia kept this in mind. Soon, passing through the gambling tables, Sophia followed Lin Yi to a gambling table. Sickbo. Sickbo again. Clatter. Clatter. The dice kept shaking. Guests, please place your bets. This was a female dealer with a good figure, but there was a burn scar on her face, which made people think that she had been burned to death unjustly in her previous life. The rule for human guests at this table is that the maximum bet per round is 5 ghost coins, and a single person can participate in a maximum of 2 rounds. Thank you, we'll take a look and understand the rules first. Seeing this, the dealer didn't say much and looked at the other guests. The gamblers who were not ghosts set their sights on Lin Yi and Sophia, but none of them approached actively. A few were drooling, as if they wanted to eat the 2 of them. In this inner world casino belonging to ghosts, living humans would appear from time to time. The ghosts who frequented this place were already accustomed to it, but it was novel to the newcomers, and they showed a kind of uncontrollable inner desire. But due to the casino rules, they couldn't do anything. Betting ends. Ding-a-ling. The dealer pressed the bell. Open. 456, big. Roaring. How is it big? Roaring. The second round began, but Lin Yi remained unmoved and kept observing. It feels like the rules are the same as in reality, except for the chip limit. The maximum amount bet by the participating ghosts did not exceed 5 ghost coins, and they, as humans, only had 2 chances to participate. However, the ghosts seemed to be unrestricted, or maybe they had more chances. 3 rounds passed. 3 consecutive bigs. I feel like the next one is small, shall we try? Sophia asked in a low voice. Okay, I'll trust you this time, bet on small. Lin Yi placed 1 ghost coin on small. Only 1 ghost coin? That high school girl went straight for 5 ghost coins in blackjack. You're a bit timid. You can bet 5 then. Sophia shut up. She also took out a ghost coin and placed it in the small area. Lin Yi looked at the dealer, staring at the dice cup, always keeping a smile on his face. Betting ends. Open. 256, big. It's still big. Lin Yi pretended to be shocked. It's been big 4 times in a row, how could it still be big? Sophia, you tricked me. What does it have to do with me? I also lost 1 ghost coin. If you had chosen big, I couldn't have stopped you. It's clearly your bad luck, don't blame me. Next time I will definitely choose the opposite of you. Sophia, with her arms crossed, snorted. Continue. Next round. Clatter. Clatter. The dealer placed the dice cup on the table. Please place your bets. The other ghosts placed their bets one by one, most of them betting on small. I'll still choose small. I don't believe it can be big 5 times in a row. Lin Yi placed a ghost coin in the small area. Me too. Sophia suddenly hesitated for a moment. I'll bet on big this time, 2 coins. I said I would choose the opposite of you. She placed 2 ghost coins in the big area. If you lose, I'll win big, I'll get my money back and earn 1 more. Sophia smiled smugly. The dealer looked at the 2 of them, keeping a smile. The guests have finished placing their bets, then. Just as the dealer raised her hand and was about to shake the bell, Lin Yi made a lightning-fast move, instantly throwing 4 ghost coins into the triple area. Sophia also reacted quickly, immediately putting in 3 ghost coins without any hesitation. Dealer? Other guests? Please open it, beautiful dealer. Lin Yi smiled. The dealer broke out in a cold sweat. She had encountered an expert, she had been tricked. Her hands were trembling slightly, she didn't dare to open it at all. Not opening? If you don't open it, I can help you. Reminded by Lin Yi's smile, the dealer swallowed and slowly opened the dice cup. The next second, the numbers were quietly presented. 333, triple. The ghost gamblers exclaimed. It really was a triple. These 2 humans actually guessed correctly. Sophia let out a long sigh of relief. Cooperating with Lin Yi in this act, she was also worried. A total of 6 ghost coins before and after, if this didn't succeed, she would lose 6 ghost coins. She, who only had 7 ghost coins in total, would become poor again. Please settle the accounts, dealer. There were a total of 7 ghost coins in the triple area. With odds of 1 to 18, Lin Yi received 72 ghost coins. Adding his principal of 4 and the remaining 1 ghost coin, Lin Yi now had a total of 77 ghost coins. Sophia received 54, plus the principal of 3 and the remaining 1 ghost coin, she now had a total of 58 ghost coins. Just 2 rounds, she had 58 ghost coins. Sophia kept swallowing in surprise. She thought of the god of gamblers in reality, but compared to that one, Zero was even more powerful. You know, this is a ghost's inner world casino. It's almost impossible to win big money here. But Zero still succeeded. Goodbye, beautiful dealer. I hope to have the opportunity to play with you again. After greeting the ashen-faced dealer, Lin Yi turned around, put his arm around Sophia's waist, and walked to the other side. At this moment, Sophia was in a good mood and didn't care about Lin Yi's little actions at all. Let alone putting his arm around her waist, even if he was more excessive and touched and rubbed her, she could accept it. 50 ghost coins, a full 50 ghost coins. Just 2 rounds and it was done. This man is really strong. Finally arriving at a less crowded place, Sophia asked the question in her heart. Although she had a guess when Lin Yi informed her in advance and asked her to cooperate, she still wanted to hear the real answer from Lin Yi's mouth. Is Miss Sophia very curious? Leaning against the golden load-bearing pillar in the hall, Lin Yi raised his eyes to the blonde beauty's face, his face full of smiles. Tell me. Beg me and I'll tell you. Ugh. What a nasty man. I'm just teasing you. Hurry up and tell me. I'm begging you, satisfy my curiosity. Urged by Sophia, Lin Yi spoke. He used his see-through ability to see the ashen-faced dealer reporting to the casino manager and being scolded. Obviously, paying out more than 100 ghost coins to 2 humans at once was unacceptable to the casino itself. First of all, Sickbo is a gamble that relies on luck, that's right. But you also know that cheating exists in reality, let alone in the ghost casino of the inner world. There are ways to manipulate the purely luck-based gambling projects here. Yes, but how can you be sure that they will cheat? Greed. He naturally couldn't tell the real reason. Whether Sophia would believe it or not was one thing, but who knows if someone in the casino would hear him if he mentioned the matter of perspective. They even want to take all 3 of our ghost coins? Yes, because we are humans, our chips are different from those of other gamblers. We are special guests. The casino wants to keep us here, and the dealer, as the executor, will naturally try to reduce our chips. The first round we participated in just verified my guess. Lin Yi recalled his observation of the Sickbo table. There were 3 consecutive bigs, but in the 4th round, that is, the first round of Sickbo where he and Sophia participated and bet on small, the numbers in the Sickbo were 215, which was small, but the dealer manipulated it, and the dice changed to 256, resulting in a change from small to big. This behavior further verified Lin Yi's guess and confirmed the dealer's greed. What if it was just pure luck? It really was 4 consecutive bigs. I had a 50% certainty. If I have a 50% chance of something, I dare to go for it. He dares to go for it with just 50%. Sophia felt that this man was a little crazy. And in the second round, you were sure that she would roll a triple to kill us and take all our chips. Because if I were the dealer, I would do that. Instead of continuing to roll big, resulting in a 5 big streak and paying you 4 ghost coins, or rolling small and paying a higher amount of ghost coins, I and other gamblers have placed a lot of chips on small. It's better to roll a triple and take it all. He had seen with his own eyes the numbers change from small to 133 and then to 333. The greed of this dealer was unimaginable. Then when we bet on triple, couldn't she change the result again? You also said that we are special. She should rather pay other ghost gamblers than roll a triple and pay us. Sophia felt that if she were the dealer, she would choose to cheat again and roll big or small, but she couldn't roll a triple. It's not that she didn't want to, but that she couldn't. The casino has its own rules. These rules restrict us as gamblers, and they also restrict the casino staff. Lin Yi remembered the bunny girl's final reminder. This is what the sexy bunny girl told me at the end. I boldly guessed that in each round of Sickpo, the dealer has at most one chance to cheat and manipulate, not unlimited chances. Sophia stared at the man in front of her in disbelief. You dared to go for it with just this guess? You only played 1 round, observed 3 rounds, and you dared to go for it. Actually, the limit on our number of rounds further strengthened my guess. Because the number of rounds is limited, the dealer will try to drain our ghost coins within the limited number of rounds. And that dealer, well, she was super greedy. If it were me, I definitely wouldn't do that. I would at least let him win the first round and drain him in the second round. Sophia understood. This restriction was used by Lin Yi. Because their number of rounds as players at the table is limited, the dealer would try to win their ghost coins as much as possible within the limited number of rounds. Lin Yi used this restriction to speculate on the dealer's psychology and used it against the dealer to win hundreds of ghost coins. What is this man's brain made of? Where does this confidence come from? She felt that Zero must have hidden important information, but since Lin Yi didn't say it, she wouldn't ask more. Excessive inquiries into the privacy and secrets of other players will only lead to vigilance and alienation. This is a taboo in the interaction between players. Sophia only wanted those lovely ghost coins. Being able to earn a large number of ghost coins by following Lin Yi was enough for her. Whether Lin Yi wanted to say it or not, she didn't have any thoughts of annoying Lin Yi and losing this thigh. We already have 50 ghost coins. What are your plans next? Leave here and return to reality, or continue to participate in other gambling projects with me? Humphrey. Sophia chuckled. Take me to the exchange and mortgage area to see those tempting weapons, props, and skill cards first. Aren't you trying to lure me to stay? She had seen through Lin Yi. Besides, if I leave, without my cooperation, it would be very difficult for you to win a large number of ghost coins alone, right? So. Cash cow, you overestimate yourself. Cash cow? Me? Cash cow? It was difficult to hit the triple without your help before, but now with these 77 ghost coins, I am qualified to participate in more exciting and high-yield projects. In other words, it didn't make much difference whether she was there or not. This immediately made Sophia panic. Mr. Zero, Brother Zero, Big Brother Zero, I was wrong, I sincerely apologize to you. No sincerity. Then how can I be sincere? Sophia saw Lin Yi's gaze fall on her chest. No way. Listen to my arrangements later, don't refuse, don't bargain, hold back any questions, and most importantly, trust me completely. Sophia nodded. Okay, let's go. I'll take you to earn ghost coins. Hearing this, Sophia became excited. This time, she didn't need Lin Yi to reach out and hug her, she took the initiative to hold Lin Yi's arm, showing a clingy look. Ghost coins, what a good thing. Lin Yi glanced at her and sighed. Sophia blushed a little embarrassedly. Isn't it because you men like this kind of thing? You think I like it? Even if you don't like it, bear with it. Sophia hugged him even tighter, that lump almost wrapped around Lin Yi's arm. Soon, she found that Lin Yi had brought her to the soul-eating shark area. As Lin Yi squeezed through the crowd and walked inside, Sophia saw the situation clearly. A huge, ferocious black shark was opening its mouth wide, its sharp teeth reflecting a cold light. A ghost with a dog head was holding a hammer and aiming it at one of the shark's teeth, smashing it hard. Dong. A crisp sound rang out, and the tooth caved in. But the shark still kept its mouth open. The dog-headed ghost walked out and threw the hammer to a ghost with a cat head. It's your turn. There was a little sweat on its forehead. The moment it struck just now was not peaceful. The cat-headed ghost took the hammer and walked into the soul-eating shark's mouth. After carefully choosing for a while, it aimed at the rightmost tooth and smashed it hard. Dong. Crack. At that moment, the soul-eating shark bit down. The cat-headed ghost immediately let out a scream, sharp howls rang out continuously, its limbs struggled, blood splattered, And after a while, it subsided. The surrounding ghost audience all raised their hands and shouted, enjoying this wonderful scene. Lin Yi wants to participate in this project. Is he really not afraid of death? Lin Yi patted Sophia's shoulder. It's up to you next. Sophia? So it was her turn to play? She almost couldn't hold back. Chapter 105, Celestia is dead? Sophia stared at Lin Yi with a shocked expression. Let her play? Is he kidding? Ahem, this joke isn't funny, Zero bro, don't scare me. She forced a smile, and even shyly shook Lin Yi. I'm not joking, it's true, you need to play later. He's serious. Wanting high returns but not wanting to bear the corresponding high risks, there's no such thing in this world. How could Sophia not know the reasoning behind Lin Yi's words, but to let her participate in this high-risk game activity, she was definitely worried. She was gambling with her life. What did you promise before? If you don't dare, then take the 50 ghost coins and leave this place. Lin Yi's words attracted the attention of several ghosts around them. 50 ghost coins was really not a small amount here. Sophia bit her lip, hesitant. Let her leave the casino and return to reality with 50 ghost coins now? She was truly reluctant. She was suddenly caught in a dilemma. She could already leave the casino and return to reality, but should she just give up like this? Thinking of the many good props, weapons, and skills on the exchange list, should she just give up this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity and leave? Sophia was unwilling. If she left now, would there be another chance to come to the Royal Casino in the future? Even if she did come, could she rely on herself to win so many ghost coins? Impossible. After a few seconds of hesitation and repeated struggles, Sophia gritted her teeth and made a decision. I trust you. If I die and become a ghost, I will definitely find you first and haunt you for the rest of your life. She decided to take a gamble. At least she felt that this man wouldn't treat her as a pure consumable, used to test the operating rules of the Soul Eater shark. Looking at the Soul Eater shark, still enjoying the taste of the cat-headed ghost's body and soul with its mouth closed, Sophia swallowed, suppressing the discomfort in her heart. Although she was a veteran player, realizing that one wrong step could lead to death, the fear and timidity of death were still spreading in her heart. As a ghost player, fear was not scary. What was scary was the inability to face fear, sinking into this fear and losing reason and judgment. As a ghost player, one had to overcome fear in order to defeat ghosts and survive. Die and become a ghost to haunt me? Very good. I welcome it. Sophia was taken aback. I don't know what kind of ghost you can provide me. A dairy cow? Daily fresh milk? A cup a day? I can save on my daily milk money in the future. Sophia? Even if this man wanted to ease the atmosphere and her negative tension, he didn't have to do this. Tell me your contact address, I'll order fresh milk to be delivered to you every day. After Sophia finished speaking, she deliberately puffed out her chest, a certain pair of large lumps trembling continuously. Even the eyes of the surrounding ghosts, who still held some human emotions, couldn't help but glance over. Sophia had already made a decision in her heart. Fortune favors the bold, she would go all out. The casino staff at the Soul Eater Shark did not rush to start the next round of gambling. It seemed that the Soul Eater Shark still needed more time to digest the deliciousness of the cat-headed ghost's soul. 5 minutes later, the Soul Eater Shark slowly opened its eyes, and under the staff's instructions and operation, it slowly opened its bloody maw once again. And the teeth in its mouth that had been dented by the hammer had all returned to normal. 21 teeth, neatly arranged, the faint blood stains and residue silently telling of the cruel reality that had occurred here just a moment ago. Clap clap clap. The casino staff clapped their hands to signal. The latest round of the Soul Eater Shark gambling game is ready to begin. Now, guests who volunteer to participate, please come and register. However, there seemed to be no ghosts willing to participate. Lin Yi pulled Sophia's wrist and came to the staff. The staff had long noticed Lin Yi and Sophia, these two humans. Seeing the two of them come on stage, their eyes lit up with surprise. Do you two guests want to participate in this round of the Soul Eater Shark gambling game? Participants need to provide at least 50 ghost coins. No, just her alone. Lin Yi pointed to Sophia. But we're providing 135 ghost coins. He stuffed all 77 of his ghost coins into Sophia's hand. The 135 ghost coins shimmered with an alluring brilliance, attracting the eager gazes of many guests. 135 ghost coins, is there any guest willing to participate together? The winner will receive 135 ghost coins. The staff began to call out. There were discussions below, some guests were tempted, but no one stepped forward. The biggest reason was that no ghost could afford 135 ghost coins at once. Lin Yi saw this and took the initiative to attract the attention of the audience. If a guest wants to participate in the activity, but lacks the corresponding ghost coins, they can actually do this. They just need other guests to contribute and gather 135 ghost coins. The contributing guests, if they win, can receive the corresponding ghost coins as a reward according to the proportion of their contribution. For example, if I participate in this activity and win, and a guest sponsors me 10 ghost coins, I will return the 10 ghost coin principal, and also give 5 ghost coins as a reward. It's equivalent to the guest being able to both enjoy the Soul Eater Shark gambling game and potentially earn ghost coins. Even if they lose, the guest will only lose a few ghost coins at most, and there will be no danger to their lives. Many gamblers were moved. It was thrilling and exciting, and if they gambled correctly, they could also earn ghost coins. Even if they lost, they would only lose a few ghost coins, and there would be no danger of death. The ghosts surrounding the Soul Eater Shark were mostly here to enjoy the moment when the Soul Eater Shark bit down and ate, and now there were humans participating. This excited them even more than a dead ghost. If no one came on stage, and there were no corresponding ghost coins, this human would probably not be able to participate. Whispers and murmurs, the surrounding gamblers communicated in different ways. Suddenly, a thin one-eyed ghost came out. It came here to try its luck, but it lost almost all of its saved ghost coins. Rather than losing everything and leaving, it might as well take a final gamble. With the help of many ghosts, the thin one-eyed ghost had more and more ghost coins in its hand. And several ghosts came to Lin Yi and stuffed 5, 10 ghost coins into his hand. Obviously, these ghosts believed that he had a higher probability of winning and chose to invest in him. This behavior further aroused the reaction of other ghosts. Lin Yi immediately spoke. 250 ghost coins, currently we are still 100 ghost coins short of 200. We can still accept a maximum of 100 ghost coins from everyone. Many ghosts stuffed ghost coins into Lin Yi's hands. Sophia, who was beside him, was dumbfounded. He could even accept investment? She felt that if he was given time, he could probably run his own private gambling game and steal the casino's business. Lin Yi set the 200 ghost coin limit, firstly considering the financial situation of the gamblers surrounding the Soul Eater Shark at the scene. Secondly, he was considering the casino's attitude. If he promoted and attracted more guests to invest, resulting in an excessively high amount, the casino would intervene and even stop it directly. At the same time, this would further lead the casino to control the outcome, although he already felt that the casino would target human players. For a gambling game like Soul Eater Shark. In Lin Yi's view, the casino could clearly open a market to absorb bets, but why didn't they? Instead, they let the gamblers provide chips to participate, and the casino would at most earn some soul nourishment for the Soul Eater Shark and a commission. This was obviously not in line with maximizing profits. Did they open it before but stopped? Or did they open it in another place? The Royal Casino in the inner world might also be divided into a general area and a special area, and the Soul Eater Shark gambling game might be something that only VIPs in the special area could participate in. A few minutes later, the ghost coins on Lin Yi's side reached 250, and as the other participating party, the thin one-eyed ghost also needed to provide an equal amount of ghost coins, which was also 250, and it had already gathered them. A total of 500 ghost coins from both sides were placed on the table. The winner would be able to get a total of 475 ghost coins, after deducting the casino's 25 ghost coin commission. Soul Eater Shark activity officially begins. Please enter first, the two participating guests. The one-eyed ghost walked in first. Sophia, you have to believe in your own luck. After Lin Yi finished speaking, he opened his arms towards Sophia. The blonde beauty saw this and took a step forward, actively hugging Lin Yi. The two embraced. I'll wait for you to come back alive outside. Sophia nodded. She already knew which tooth had a problem through Lin Yi riding on her back. She understood. I've always been lucky, leave it to me. I'll come back alive. Although she didn't know how this guy was so sure that this particular tooth had a problem, at this point, she could only trust Lin Yi, this teammate. The blonde beauty, Sophia, turned and walked in. Click. The entrance closed. Before the Soul Eater Shark made its decision, the participants had no way to come out. Then, I'll start deciding the order. If the ghost coin lands with the number side facing up, then the beautiful human guest will start hitting the Soul Eater Shark's teeth first. If it lands with the pattern side facing up, then this one-eyed guest will start hitting the teeth first. The two sides will then take turns hitting until the Soul Eater Shark bites down. After saying that, the staff member tossed the ghost coin high in the air in front of everyone. Clang. The ghost coin spun and flipped in the air, finally landing on the back of his hand. The staff member spread out his right hand. The number side is facing up, the human female guest will hit the Soul Eater Shark's teeth first. Sophia felt that her luck was not bad. She walked towards where the hammer was placed not far away and reached out to pick it up. The weight was neither light nor heavy, just right. It would definitely feel good to smash teeth with it. Sophia's eyes swept over, looking at Lin Yi outside the venue. Seeing that Lin Yi did not make any obvious hints, she knew that she only needed to follow the original plan. Counting from the left, the sixth tooth had a problem. Therefore, she would hit the middle tooth. Sophia walked step by step into the mouth of the Soul Eater shark. A soft touch immediately came from the soles of her feet. Every step was like stepping on soft flesh. A faint fishy and foul smell kept drilling into her nose, making Sophia frown slightly. She walked around first, observing the 21 teeth, and finally came to the middle position, finding the 10th tooth from the right. Sophia picked up the hammer and looked at Lin Yi again. Seeing that Lin Yi had no expression, she knew that there was absolutely no problem with this tooth. Therefore, she lifted the hammer high and smashed it down hard. With a dong sound, the tooth sank in, but the Soul Eater shark's mouth was still open, showing no signs of biting down. Phew. Although she believed the answer given by Lin Yi, at the moment of actually hitting it, Sophia was still flustered and worried, deeply afraid that the Soul Eater shark would really bite down. She dragged the hammer and walked out. The one-eyed ghost took the hammer, walked in, chose the rightmost tooth, and smashed it down hard. The Soul Eater shark still kept its mouth open, motionless. Sophia cried out in regret. If only it had hit the 16th tooth from the left, how great that would be. The second round began, the third round began. Sophia had already hit 4 teeth. She had already experienced the intense feeling of life and death 4 times. Now, she only hoped that the one-eyed ghost would quickly hit that decayed tooth. Outside the venue, many spectators were watching, and the news that a human was participating in the Soul Eater Shark project attracted even more guests to watch. 7 teeth had been hit, and 2/3 of the teeth, 14, remained. The probability of hitting the decayed tooth was getting higher and higher. It also made the guests watching outside the venue more and more nervous and excited. They stared intently at the Soul Eater shark's bloody maw, hoping that it would immediately snap shut. They wanted to hear the blonde woman's screams and cries, and wanted to see the blonde woman turn into pieces of flesh and blood, with red liquid flowing endlessly. Lin Yi felt that if he could charge an entrance fee, he could probably make a small profit. Sophia, waiting outside, also felt the enthusiasm and passion from outside the venue. Towards the roars and revelry of those ghosts, she only felt disgust. A bunch of bastards, they don't know how to appreciate beauty, or Zero is good. Wait, Zero is not good either, he actually let her take the risk. If she really became a ghost, she would definitely not let Zero off. But at this moment, Sophia thought of the ghost milk that Zero mentioned. That guy. Does he like drinking milk that much? Her gaze lowered slightly, and her ample bosom came into view. Men just like big ones. After muttering this, Sophia subconsciously looked at the one-eyed ghost that had walked into the Soul Eater shark's mouth. She froze, then went wild with joy. Wasn't that the 6th tooth from the left, the one Zero hinted was the decayed tooth? Sophia couldn't help the joy that surged in her heart. She won, she was about to win, she was only one step away from victory. Hit it. Hit it. Sophia shouted wildly in her heart, but reason told her that she must endure, she must maintain her normal reaction, and she must not let the one-eyed ghost notice anything unusual. Just like that, Sophia's eyes were filled with the figure of the one-eyed ghost, as if it had become her everything at this moment. Dong! Under the heavy blow of the one-eyed ghost, the 6th tooth made a crisp impact sound. She won. Sophia was ecstatic, she almost jumped up and shouted. She finally waited for the moment when the one-eyed ghost hit the 6th tooth. But soon, Sophia found that the Soul Eater shark's big mouth did not bite down at all. Bite. Bite. Why don't you bite me? Are you stupid, shark? Why aren't you biting? This is the decayed tooth, this has clearly been hit, why aren't you biting me? Sophia's face turned pale, her long, slender legs almost went weak, and her body trembled slightly. A thought emerged in her mind. She had been deceived by that man. The 6th tooth was not a decayed tooth at all, it was randomly made up by that bastard Zero, to reassure her and let her participate in this competition. Damn it. She was so smart, yet she actually believed that man. Woo-wah-woo, Freckles, I actually believed a man, and I'm going to die because I believed a man. I feel so terrible. Sophia's eyes instantly fixed on Lin Yi outside the venue, her eyes wishing they could eat Lin Yi alive. Lin Yi felt helpless. At least when Sophia hit the tooth for the 4th time, the 6th tooth from the left was definitely the decayed tooth. Under his eyes, all hidden answers would be revealed. But he couldn't prevent the shark's decayed tooth from changing. It had changed from the 6th tooth on the left to the 8th tooth on the left. Either the casino organizer or the Soul Eater shark itself had intervened. 21 teeth, Sophia would hit 11 times, she would hit the last tooth, The result of this gambling game was already doomed. Sophia would surely die if he didn't intervene. I'm just doing what you do. Since the casino was playing dirty, then don't blame him for playing a big one. At that time, they would see who suffered a greater loss. Lin Yi discreetly made a gesture towards Sophia. Sophia saw it clearly. She didn't want to believe Lin Yi, but the thought of not believing Lin Yi and making her own choice now, she panicked. There were 13 teeth left, what should she choose? Finally, Sophia, who took the hammer, came to the Soul Eater Shark's mouth, looking a little listless. She had clearly been here 4 times, but the pressure this time far exceeded the previous ones. Sophia took a deep breath, deciding to trust Zero one more time. She avoided the tooth that Zero had warned her about and hit the second tooth on the left. Dong. The tooth was hit and embedded. The Soul Eater Shark's big mouth remained motionless. She had escaped another disaster. Sophia walked out. Lin Yi, who was outside, breathed a sigh of relief. He had been ready to remind Sophia just now, even by shouting obviously, but luckily the position of the decayed tooth had not changed. It seemed that the organizer did not intend to send a decayed tooth to Sophia, or could not do it, or the organizer really decided to leave the decayed tooth to the end. But now, it could end. He looked at the one-eyed ghost that had walked into the Soul Eater Shark's mouth, and also saw the lively Soul Eater Shark with its eyes open. Just as the one-eyed ghost lifted the hammer to strike, Lin Yi had already put on the snake-eye jewel on his forehead. In an instant, he poured all his mental power into it and shot it towards the Soul Eater Shark with the greatest intensity. An invisible force rushed over in an instant. The Soul Eater Shark's eyes suddenly narrowed, and fear rose spontaneously. The most frightening and terrifying thing it had ever encountered suddenly appeared, and fear instantly filled its heart. Snap! In its panic and fear, it bit down on the one-eyed ghost that was hitting its teeth. The one-eyed ghost roared twice, then struggled and lost its voice dejectedly. Dead, the one-eyed ghost was dead. Many spectators reacted, and more spectators only felt regret. What they wanted was the blonde woman to die in the mouth of the Soul Eater Shark, not this one-eyed ghost. Sophia was stunned, because the one-eyed ghost did not hit the decayed tooth that Lin Yi had warned her about. So, she was deceived by Zero again? In the end, the victory of this gambling game relied on her own luck? Damn man. She was going to go out and beat him to death. Roar roar roar. Ow ow ow. In the blink of an eye, the Soul Eater Shark became even more frantic, its tail sweeping across, its huge body trembling and shaking. Dong dong dong. The sound became even more obvious, and the ground even started to shake. What are you still standing there for? Run. Lin Yi shouted loudly at Sophia. At this time, Sophia finally reacted. I can't get out. She just realized that she needed to leave through the entrance. Lin Yi was already waiting at the entrance. Open it. But the staff seemed to have no intention of opening it at all. Lin Yi grabbed the staff in a rage and opened the entrance. Sophia was stunned. She realized that Zero didn't want her to die at all. Hurry up and go. It wasn't until Sophia escaped that he pulled the girl and fled. The staff tried to close the entrance door, but the Soul Eater Shark roared and crushed, and the staff's organization was meaningless. The Soul Eater Shark has gone berserk. Security personnel, come quickly and stop it. Quick. The Soul Eater Shark charged out, sweeping its tail at the nearest ghost and taking a ferocious fight with its gaping maw. The Soul Eater Shark has gone mad. Run. Many ghosts fell before they could escape, swallowed into the belly of the beast. Lin Yi and Sophia ran away with all their might. Finally, when the casino's security personnel formed a formation, severely injuring the Soul Eater Shark and successfully repelling and imprisoning it, this incident finally came to an end. Lin Yi and Sophia finally had a chance to breathe. You bastard, you tricked me into going in there. Sophia was furious and almost attacked Lin Yi. The decayed tooth wasn't the 6th from the left, nor the 8th. You bastard tricked me and fooled me. I shouldn't have believed you from the beginning. I almost died in that shark's mouth. She was only a hair's breadth away from death. How could she not be afraid? Facing Sophia's outburst, Lin Yi said nothing, just maintained a smile. After a while, Sophia's emotions returned to normal. Seeing that Lin Yi remained motionless and didn't react at all, she gritted her teeth and said, Don't you have anything to say? If I really wanted to trick you, would I really give you all my ghost coins to be your chips? Sophia was stunned. This was indeed the case. If Lin Yi wasn't sure of winning, how would he dare to give her all his ghost coins? You said there was a 50% chance of winning, and you dared to gamble. Do you think you have a 50% chance of winning? Of course, with just me and the one-eyed ghost as participants, my chance of winning is of course 50%. Lin Yi pointed to the Soul Eater Shark. There are 21 teeth in total, and you have to hit 11. She forgot about that. Her chance of winning was less than 50%. Moreover, You're a human player, the casino will definitely make you lose. You know, our chips add up to 500. Even after returning the investment to the ghosts and paying the corresponding remuneration, we can still get at least 300 ghost coins. 300 ghost coins. That's enough for 6 players to leave the casino and return to reality. Then how were you so sure I could win? I made sure you won. Suddenly, Sophia thought of something. No spoilers, no spoilers. This guy caused the Soul Eater Shark to go berserk, otherwise why would the Soul Eater Shark go berserk after biting down this time? It must be related to Zero's actions. Who knows if you're just putting on a show for me? Sophia snorted softly, although she already believed Zero's words. Fine. Seeing as you trusted me and were willing to risk your life, I'll give you a little hint. I think we can be considered companions who can entrust our lives to each other now. Although perhaps only temporary companions this time. Sophia just wanted to say that it was only her who unilaterally entrusted her life. The next second, Sophia was stunned and felt her right hand being held by Lin Yi. What was this for? But soon, she felt something like a stone appear in her hand. Sophia held it with suspicion and gazed at it. The relevant information appeared. Snake Eye Jewel, Blue Ghost Item, Effect. So that's how it was. So that's how it was. Sophia's eyes slowly widened. She now completely believed Lin Yi. Zero. Don't tell me you want this as your compensation. The corner of Sophia's mouth twitched. Was her thought that obvious? Just leave me 50 ghost coins, all the other ghost coins are yours, and I'll continue to cooperate with you to win other gambling projects. Blue Ghost Item, the exchange price starts at 250 ghost coins. Then. Brother Zero. Sophia hugged Lin Yi's arm, clinging to him, her ample bosom pressing against him, sweet words and a shy voice continuously flowing. Please, as long as you're willing to give it up, you can do whatever you want. I'm very obedient, I'll cooperate very well, and I'll definitely satisfy all your needs. Lin Yi chuckled, I'm not interested in public buses. Sophia? I'm a virgin. This was the one thing she would not allow to be slandered, her purity. Such a coquettish virgin? Really? I don't believe it, unless you let me check. Sophia? Here you go. Sophia stuffed the snake eye jewel into Lin Yi's hand. It wasn't that she didn't have the idea of storing the ghost item in her personal space, mainly because it would take up a slot in her player inventory, and Lin Yi wouldn't be able to do anything about it, even if he yelled his head off. However, she still didn't do this. Firstly, it was a matter of principle. She could snatch weapons, props, and equipment from enemies, and she could also rob passers-by who showed hostility towards her, but she couldn't do such a thing to a companion with whom she had a deep cooperative relationship. Secondly, offending a promising ghost player was a very unprofitable thing to do. Although her real identity was not exposed, it was inevitable that they would meet again in future ghost games. At that time, Zero was destined to cheat her. The ghost instances were already very dangerous, and with the addition of a powerful ghost player targeting her, her survival probability would only be lower. Therefore, there was no need to offend Zero, this player, for a blue ghost item. It was better to follow him and continue to earn ghost coins. Let's go. They've almost finished dealing with it over there. Sophia nodded. By the way, I grabbed a handful of ghost coins when I was escaping. I don't know if the casino found out. Sophia suddenly said to Lin Yi. Sorry, I also grabbed a handful. The two looked at each other and smiled. At that time, they both took advantage of the chaos to grab a handful of ghost coins. If it weren't for the fact that staying in place for too long was dangerous and would easily attract the attention of the staff, they would have dared to empty the ghost coins. Sophia, nestled next to Lin Yi, was now looking forward to how many ghost coins they would have in the end. Following this man was really the right choice. This time, at least 300 ghost coins. If she had participated in the gambling game by herself, even earning 50 ghost coins would be quite difficult, let alone 300. Lin Yi and Sophia walked towards the Soul Eater Shark area. At this time, there were no more guests in the Soul Eater Shark area. The sudden rampage of the Soul Eater Shark just now had caused the ghost guests to be eaten, and many ghosts died in the mouth of the Soul Eater Shark. Ghosts didn't want to die either, so naturally they chose to avoid this dangerous place. Even though the Soul Eater Shark had been subdued and imprisoned, no one dared to come. Guests. The staff greeted Lin Yi and Sophia respectfully as soon as they saw them. The Soul Eater Shark project is temporarily suspended. You can go to other areas to participate in the activities of our casino. No, we're not here to participate in the Soul Eater Shark project, but to get the ghost coins that belong to us. The staff member expressed confusion. My friend participated in the previous Soul Eater Shark gambling game and won. The total amount we bet at that time was 500 ghost coins. I believe your casino will renege on its debt, right? The staff member immediately contacted someone, and soon the manager in charge came over. He first apologized to the two of them. "Sorry, sir and madam, for the fright. Yes, we were frightened. My friend finally won the gambling game, but almost got bitten to death by the Soul Eater shark. She's still in a daze. We want compensation, not much, just 100. Lin Yi made an unreasonable demand, and Sophia couldn't help but exclaim at how impressive he was. "Your friend. She should be fine, right?" The manager looked left and right, but didn't think there was anything wrong with this human woman. Slap. Lin Yi slapped Sophia's butt, causing it to tremble. Sophia let out a whimper and leaned on his shoulder, unconsciously wiping her forehead with her right hand. "I'm so dizzy, I feel so bad, I want to throw up." "Manager? Putting on a performance for me, huh? We won't take a commission for this Soul Eater shark gambling game. It's already like this, and you still have the nerve to take a commission? How can your royal casino not have any royal demeanor at all? Is the owner of this casino a fake royal? Our guest was frightened and almost died here, and your casino doesn't even want to compensate. This royal casino, I don't think it's worth coming to. I have to go back and spread the word, let players all over the world know what kind of virtue the royal casino has." The manager had no choice but to go and discuss it with his superiors again. After some commotion, the manager made a promise: 500 ghost coins, not one less, and an additional 50 ghost coins as mental compensation. As for the investments from the ghosts and the remuneration to be given, the casino would be responsible for it. Lin Yi estimated that most of his creditors had already become the Soul Eater shark's dinner. Even if the casino had to pay on their behalf, they wouldn't need to pay much. What a pity, those good ghosts were willing to invest in you, willing to believe me, and they just died. Sigh, what a pity. Sophia almost burst out laughing. Wasn't Zero the happiest one when the creditors died? Moreover, weren't they killed by you? 550 ghost coins. Adding the handful of ghost coins they grabbed when they escaped, the total number of ghost coins they had already exceeded 600, reaching 610. They were almost able to exchange for a purple ghost item worth 500 ghost coins. This was only 3 rounds, only 3 rounds. How do we split it? Sophia asked. You 50, me 560. Be serious. You 60, me 550. As long as you give the ghost item to me, I can agree, and I can even accompany you for a night. Sophia, with her arms crossed, hummed. She was really tempted by that ghost item. A ghost item that brought fear, if used properly, could completely turn the tables. After all, whether human or ghost, they would be affected when facing fear. If their mental strength was not high enough, they would be trapped for a longer time. Even if it was only for a short time, it could buy her more time to counterattack or escape. Who knows what kind of tiger tank you are? I wouldn't dare. She was a tiger tank? Haha, I'm just kidding. Let's split it half and half. After all, you were the one who took the risk, and you were almost killed by the Soul Eater shark. Ghost coins could still be earned. He still had 8 chances, and he could totally earn another 300 ghost coins. You better know that, I also made a huge contribution. Feeling the heavy weight of the ghost coins in her pocket, Sophia was very happy. Following this man to win ghost coins was definitely the right choice. But I'm really a great beauty. The people who pursue me are countless. Sorry, I already have someone I like, we have no chance, please give up. You're a good person. Sophia slowly exhaled, she made herself calm down. Afterwards, the two began to walk around, looking for suitable gambling tables and projects. Their goal was to use the limited number of times to win more ghost coins. But unexpectedly, they met Brother Fa, Jack, the green-haired gangsters, and the high school girl again. Huh? Where was Celestia? Wasn't the high school girl with Celestia? Could it be that Celestia was already dead? A thought emerged in Lin Yi's mind. Chapter 106, Ruthless Betrayal. Xia country official. The super high school level gambler died in the casino? It felt incredibly ironic. However, was Celestia Ludenberg really dead? Lin Yi was skeptical. The possibility of Celestia failing in a casino, even a backroom casino, was extremely low. Brother Fa saw Lin Yi and Sophia walking towards him and greeted them with a friendly smile. Congratulations, you won the Soul Eater shark gamble beautifully. 10 minutes ago, he, Jack, and the green-haired punk were observing other gambling tables and choosing suitable gambling projects when they heard about the Soul Eater shark gamble from the specters. The amount of ghost coins involved was an astonishing 500. At first, thinking it was a duel between specters, Brother Fa didn't pay much attention. But then he learned that it was a human, and the participant was a blonde female human, which made him realize that Sophia had entered the game. 500 ghost coins meant each side needed to provide at least 250 ghost coins. How could this be achieved? It's important to know that the Royal Casino has limits on the amount of money human players can use. It's almost impossible to win a large number of ghost coins in a short time. But they did it, and they won the bet. Regardless, this achievement was absolutely unprecedented. At least among human players in the backroom Royal Casino. It was definitely the best result. Just luck. I also want that kind of luck. I wonder if Brother Zero is willing to lend it to me? Of course, as fellow human players, within my ability, I'm naturally willing to help. You can have all my luck, Brother Fa. Ha ha ha. Brother Fa laughed heartily. Jack looked at the two but didn't ask much. Following Brother Fa, he also won 23 ghost coins. It wasn't much, but he currently had 30 ghost coins. As long as he played well, winning 50 ghost coins and leaving the Royal Casino wouldn't be a big problem. The green-haired punk was different from Jack. He asked directly, Brother Zero, I've already won 25 ghost coins by following Brother Fa. I wonder how many ghost coins do you have now, Brother Zero? He asked the question that everyone present was curious about. Lin Yi smiled slightly, looked at Sophia, and nudged her with his chin. Sophia held up 3 fingers. 30? That's not much. But the green-haired punk was also confused. Didn't they say they won a lot of ghost coins? Could it be that Lin Yi took the lion's share and Sophia only got 30 ghost coins? 300. Green-haired punk? The scene fell into a stagnant state for a moment. 300. The green-haired punk swallowed. 300 for 2 people, then, one person can get 150. Holy crap. How did they do it? It's 305 ghost coins per person, a total of 610 for the 2 of us. Silence, only silence remained. 600 ghost coins. Wasn't this a fortune? Even the amiable Brother Fa couldn't help but show a look of astonishment. This number far exceeded his psychological estimate, because he knew that Lin Yi and Sophia had participated in the gamble by obtaining loans from gamblers, thereby participating in the Soul Eater Shark gamble. Even if they won the gamble, they had to repay the principal and give a certain percentage of remuneration, and the casino would take a cut. The remaining ghost coins shouldn't exceed 300. Yet, 600, a completely unimaginable number. Brother Zero, big brother, you are my real brother, take me with you, let me earn this much ghost coins too. The green-haired punk almost pounced on him, but Lin Yi dodged with a sidestep. It can't be replicated, and Ms. Sophia went deep into the mouth of the Soul Eater Shark. This is a gamble with her life at stake, do you dare? If I can get 300 ghost coins, I dare. The green-haired punk gritted his teeth and said fiercely, it's not possible, the casino wouldn't just watch me continue to earn a lot of ghost coins. Although Lin Yi hadn't played another game since the end of the Soul Eater Shark gamble, every time he and Sophia passed by the gambling tables, the dealers and staff were very vigilant and on high alert. This vigilance also meant that he didn't have much chance to win big with small stakes. Lin Yi estimated that if he operated properly, he could probably double the ghost coins in his hand. Arg. How can this be? The casino is too cowardly, why even open a casino then? The green-haired punk regretted it so much that he gritted his teeth and stomped his feet vigorously, venting his emotions. He regretted why he didn't follow Lin Yi to bet at the beginning. This blonde woman was really smart and witty. Choosing to rely on Lin Yi, now her 7 ghost coins had become 305 ghost coins, which was 10 times the amount of ghost coins in his hand. I should have followed Brother Zero. It seems you doubted me at the end of the ghost card game, right? Lin Yi looked at the green-haired punk with a smile. The green-haired punk gleaming was stunned. He immediately raised his right hand and slapped himself hard on the face. Slap slap. The sound of slaps continued. I'm not human. I actually doubted Brother Zero. I'm sorry. I'm very sorry. Please accept my apology. The green-haired punk bowed deeply, although he was arrogant and looked down on others. At critical moments, he would also bend down and bow, just to gain greater benefits. Lin Yi looked at the green-haired punk with an unchanging smile. This kind of street punk couldn't be trusted. It was different from Sophia. Sophia was a ghost player who had gone through several ghost games and formed her own style and character. As long as her life was not in danger, this behavior pattern would not change. Before offending her life, she could be given considerable trust. But this kind of green-haired punk definitely couldn't be trusted. 100 ghost coins? No, even 10, 1 ghost coin, he might turn his face. Not trusting him didn't mean he couldn't be used. How many more gambling chances do you have? 4 times. The green-haired punk swallowed. He suddenly realized Lin Yi's thoughts. He was going to take him to earn ghost coins. I can guide you to win ghost coins, but I need to charge 50% of the ghost coins you win as a reward. 50%. So high. Okay, with Brother Zero's guidance, let alone 50%, even 60%, I'm willing. The red-haired strong man Jack still didn't say anything, but the flickering look in his eyes showed his restless heart. While following Brother Fa had steadily earned him a considerable amount of ghost coins, upon hearing that the other person alone possessed 300, his own 28 suddenly seemed insignificant. Brother Fa remained calm, wearing a gentle smile and maintaining his amiable demeanor. He knew Lin Yi's initial plan, and now it was successful. Only by letting other players witness his ability to win a large number of ghost coins would they willingly give up their gambling opportunities. If Lin Yi had proposed this idea from the beginning, it would have caused a backlash from the other players, making it counterproductive. This was also why Lin Yi initially only took Sophia to gamble. Sophia decided to trust Lin Yi, so Lin Yi led her to win ghost coins. But now it was different. Even if Lin Yi didn't say anything, the other players would actively offer their limited gambling chances and a percentage of their earnings, just to obtain more ghost coins. Even he was a little tempted. However, he also had his own principles. If he could win with his own strength, why rely on a junior? Little brother Zero, I remember you mentioned lending and investing, providing support. If you think she's capable, help her out. Brother Fa suddenly spoke, his gaze falling on the silent high school girl behind him. Lin Yi then looked at the girl. This was a good opportunity to inquire about Celestia Ludenberg. Student Zion, what happened to you? Where's Celestia Ludenberg? Didn't you two act together? But upon hearing that name, Zion clenched her fists, her teeth gritted in anger. She has already left the casino. Not dead, but left the royal casino and returned to reality. Lin Yi wasn't surprised by this. Celestia Ludenberg had the ability, but why did Zion hate her so much? In an instant, a guess emerged in Lin Yi's mind. That woman cheated me out of all my ghost coins and left the casino. The innocent high school girl was drained dry. Zion clenched her fists, her teeth gritted. From the very beginning, that woman had her eyes on my ghost coins and gambling chances. When we won a total of 90 ghost coins, she took all the ghost coins, mocked me, ridiculed me, and then left. And she couldn't do anything about it. The inability to steal ghost coins was the rule here. Once ghost coins were given out, they were given out. Whether the other party returned them depended entirely on their mood and character. And it was because of her interactions with Celestia Ludenberg, handing over the ghost coins she won time and time again, and receiving ghost coins in return, that she completely trusted her in the end. Ultimately, she suffered ruthless betrayal. Zion closed her eyes. The elegant noble lady temperament completely changed, and the beautiful face only held terror and a sneer. Zion, you're so naive. Would anyone really be wholeheartedly good to you? Did you really not think about why I wanted to help you? You have a pretty face, an alluring body, but I'm not a man, I don't care about that at all. You're foolishly naive, I helped you to help myself get more ghost coins. Ha ha ha. Those mocking words still echoed in Zion's ears even now. She knew that she would never forget this betrayal in her lifetime. But did she still have a future? Having lost her ghost coins, she had already been notified by the staff. If she couldn't get one ghost coin within 10 minutes, the casino's protection would disappear, and all the specters in the casino could do anything to her, ravage her, kill her, anything and everything. She could mortgage her own body to obtain new ghost coins, but she knew clearly that mortgaging was the least cost-effective. Rather than mortgaging to the casino, it was better to find Zero. Even though she had been betrayed by a trusted companion once, she had no choice now but to hope that this man, Zero, could offer some help. After meeting Brother Fa and the others, she briefly informed them of her situation and expressed her hope to find Zero. Brother Fa also offered her a ghost coin for temporary use. But before the time was up, she didn't accept it. Rather than owing a favor to Brother Fa, who was purely out of sympathy, she felt it was better to make a deal with Zero, using her remaining gambling chances as her meager capital, obtaining principal through loans, winning the gambling game by listening to his suggestions and arrangements, and paying a certain percentage of her earnings as a reward. This was Zion's idea. But would he be willing? Even though he had initially offered loans, she was truly penniless now, would he still be willing? Or would he put forward more conditions? I need to lend you ghost coins? Yes. How many gambling chances do you have left? Zion pursed her lips and slowly raised a finger. I only have one left. Sophia was stunned. Only one left, meaning she didn't have much value. She also knew clearly that the situation with the Soul Eater Shark gamble couldn't be replicated. The casino wouldn't just watch them make a fortune again. Hearing this, the green-haired punk sneered, only one left, what value does that have? You don't actually fantasize about Brother Zero giving you 50 ghost coins to participate in those high-end gambling games with thresholds, do you? This was clearly a scam, there was no need to believe it. Brother Zero, don't believe her, this stupid woman who was just cheated is now trying to exploit your kindness. I guarantee that if you dare to lend her a large amount of ghost coins, she will dare to run away directly. I won't. Xian said, biting her red lips. I won't commit fraud like that woman, I'm not that kind of person. Hey, who would believe that? Just words, who would believe them? The green-haired punk continued to mock. On the one hand, he wanted to mock her, on the other hand, he also had the intention of assisting Zero. This girl was quite attractive. Maybe Brother Zero was interested. He could totally help this girl agree to use herself as a reward, of course, with upfront payment. That way, even if this girl really ran away with the money, Brother Zero would have at least had some fun. Although the price was really high, starting from 50 ghost coins, who could afford it? Was she inlaid with ghost coins? I'm definitely not that kind of woman. Xian almost roared out, her eyes bloodshot. The pure high school girl showed her anger, almost cursing. But the green-haired punk still maintained his frivolous attitude. And at this moment, the casino staff walked over again and came to Xian. Miss Xian, there is less than 1 minute left before your protection time expires. Would you like to accept the casino's mortgage in exchange for the corresponding ghost coins? The staff smiled, but the greed in their eyes grew stronger, as if they wanted to swallow the high school girl whole. Take mine first. Brother Fa took out a ghost coin and was about to hand it to Xian, but Xian looked up at Lin Yi. Lin Yi's hand moved, and a ghost coin landed in Xian's hand. Thank you. Xian said. Seeing this, the staff member prepared to leave, but was stopped by Xian. Please wait here for a moment. The staff member was puzzled, but nodded. Xian looked at Lin Yi. Please lend me 49 ghost coins, I will use my body to mortgage to the casino to exchange for 1 ghost coin. This way, you don't have to worry about me running away with the money. I have to participate in the gamble and when to leave. Hey. The green-haired punk spoke again, under Brother Zero's guidance, if you win the gamble, you can still run away with the money, isn't it the same? Is there a difference? A rhetorical question that immediately made Xian realize the flaw in her thinking. Then why don't you give me a solution? You've been mocking me for so long, you must have a solution. She shouted fiercely, gritting her teeth. Humphrey, just having a pretty face and no brains, Brother Zero is of course. Slap. Ugh. The green-haired punk clutched his stomach, his face turning pale in an instant. Brother Zero, why did you suddenly hit me? Don't ruin my reputation, although I like women, I wouldn't use this method. This tune. Seeing the coldness in Lin Yi's eyes, the green-haired punk immediately changed his words. I understand, I won't dare to do it again, please rest assured, I will never talk nonsense again. At this point, Xian also understood the unspoken words of the green-haired punk. Miss Xian, tell me your real home address, contact information, parents' work units and other relevant information. With one sentence, everyone instantly understood Lin Yi's plan. You can run away from the temple, but you can't run away from the monk. As long as Xian dared to take the ghost coins and run without fulfilling the agreement, Zero could find her in reality. After all, new players use their real appearances. However, there was a loophole. Sophia pulled Lin Yi's sleeve and said calmly, Zero, she can immediately call the police and contact the officials for protection after leaving. Nowadays, all major countries value players and wouldn't just watch you kill a ghost player. Facing the power of Xia country's officials, it wasn't worth it for Zero to push himself to the opposite side of Xia country's officials just to take revenge on a new player. Unless Zero himself was a member of Xia country's officials, but based on Sophia's contact with Zero so far, she was 90% sure that Zero was a lone ghost player. I know. Lin Yi patted Sophia, very satisfied with her performance. At least now this woman treated him as one of her own. Brother Fa, you're a member of Xia country's officials, right? Brother Fa was a little curious. Why do you think so? Just trying to ask. I don't believe it. Brother Fa didn't believe Lin Yi would simply suspect him of being a member of Xia country's officials because of this. There are 2 reasons. First is your level. Among the 4 of us, you have the highest level. I think it's very likely that you're an official, relying on the official's powerful intelligence agency to farm monsters, solve specters, gain a lot of experience, and level up. And the other point? Brother Fa continued to ask. You have the face of a good person, trying to leave a good impression on other ghost players. I think when it's almost over, you will definitely invite players who clear the instance to join Xia country's official organization, right? Ha 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 ha. Brother Fa couldn't help but laugh and applaud. Zero, join our Xia country's official organization. You have the potential and strength. I believe you can definitely become one of the world's top ghost players. Our Xia country needs outstanding talents like you. I can assure you that after you join, you will definitely have the best logistical support in our Xia country, guaranteeing your needs in all aspects. Your family will also be protected. Even if you have an accident in the instance world, you don't have to worry about your family's future life at all. In the future world changes, your family will also be protected and go to the safe zone. He directly started the invitation. It didn't make sense to miss out on a powerful player like Zero. Although Zero's level was only level 2 now, maybe the next time they met, his level would be higher than his. Brother Fa was full of confidence in this. Come to my side. Sophia spoke. The treatment that Xia country can offer, our Atlantic Federation can also offer you. I can promise you that the treatment will only be higher, not lower. I'm looking forward to meeting you offline. There are many beautiful women in our organization who like powerful ghost players the most. Since others had invited him, Sophia naturally couldn't miss out. She had also planned to invite him before the end of the mission. Compared to Brother Fa, in addition to being able to offer better conditions, her bigger advantage was that she and Zero already had a foundation of trust. Jack remained silent. It wasn't that he didn't want to invite him, but he knew his own situation. Speaking wouldn't be useful and might even make him a clown. It was better to remain silent. Everyone's eyes were on Lin Yi, waiting for him to answer. Sorry, I'm used to being free alone, but I'll consider both of your invitations. Lin Yi didn't completely refuse, leaving some room. His gaze returned to the slightly immature face of the high school girl. Brother Fa, I need you to make a promise. If Xian violates our agreement this time, I need your officials to not interfere in her affairs. Without the protection of the officials, Xian was nothing. Brother Fa didn't agree immediately. Student Xian, are you sure you want to make this loan agreement with Mr. Zero? Once you tear up the agreement, Xia country officials will not take any protective measures against you. In our official view, ghost players who break their agreements are also untrustworthy players, so don't have any delusions of luck. Xian nodded heavily and said, I never thought about breaking the agreement, but I also have no way to prove that I am trustworthy. But since Mr. Zero feels that doing so can provide some guarantee, I am willing to tell you, there is absolutely no lie. She stared at Lin Yi, her eyes flashing with sincerity. Let's go. Over there. Lin Yi took the high school girl to a remote corner. The high school girl told him the relevant information about herself and her family. After Lin Yi repeatedly asked and confirmed that there were no problems, he returned with her. Brother Zero, can we follow along? It's not suitable for her, but after the gamble starts, you can come and see. As human players, we are targeted by the casino, please pay attention to this, and I am already the casino's key concern. Haha, that's because Brother Zero is so strong. At Lin Yi's request, Brother Fa and the other three left first to look around. Lin Yi and Sophia strolled around, while the high school girl went to check the maximum limit of each high-stakes gambling project according to Lin Yi's request. I remember there was no limit before. There was only a threshold of ghost coins to enter. She realized that the casino was targeting human players, or more precisely, Zero, and had made adjustments. 10 minutes later, the high school girl met up with Lin Yi and informed him of the information she had gathered about the projects. Okay, then the gamble you're going to participate in is this one. I understand. This gamble was very simple. In her opinion, it was pure luck, but if she failed, what she lost was not just ghost coins, but also her soul. You're scared? Yes. Xian nodded directly. But I have no way out. If I lose, you will be in trouble too. 100 ghost coins, you trust me that much? She didn't expect that the ghost coins Lin Yi gave her were actually the maximum limit of 100 ghost coins, not 50. After deducting the casino's commission and the 50 ghost coins you need to leave the Royal Casino, if I only provide 50 ghost coins as principal, I still have to put in 10 ghost coins myself. I don't like losing money. I won't let you down. Remember what I said, the casino will definitely target you. Yes. She nodded heavily and went over with 100 ghost coins. After she signed up, a specter participated. And it was at this time that Lin Yi came to the scene from afar. Although he didn't know if this operation would be useful, he still tried his best to reduce the possibility of being targeted by the casino. Old Maid. The rules of the game were very simple. When all the cards in a player's hand became pairs and they lost all their cards, that player wins, and the player holding the Old Maid loses. But unlike in reality, the moment a player draws the Old Maid, they will be subjected to the spiritual erosion of the Old Maid. During the initial stage when the cards are dealt, the player holding the Old Maid will not be eroded by the Old Maid. In other words, if you draw the Old Maid too many times, even if the game is not over, the player may die because of it. Projects with a threshold of 50 ghost coins all involve life and death. Xian walked to one side of the gambling table, and on the opposite side, a pig-headed specter sat down. Its ugly appearance was still dripping with liquid. She saw Lin Yi, and her heart felt a little more at ease. With Lin Yi's support, she would definitely win this gamble, absolutely. Shuffling phase. The dealer shuffled the cards swiftly, 2 cards each from 1 to 10, plus 1 old maid, a total of 21 cards. The cards were divided into 2 piles. The playing cards were stacked together and covered with a special lid, making it impossible to see the number of cards inside. Roll the dice to determine the order of choosing the card pile. 135, the human female chooses first. 246, the specter chooses. Clatter. 3 points. Miss Zion, please choose the left pile or the right pile. I like the right side. The dealer pushed the pile on the right to Zion. The other pile was pushed in front of the pig-headed specter. Sophia noticed the change in Lin Yi's expression from the corner of her eye. What's wrong? Is there a problem? She's quite lucky. Are you sincerely sighing, or mocking? Lin Yi didn't say. Sophia still didn't get a definite answer from Lin Yi. Just know that victory belongs to us. Yes, anyway, it's not my ghost coins that are lost. If I really lose, it's you who will feel the most heartache. You'll lose both the ghost coins and a cute high school girl. Won't the compassionate Mr. Zero feel bad for several days? Slap. Lin Yi unceremoniously slapped Sophia's body, feeling the elastic and soft touch, and said with a smile, if I feel bad for several days, you'll have to feel bad too. She felt that if she continued to interact with Lin Yi, her butt would probably become well acquainted with his hand. Zion's heart sank when she saw the old maid in her hand, but she didn't fall into panic and self-pity. She put 3 pairs on the table. The pig-headed specter across from her did the same. Each side had 4 and 5 cards left in their hands. The drawing phase began. Zion drew a card, revealing a pair of 7s. Then she shuffled the 4 cards and placed them face down. The pig-headed specter looked at the 4 cards, thought for a while, and chose the leftmost one, flipping it over, revealing the old maid. A sudden, tragic scream rang out. The pig-headed specter lay on the table, screaming. Zion, who was sitting opposite, felt a chill in her heart. If she had drawn the old maid, she definitely wouldn't be able to stand it. After a while, the pig-headed specter raised its cards. Zion looked at Lin Yi and noticed his subtle hand gesture. So she slowly reached out and held a playing card. Seeing that Lin Yi didn't react, she pulled it out and revealed it. A pair of 8s. It was the pig-headed specter's turn. Soon, both sides only had the old maid and the aces scattered in their hands. It was Zion's turn to draw. At this time, the pig-headed specter didn't choose to look at the cards, but placed them face down on the table. Arg! It urged the human woman to draw quickly. Zion looked at Lin Yi again. Following his prompt, she put her hand on the card on the right, but found Lin Yi shaking his head in denial. Then she saw Lin Yi shaking his head again. Which one is it? Neither? Zion cried out in her heart, completely at a loss. Wait, something's not right. She recalled Lin Yi's words. Targeted by the casino. She was being targeted by the casino. No matter which card she flipped over with her hand, it would definitely be the old maid. What to do? How to solve this? She knew this was her only chance. Unconsciously, she looked towards Lin Yi, her eyes pleading for help. Gradually, she opened her eyes and smiled. So there was such a solution. Zion put her hand on the card on the right. Dealer. Miss, what can I do for you? I'd like to ask you a favor. Go ahead. Please help me open the card on the left. I choose the card on the left. Dealer? Audience? Please open it. At her request, the dealer slowly reached out, and she kept observing Lin Yi. Seeing that Lin Yi didn't stop him, she held her breath and waited. Swoosh. The dealer flipped over the card on the left. It was an ace. The gamble was over, she won. At this moment, the high school girl cried tears of joy. She won, she actually won. Sophia looked at the man beside her, amazed by his solution. So you can flip the cards like that. At least she hadn't thought of it. Chapter 107 Extortion. Leave a legend from the very beginning. They lured players to participate in the casino's Find the Ghost card game, attempting to capture the souls of all 7 players. Then came the sick bow game with its triple leopard, the soul-eating shark with its changing cavities, and now this. Every gamble has been a strong signal from the casino, targeting human players. As players, they cannot solely rely on luck, they must also engage in a psychological battle with the casino. Only by understanding the casino's mindset can they find a glimmer of hope and win ghost coins. Sophia recalled the eerie instances she had encountered so far. She wondered if her excessive trust in Lin Yi in this casino, and the resulting lack of survival pressure, had caused her to stop racking her brains for a way to survive. Perhaps. That was it. Because it was gambling, because she had capital, she didn't need to fight for her life. Even when she accepted Lin Yi's request and risked participating in the soul-eating shark gamble, deep down she still felt safe, believing her life wasn't in danger. Even when she realized midway that Lin Yi had deceived her and she could die at any moment, she chose to trust him one last time and didn't rely on her own wisdom to solve the problem. I need to change this. I can't rely on this man anymore, Sophia muttered to herself. But she didn't realize she had spoken her thoughts aloud. Are you sure? Huh? Did I just say what was on my mind? Not relying on me is fine, but if you lose all your ghost coins, don't come begging me to lend you any. Sophia smiled awkwardly. For this royal casino instance, I definitely need to rely on your strength and wisdom. 0. I have no confidence in winning against the cunning and treachery of the casino. As a weak woman, I definitely can't outsmart it. But after this instance was over, she would revert to her original self, the strong and independent woman she was. I think you can give it a try, you might even do better than me. How is that possible? There's no way I could be better than you. Sophia immediately wrapped her arms around Lin Yi's arm, a gentle smile like a spring breeze on her face, her eyes sparkling with affection. If Lin Yi decided to stop helping her, how would she earn more ghost coins? She still had her eyes on the items and ghost items in the exchange area. Feeling the ample bosom pressed against him, Lin Yi decided to let this woman off the hook for the sake of those big buns. He had always been someone who responded better to soft tactics than hard ones, and even then, it depended on the occasion and his mood. At the scene, the girl with the single ponytail on the stage was now excitedly standing up, unable to conceal the smile on her face. Only the dealer looked grim, while the pig-headed ghost opposite her had turned pale and was trembling all over. It immediately turned and leaped, attempting to escape, its explosive movements showcasing unprecedented momentum. Whoosh! But an invisible barrier in the area stopped it. Ow ow ow! Its eyes bloodshot, it slammed its fist against the invisible wall. Thump, 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 the heavy blows continued, but the invisible wall remained unaffected. The next second, the ghost card on the table emitted a black and purple light, and a pitch-black hand shot out, roaring as it lunged towards the pig-headed ghost. This change shocked the pig-headed ghost, who roared and gathered all its strength. It was no match for the black hand of the ghost card. In a mere instant, it was lying on the ground, its fat body hoisted upside down. Humphrey, Humphrey! Casino! Tricked me! It roared, glaring at the dealer, then looking in a certain direction. Crack, crack. As if some sensitive switch had been triggered, before the pig-headed ghost could finish its sentence, it lost its life with heart-wrenching screams. Its gray soul was forcibly absorbed and swallowed until it completely disappeared, leaving only some residue in the air. So satisfying. Tear it apart, devour it, struggle, resist, scream. The surrounding audience went wild, the spectating ghosts had been anticipating this scene. The loser accepting punishment was the most exciting part of the gamble. They thought it would be even more exciting if the punished one were human. Lin Yi pondered the meaning of this punishment. Was it merely to add excitement to the gamble and attract more thrill-seeking spectators? That should be one of the reasons. But what was the purpose of this casino? From beginning to end, the casino aimed to obtain souls, but what were those souls used for? Lin Yi didn't know for now, but collecting a large number of souls must be to achieve something, to fulfill some purpose. This was the reason behind the creation of this otherworldly royal casino. He thought for a moment, but considering there were no more clues or evidence, he stopped this fruitless line of thought. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, Lin Yi looked at the high school girl on stage. Facing the scene of the pig-headed ghost being torn to pieces and devoured alive by the black hand of the ghost card, the girl's face was pale with fear, her heart pounding violently. If she had lost, the fate of the pig-headed ghost would have been hers. Xian felt a wave of dizziness. Xian! Suddenly, Lin Yi's voice called out. She looked up and saw Lin Yi walking over. After the pig-headed ghost was executed, the ghost card game officially ended, and the invisible barrier at the scene disappeared, allowing free entry and exit. Mr. Zero, thank you for your help. Xian immediately bowed to Lin Yi in gratitude. She knew that without the strong external support provided by Lin Yi, she would never have won this gamble. If she had relied solely on luck to participate in this game, she would have been the one who lost. We have a contractual partnership. I provide the capital, you put in the effort, it's very fair. But Xian understood that all she had contributed was her last chance to gamble. Without Lin Yi's investment and support, she was nothing. What she could do, anyone could do. Xian saw the green-haired gangster in the crowd at a glance. At this moment, the green-haired gangster was filled with envy. With a stake of 100 ghost coins, she won another 100, and after deducting the casino's commission, she still profited 90 ghost coins. In just one hand, she had already won enough ghost coins to successfully leave the casino and return to reality. In any case, please accept my gratitude. If you are in Hang City, please give me the opportunity to treat you to a meal to express my gratitude. An offline date? I appreciate your kindness. Zion's eyes dimmed slightly. But things aren't completely over yet. Huh? Zion was puzzled, and Sophia beside Lin Yi was also confused. What wasn't over yet? The gamble was over, the pig-headed ghost had been completely absorbed by the ghost card, what else was there? Lin Yi walked up to Zion, and under her nervous gaze, placed one hand on the face-down playing card. Dealer, you wouldn't want the other guests in the casino to know that this card is the ghost card, would you? His lowered voice reached the dealer's ears, every word clear. Dealer? Zion? Sophia? Lin Yi smiled at the dealer, causing the dealer to break out in a cold sweat. It was a ghost, a being that should instill fear in humans, born from darkness, yet at this moment, it felt a sense of dread towards Lin Yi. Guest, you. Are you sure you want me to flip it over? Lin Yi's voice was still soft, and the calm look in his eyes made the dealer gulp. Could it be that this really was the ghost card? Lin Yi's calm demeanor showed his absolute confidence. He hadn't anticipated this at first. In his opinion, even if the first two cards were both ghost cards, with one exposed, the other should have changed back to an ace. But he had casually glanced at it just now, and using his superpower to see through the card, he discovered that the face-down card was still the ghost card, with no sign of changing. Even now, it showed no sign of changing. So, there was a bug in this casino's operation. Having the dealer reveal the card didn't turn the other card into an ace. And once this was exposed, the Royal Casino's credibility would be completely destroyed. No ghost would trust a casino that cheated, no ghost would come to this casino again. Please wait. The dealer realized that this was definitely not something it could decide on its own. It hurriedly left. Many spectators in the outer circle were curious. Lin Yi made a gesture to Brother Fa, who nodded. Soon, many casino staff arrived at the scene, saying that they needed to tidy up the area and asking the guests to leave and play at other tables. However, Brother Fa, along with Jack and the green-haired gangster, stayed where they were and, after some negotiation, managed to keep a few ghosts at the scene. This gave the casino a headache. Should they force them to leave? If they forcibly removed them, it would only further provoke them, leading to the worst possible outcome. A moment later, the familiar manager, Jay, arrived in front of Lin Yi. Mr. Zero, give me some face. Give you face. You almost cheated us out of our souls. Manager Jay also knew that Lin Yi wouldn't give him any face. 50 ghost coins. I'd rather flip it over. Lin Yi pretended to be about to flip the card. Manager Jay's expression changed. Please wait, 100 ghost coins. 100 per person. Manager Jay looked at the three of them and nodded in agreement. For all of our players. The manager looked at the three people in the outer circle and finally gritted his teeth and agreed. Alright, a total of 700 ghost coins, no credit. There are only 6 of you here. Even if Celeste isn't here, and may have even left the casino and returned to reality, the fact that she is one of our human players won't change. I'm her good friend, and I definitely need to get her share of the ghost coins. Lin Yi spoke righteously, almost making people believe that Celeste was really his good friend. Manager Jay pursed his lips and finally gave in with a sigh. He had already agreed to 600 ghost coins, and 700 was only 100 more. You are the most cunning and treacherous human player I have ever met. 700 ghost coins, plus the previous 600, amounted to a total of 1,300 ghost coins. This guy had only officially participated in 2 gambles, and if he were to participate in all of them, how many ghost coins could he accumulate? Manager Jay couldn't imagine. Thank you for the compliment. Your bad review is the greatest compliment to me. Manager Jay agreed to Lin Yi's conditions, and Lin Yi also signaled to Brother Fa, who then stopped trying to keep the ghost guests. Finally, the ghost guests were led away by the staff. After all, with the compensation of 1 ghost coin from the staff, the ghost guests were satisfied and didn't insist on staying. Miss Zion, this is 200 ghost coins. Aren't you going to take a commission? How would we dare take a commission from your ghost coins? No, we caused you an unpleasant experience. Consider the commission as our compensation to you. 200 ghost coins were handed to Zion. Lin Yi also received the 700 ghost coins he had extorted. But Mr. Zero, aren't you afraid that our casino will turn hostile? Will you? No. How could he possibly say yes? That's settled then. Besides, I also want to see what happens if your casino turns hostile and doesn't fear exposure. That would certainly be interesting. This human must be crazy. Will the casino officially cheating cause this glorious royal casino to decline and fall, becoming a thing of the past in the other world, causing this otherworldly location chosen as an instance to disappear someday in the future? Manager Jay's eyes widened, feeling that this human was terrifying. After exchanging a few pleasantries, it left. Mr. Zero, this is your 150 ghost coins. Zion handed 150 ghost coins to Lin Yi. Lin Yi accepted them directly and stuffed them into his bag, which was also provided by the casino. He was now a rich man with over 1,000 ghost coins. Ahem. Sophia coughed. Brother Fa and the other two also came over. You didn't seem to do much. Lin Yi looked at Sophia and couldn't help but tease her. I cheered you on. I stood by your side to be pleasing to the eye and keep you in a good mood, isn't that enough? It is. Lin Yi distributed the spoils, giving each of them 50 ghost coins as a reward. Out of the 700 ghost coins, he distributed 250. Zero Jeej, you're too good to us, woo woo woo. Sophia almost wanted to give him a kiss. She thought Lin Yi would give them 10 ghost coins each at most, but he actually gave them 50 each. His heart was definitely broad. What a good man. This kind of person was definitely worth relying on. In future instances, she would definitely trust Lin Yi. Brother Fa and Jack shared the same thoughts. Zero Jeej, I don't need it. Zion looked at the extra 50 ghost coins in her hand, her eyes filled with emotion. Unlike Celeste, who had drained her dry, deceived her, and then heartlessly abandoned her, Lin Yi not only helped her out of danger but also gave her 50 ghost coins. I have a condition, of course, you can refuse, I won't force you. Zero Jeej, please tell me. Each player can only exchange for one item in the exchange area. I need you to exchange for an item for me. Sophia suddenly remembered this. At first, she thought that earning 50 ghost coins would be a lot. Even if she had extra ghost coins, she could only exchange for one item within her ghost coin limit and wouldn't have enough to exchange for a second item. But now it was different. Not to mention Zero, even she had enough ghost coins to exchange for 2 items. Unfortunately, each player could only exchange for one, the quantity was limited. I promise you, without you, there would be no me. It's my honor to help you. Zion agreed and pushed the 50 ghost coins back to Lin Yi. The extra ghost coins are useless to me, Zero Jeej, you keep them. I never take back what I give. If you really think you don't need the ghost coins, you can give them to Brother Fa. Lin Yi pointed out a way for Zion. Seeing Lin Yi say this, Brother Fa didn't hesitate. Zion, as a member of the Xia country official personnel, let me briefly explain some things about the Eerie Games to you. He began to explain, and the only remaining newcomer, the green-haired gangster, also pricked up his ears to listen. Although this game had already given him a taste of the difficulty of the Eerie Games, it was impossible for him to give up just like that. This was one of his few chances to change his life and become someone of importance. In the current South Peninsula country, with its limited upward mobility, becoming a ghost player was his last chance. After listening to Brother Fa, Zion lowered her head slightly, lost in thought. As a member of the Xia country official personnel, I hope you become a ghost player. Every ghost player is precious to Xia country, and the country will provide you with all kinds of support, train you, and increase your survival rate. And you will accept the tasks assigned to you by the country and contribute to the country and the protection of the people. This was Brother Fa's thoughts as an official. But as a 40-year-old father with a 13-year-old lovely daughter, from a father's perspective, I hope you refuse the invitation to become a player. Once you become a ghost player, you have one foot on the death line and could die at any moment. No one knows how long you can live, no one can be sure. And you will face hardship, eerie crises, and terror will constantly attack you. Even he himself was the same. The moment he became a ghost player, his life and death were no longer under his control. But Brother Fa didn't regret it. Compared to accidentally dying in an eerie incident someday in the future, he would rather choose to face the eerie directly, to create better conditions for himself and his family, so that his family could live a better life in the future. Zion clenched her fists, her eyes flickering with conflict. For the former option, keep your ghost coins for yourself. You can even sell them in the future if you want, but please give me priority. If you choose the latter, you can sell the ghost coins to me. The current market price is 100,000 yuan for 50 ghost coins, and I can give you 200,000 yuan. Ghost coins were currently in high demand but low supply, as almost no players chose to sell them for real-world cash. 200,000. It was really a lot. Even her homeroom teacher would have to work for a year to earn that much money. However, Zion's heart was in turmoil. Should she choose to become a player and face danger, or choose the latter and leave the Eerie Games, continuing her previous life? If she chose the latter, she would lose all memories of the Royal Casino. She would forget everything here. The girl with the black single ponytail unconsciously looked at Lin Yi, her flickering eyes seemingly seeking his help, hoping that he could give her an answer. Living a peaceful and stable life is also a kind of happiness, Zion. You trusted Celeste easily and were cheated out of all your ghost coins, and similar things will only happen more often in the future. Lin Yi's words made Zion's heart sink even further. She really doesn't seem suited to survive in this dog-eat-dog world. At this time, Lin Yi took a step forward and pulled the girl's lapel, holding her chin with one hand, smiling brightly. Woman, I already know your home address. I am very interested in you, and you don't want your parents to get hurt, do you? You know what you should do, right? Zion's eyes widened, her whole body trembled, subconsciously wanting to get away, but was caught tightly, unable to move. Zero? Is Zero this kind of person? She couldn't believe it at all. Zero? This isn't how you pretend to be a villain, don't scare her. Brother Fa said helplessly. Lin Yi shrugged and released the girl's lapel. Look, you can't even judge whether I'm good or evil, so how can you survive in a strange game? The girl blushed, as if wanting to refute, but felt that this was the reality placed in front of her. It was meaningless for her to deny it again. She really wasn't suited to survive in this dangerous and deceitful world. Brother Fa, I want to ask you something. Lin Yi thought of something. As a member of Xiaogo's official staff, Brother Fa should have relevant information. You say it, as long as it doesn't involve secrets, I can tell you. Is it possible for a newcomer who refuses an invitation to be involved in a strange game and receive an invitation again? I don't know if that kind of situation counts. There really is? Once a newcomer who refuses an invitation encounters an accidental death in reality, they will be pulled into a strange game. At the same time, their lost memories will be restored. If they pass the new mission instance, they will survive and continue to live in reality as a player. It was different from a normal invitation, but it was also an invitation. So the accident was really an accident. According to the information we have, it is indeed an accident, not an accidental death caused by the guidance of a strange game. Players die in strange instances, and the player will die in reality in the form of suicide, car accidents and other accidents, but relying on the country's current large database and summarized rules, it is still possible to distinguish between real accidents and accidents caused by strange games. No matter how well disguised a suicide caused by a strange game is, as long as you carefully distinguish it, you can still be sure. Lin Yi responded. At least for now, it seemed that players who chose to refuse the invitation would not be deliberately invited back by the strange game. On the contrary, being invited again at the moment of accidental death was an extra chance to save one's life. The strange game still seemed to be paying attention to those who refused the invitation and continued their normal lives in reality. Lin Yi focused on memorizing this information in his mind, and after leaving the instance, he would record this information in his notebook for future unified analysis and thinking. Lin Yi had vaguely become the center of this six-person group. Sophia and the female high school student naturally went without saying. The green-haired gangster was willing to transform into the #1 loyal dog for the sake of strange coins, and the red-haired strongman Jack was the same. He would not go against strange coins either. As for Brother Fa, who was the oldest and had an official identity, he had now also recognized Lin Yi's central position. It was a good thing to have such a player with him to earn strange coins, and he could be happy to relax. Haha. Suddenly, Brother Fa laughed. I was planning to rely on my own strength to earn 50 strange coins, or even 100 strange coins, to exchange for props, but now I'm thinking of earning more strange coins with you. Isn't that good? Good, of course it's good. Brother Fa said with a bright smile. It wasn't shameful to earn strange coins with Lin Yi. The real benefits were the real ones. But let me say in advance, the strange coins earned under my guidance will have to pay remuneration according to the proportion. No problem. Brother Fa agreed directly. Jack had no objection either. Earning strange coins by dozens and dozens, and giving half of the profit to Lin Yi, was a matter of course. If Lin Yi was a good person and didn't need remuneration, he would think that Lin Yi was either naive to the point of stupidity, or had deeper motives. Except for the absent Celestia, the six-person group reached a unified consensus. Lin Yi looked at the casino and smiled. This made the casino staff feel a chill down their spines. Let's go. The six-person group started their sweeping majestically. The limit is 50 strange coins? So little? What else is there to play? Lin Yi didn't expect that the casino would lower the limit for all items. There used to be 100, but now there were only 50. If this continued, he was afraid that there wouldn't even be 50. Let's take turns. Okay. A new round began. 5 minutes later, Sophia came out first. After experiencing another life and death gamble, she won 49 strange coins, of which 24 were given to Lin Yi as remuneration. It's all about the heartbeat. Sophia looked at the others. Although there was Lin Yi's off-site support, there would still be pressure under life and death. After 3 rounds, the casino unilaterally stopped the items that required 50 strange coins. Can't afford to play. Not even willing to lose 50 strange coins. Lin Yi had no choice but to take people to ordinary items. Later, even the limits of ordinary items were lowered. Obviously, the casino didn't want to play with them and wanted them to leave early. Finally, after rounds and rounds, all the players' gambling times had been used up. And Lin Yi's strange coins had exceeded 1,000, reaching 1,057. A big harvest. And the second most was Sophia, who also had a full 502 strange coins. As for the others, except for the female high school student who only had 100 strange coins, the strange coins in the pockets of the rest had doubled. Veteran players Jack and Brother Fa both said that it felt different to have a professional player lead the way. As for why Lin Yi was so powerful, the two also had guesses. Perspective, but not a perspective skill. The Royal Casino in the inner world prohibited the use of player skills. But it did not mean that other things could not be used. In addition to skills, there were props, and the props used by Lin Yi were definitely not ordinary props, most likely strange objects, but excessive use of strange objects would definitely be eroded by strangeness. According to the number of times Lin Yi had used them, if he was really using strange objects, his degree of erosion would definitely be very deep. Therefore, after eliminating all other possibilities, what Lin Yi obtained was a blessing. Only a blessing could be used without side effects. Blessing. That was the best thing. There was no player who didn't want it, but very few players could get it. Jack didn't ask, Brother Fa didn't ask, even Sophia, who now seemed to have a very close relationship with Lin Yi, was already tired of Lin Yi, and was occasionally taken advantage of by Lin Yi, did not ask. Skills, strange objects, blessings and other information were all the player's own top secret information, related to future survival. Rashly asking would only lead to disgust. If the relationship wasn't in place, no one would ask, and even if the relationship was in place, asking would probably cause cracks in the relationship. Therefore, not asking was the best choice. Let's go to the exchange area. After Lin Yi finished speaking, he turned around and headed towards the exchange and mortgage area, but he saw the bunny girl he had chatted with in the hall at first glance. Lin Yi greeted her, and the bunny girl swayed her graceful figure and came over. Guest, you are really amazing. Now you have become the most unwelcome guest in our casino. Ha ha ha. The bunny girl laughed. It was the first time she had seen a human who won until the casino's face changed. Thank you for the compliment. After saying that, Lin Yi stuffed 2 strange coins into the bunny girl's chest. Guest, you're so annoying. Just say you want to touch, don't use this method. Forget it if you don't like it. No, I like it very much, please give me more. What are the precautions for the exchange, any suggestions? Guest, have you won 1,000 strange coins now? The bunny girl looked at Lin Yi's bulging waist bag and asked, yes. Then you go to the exchange area and directly ask the front desk to give you an admission ticket to our casino. Guests who have obtained more than 1,000 strange coins in a single time will be able to get an admission ticket to our casino. The old players were shocked and showed envious expressions. Admission ticket. This was an admission ticket to actively come to the inner world. Can I still come here to gamble? I don't think so, you have already left a legend in our casino, the casino will not welcome you. You came here this time because of him. The casino cannot refuse, but the next time you come, the casino can refuse you. The bunny girl continued. Lin Yi realized that his idea of coming here to make a fortune was shattered, but his superpower perspective was about to expire, and the transformed perspective skill was also afraid of failing in this casino. So, it was better to keep his mystery and strength. Let his legend stay in the Royal Casino forever. Maybe he could still come to threaten the casino and squeeze out some oil and water. He couldn't help but think. Chapter 108, Instance Clear Gamblers deserve a miserable death. This is discrimination, blatant discrimination. I just got a bit lucky today, accidentally won a bit more. How can the casino discriminate against a guest like me? The bunny girl's smile grew even brighter. Who would believe that Lin Yi was just a bit lucky? No one would believe it. Lovely bunny girl, you must have a way to let me come back to the casino, right? The bunny girl saw Lin Yi reach into his bag, grab a handful of Eri coins, and try to stuff them into her hand. She immediately stepped back, vigorously shaking her hands in refusal. Guest, there's no way, I really can't. These Eri coins were too much for her. What a pity, Royal Casino doesn't have the grandeur or luxury befitting its name at all. The bunny girl could only offer an awkward smile. This admission ticket, you can give it to a friend or sell it. I'm sure there are people in human society willing to pay a hefty price for it. You can also use this ticket to come to our casino, but not to gamble here instead, to go out into the world. Her gaze turned to the scenery outside the casino doors as she continued, "The world outside the casino is even more exciting, but also more dangerous. I think you've noticed that the eerie beings in the Royal Casino are quite rational. We, including the staff, are bound by the casino's rules and regulations. Many of our inherent natures are suppressed, but the outside world is different. But I believe you'll be fine, guest. You're the first human player I've seen to earn 1,000 eerie coins." The bunny girl provided a lot of information. It gave him a better understanding of the casino and the outside world. The world outside the casino must be a dog-eat-dog world, even more brutal and cold than here. Lin Yi took out 3 eerie coins and stuffed them into the bunny girl's chest again. "Thank you. You're welcome. You're an important guest of mine." Feeling the eerie coins in her chest, her smile grew even brighter, almost as if she wanted to cling to him. Could anything be more enticing than eerie coins? Definitely not. "Guest, are you leaving now?" What a shame. I was hoping to spend more time with you. I know a certain place that's quite private." As soon as she said this, except for the high school girls Aizen, who didn't understand the implication, everyone else got it. Sophia snorted. Was this damn rabbit in heat? Trying to seduce her man right in front of her? Not her man. She and Zero were just in a cooperative relationship. Any liberties taken during their cooperation were just rewards for his help. The green-haired guy gave a thumbs up, his heart fluttering. He really wanted to experience being pursued by a beautiful woman like this. As long as he kept getting stronger and became a higher-level eerie player, he could definitely enjoy such treatment. Lin Yi smiled and walked over to the bunny girl. "I could stay a bit longer. How could I refuse a beauty's invitation?" The bunny girl was taken aback. Well, guest, once your betting turns are used up, you actually have to leave within half an hour. Otherwise, he will forcibly remove you." That meant they had about 20 minutes left to go to the redemption area and confirm their exchanged items. Slap. Lin Yi raised his hand and gave the bunny girl's butt a hard smack, causing a ripple of flesh. "You didn't mention such important information. You deserve this. Woo-woo? Let me rub it for you. There, it won't hurt." The bunny girl shyly ran off. She didn't want Lin Yi to keep rubbing her. But at Lin Yi's beckoning, though wary, she walked back, her hands covering her butt, as if to prevent any further attacks. Seeing Lin Yi take out 2 more eerie coins, the bunny girl didn't take them. My butt is off limits. My tail too. Ha, I promised you a drink. Buy it yourself." He stuffed the remaining odd eerie coins into her hand. "Don't forget what I asked you earlier. If you get accurate information, I'll reward you handsomely. Leave it to me. I'll definitely find out about that school and hotel for you." The bunny girl patted her chest, assuring Lin Yi. Lin Yi waved goodbye to the bunny girl. Only after the 6 of them disappeared around the corner did the bunny girl finally look away. Her smiling expression gradually returned to calm. Interesting human. Feeling the lingering pain in her butt, the corners of her lips curled into a faint smile. Meeting outside the casino. I wonder what interesting things will happen? She was looking forward to it. But today was a great harvest. 9 eerie coins for free. The other casino staff must be so envious. Though, remembering how he had taken liberties with her, she couldn't help but let out a soft huff. For the sake of the eerie coins, she decided not to dwell on it. Then, the bunny girl returned to her tray, placing new drinks on it. "Spending my own money on drinks is such a waste. You still owe me a drink." Meanwhile, Lin Yi and his group of 6 arrived at the redemption area. The front desk was still manned by the grinning female eerie receptionist. "Here are 1,000 eerie coins." The receptionist nodded. Soon, a card was handed to Lin Yi. Lin Yi took it. It was a golden card with a resplendent building design. The words Royal Casino stood out in bold black font, with elegant calligraphy blending seamlessly into the intricate patterns. Below, eerie coins adorned the card as embellishments. Name, admission ticket Royal Casino, type, eerie item, quality, white, ability. Using this ticket allows entry into the Royal Casino in the inner world. Activity duration is 2 hours, with a cooldown of 7 days. Usage conditions, none. Usage method. Hold the ticket and silently recite "Enter the Royal Casino." Note 1. This is an admission ticket to the Royal Casino. Heaven and hell are separated by a thin line. Note 2. Let's hope you're not an unwelcome guest at the casino. Special reminder, small bets are for fun, big bets harm the body. And here, if you're not careful, even your soul could be lost. Similar to the movie ticket from Kyoto High School, but compared to that, this admission ticket could only be used by 1 person. It was a bit inferior to the movie ticket. At least with the weekly sub-tickets, multiple people could enter simultaneously or a single person could stay for an extended period. Lin Yi thought it was just okay. But having it was better than not. Big Brother Zero. Sophia latched onto him again, her face beaming with a smile, her ample bosom showcasing its astonishing elasticity and softness. We're not that close. Come on, Big Brother Zero, think about it. This admission ticket isn't that useful to you anyway. Why not give it to me? I'm willing to pay a sum that'll satisfy you. Of course, we can also offer eerie items for you to choose from. We can trade item for item. Admission ticket eerie items, though only white tier, the lowest grade of eerie items, had the effect of entering the inner world. For major countries and organizations in the real world, this was extremely valuable. They were willing to spend huge sums to collect them, even willing to exchange for blue tier eerie items. If the effects were particularly good, they'd even trade purple tier items. Really? Really? Sophia nodded. You know the consequences of breaking the contract, right? Of course, how could I possibly break it? Sophia's eyes grew even more fervent. Brother Fa, watching anxiously, said, Mr. Zero, our Xia Kingdom is also willing. Whatever conditions Miss Sophia can offer, we can match. Sophia glared. She knew this middle-aged man from Xia Kingdom wouldn't let this opportunity slip. Jack was also tempted. Eerie items that allowed entry into the inner world were extremely precious. His organization had been trying various methods to obtain them but had found nothing. If he could get this admission ticket, his status in the organization would undoubtedly rise by 2 levels. He was also very eager. Mr. Zero, this is my eerie item, blue tier, with a decent effect. If you're interested, we can trade for the admission ticket. With that, Jack took out his eerie item and handed it to Lin Yi. He wasn't worried that Zero would choose not to return the strange object after obtaining it, but rather he had trust in Zero's character. Zero was not the kind of fickle and treacherous person. Under the current premise that both sides were still in a companion relationship, Zero would not choose to snatch it in such a way, as there were other people present. Lin Yi took it and looked at the strange object in his hand. It was a dark blue packaged plastic box. Name, Dazzle Gum, category, strange object, quality, blue, ability, produces 1 piece of chewing gum daily, with a maximum of 28 pieces. Chewing 1 piece of gum can resist and slow down the erosion of strangeness, maintaining rationality for 1 minute. Usage condition, none. How to use: open the package and put the chewing gum into your mouth to chew. Remark 1, essential item for strange games, the best tool for maintaining rationality. Remark 2, a precious strange object that will not be eroded by strangeness. Eating 28 pieces of chewing gum at once allows you to experience the taste of flying in the sky. Special reminder, let's dazzle together. A strange object that maintains rationality and resists the erosion of strangeness. This is quite rare in strange games. The longest duration can reach 28 minutes, which can be said to be a considerable amount of time in any instance. Nearly half an hour is enough time for players to gain valuable thinking time. Not bad, right? Jack saw Lin Yi's excited reaction. He knew that compared to the 2 veteran players, Brother Fa and Sophia, he had no advantage. Therefore, he could only take out this precious strange object in his hand. Fortunately, he brought the strange object this time. If he only brought chewing gum, he would have no capital to compete with the other players. Brother Zero, I have it too. Sophia also took out her strange object, and Brother Fa naturally didn't fall behind. As players backed by national institutions, they have reached this point today, and they all have 1 or 2 strange objects in their hands. Demon Breaking Dagger, Protective Talisman, Protective Shield, Hamster Heavy Hammer. Some are of white quality, and some are of blue quality. Putting aside the quality, in Lin Yi's view, the effects are a little worse compared to Dazzle Gum. If you are not satisfied with these strange objects, you can also choose. We can send you a list of strange objects that can be exchanged. Money is even less of a problem. If you need weapons, you can also choose whatever you want, and I will definitely satisfy you. Sophia said directly. The conditions of our Xia country are only higher, not lower. As fellow Xia country people, I hope you will give priority to considering our Xia country. After all, if you go to trade with the Atlantic Federation, you might be detained along with your items. Sophia's mouth twitched. I guarantee that this will not happen. Absolutely not. Ms. Sophia's promise is not very credible. After all, you are not a big deal in the Atlantic Federation. In terms of credibility, the Atlantic Federation is indeed much worse. We in Xia country don't have to worry about this problem. Mr. Zero can freely choose any transaction method, and we will absolutely satisfy it. If you want to continue to conceal your identity, we will never investigate further. We can maintain a good cooperative relationship between us. If you want to join our official organization, you only need to make a phone call to contact us. Brother Fa also knew his disadvantages, just afraid that Zero would be tempted and be fooled by Sophia. Zero has taken advantage of Sophia more than once or twice. Obviously, Zero likes women. Brother Zero. Sophia launched a beauty offensive. Her coquettish and spoiled appearance almost made Brother Fa unable to watch it any longer. Brother Fa felt that if a beautiful woman from the official Xia country came this time, it might be better. In an instant, a figure of a woman appeared in his mind. That was a strong woman with both beauty and strength, at the top level of strange players in Xia country. Brother Fa immediately shook his head. It was simply impossible for her to act coquettishly and flirt with Zero. Lin Yi understood the three people's thoughts. All three of them wanted the entry ticket in his hand, just as he had initially expected. The entry ticket to enter the inner world was very rare and precious in the real world. The quality is white level, but it is very precious. In other words, I help you get an entry ticket, and you use strange objects or other items to trade with me. Can I understand that? Yes. It's just that how come Lin Yi's words sound a bit strange? Then there is no problem, I will accept this strange object. Lin Yi was referring to the Dazzle gum. Suddenly, Jack showed a happy expression. With an entry ticket, his status in the organization has been improved, and better strange objects are not a simple matter. The organization will not treat this meritorious minister badly. Sophia and Brother Fa showed disappointed expressions. It seems that this strange object that looks like chewing gum has a very good effect, so good that Lin Yi has made a choice now. Sophia sighed that she was not successful, and sacrificed her beauty for nothing, alas. She sighed. With a snap, Sophia looked at Lin Yi as if she had been hit hard. What? You hit me again? You are not allowed to hit me. If you don't exchange the entry ticket for me, how can you still hit me? You can't hit me anymore. The blonde girl took a step back, covering the buttocks. What are you doing in a daze? Don't you want the entry ticket? Huh? This suddenly made Jack confused. Didn't you agree to exchange with me? Why did it change? And Sophia slowly widened her eyes filled with joy, and excitedly stepped forward, almost wanting to hug Lin Yi to express the excitement in her heart. You really still like me? Woo-woo, it's not in vain that I was taken advantage of by you so much. This bit of sacrifice is worth it. Borrow you 500 strange coins, make it 1,000, and you can go to the front desk to get it. Sophia? Brother Fa? Jack? Front desk? The scene was suddenly silent. Can it still be operated like this? But it seems. Maybe. It's possible. Sophia slowly widened her eyes, her breathing quickened. She just wanted to say, how did your brain grow? You can still operate like this. Forget it, if you don't want it. No, I want it. Sophia immediately stopped him, indicating that she wanted it. Lin Yi was too lazy to bother, and directly stuffed the bag containing 1,000 strange coins into Sophia's hands. At this moment, Sophia is the nouveau riche with 1,500 strange coins. Her heart beat faster, feeling the heavy bag of strange coins in her hand. A certain idea kept emerging in her mind. The blonde beauty's eyes met Lin Yi's, and she couldn't help but ask, aren't you afraid that I will run away with the money? As long as you are not worried about meeting me again and being tricked to death by me. Sophia's mind suddenly became clearer. She had already thought of this, but she still couldn't help but ask Lin Yi, seeking Lin Yi's true thoughts on this. I am not that kind of woman. She carried the bag and came to the front desk, looking at the female strange being at the front desk. At this time, the female strange being was silent. This is the first time I have encountered this situation. Because in the past, no player had ever collected 1,000 strange coins, let alone the situation of lending strange coins to obtain an entry ticket. Humans are so scary. Guessed this. Don't I have 1,000 strange coins? Sophia snorted, arrogant, showing the arrogance of a blonde mature woman. Finally, the front desk still gave it. Then there was the female high school student. It's better to take it for nothing, and Xian was very obedient and well-behaved. After getting the entry ticket, she immediately returned the entry ticket and the strange coins to Lin Yi. Brother Fa naturally didn't need to say much, credit is the most important thing. If he breached the contract and embezzled these 1,000 strange coins, it would cause Xia country to lose a powerful strange player, which would not be worth the loss. As for Jack, to be honest, he really wanted both the strange coins and the entry ticket now. However, looking at Lin Yi and Sophia, and Brother Fa's gaze, he also knew that if he really did this, he would not be far from death. A promising strange player, two players belonging to the official of a big country, the alliance of the three was not something he could afford. Even if he had the backing of an organization, the organization would not risk everything for him. The most likely scenario was that they would sacrifice him to appease the others. Brother Zero. Only the green-haired hooligan was left. He also had this one chance. As long as Lin Yi was willing to lend him 1,000 strange coins, he could also get an entry ticket. Brother Zero, I am your loyal follower, I will never betray you. You certainly won't dislike having more of a good thing like an entry ticket. He just wanted to get a free admission ticket to give to Zero, to establish a friendly relationship with Zero. This kind of powerful connection must be firmly held on to. What if in the future, he can continue to rely on this connection to soar? To be honest, I don't really trust you. I know, I'm not a great person, but I can still recognize reality. Although I'm greedy, I also know what I can and cannot covet. I would never dare to scheme against anything of yours, Zero, really. Is that so? The green-haired thug took the ticket with trembling hands. He really wanted to run away immediately. But he held back. He now deeply understands the importance of having a trustworthy companion. To go further in the eerie game, besides one's own strength, one also needs trustworthy and powerful companions. Here, Brother Zero. The green-haired thug handed the admission ticket and the eerie coins to Lin Yi. Lin Yi only took the eerie coins. Ah. Brother Zero, you are. The green-haired thug was shocked. I'm curious to see how far you can go in the future. Consider this admission ticket as my investment in you. You can use it yourself, sell it to a financial conglomerate, join the official ranks of the Southern Peninsula as a token to elevate your status and position, or something else. Lin Yi glanced at Sophia and Brother Fa. No organization would ever have enough admission tickets. Thank you, Brother Zero, I will not disappoint you. When you come to our peninsula country in the future, I will definitely arrange for you to meet the most beautiful female celebrities of our peninsula. 10, I will definitely satisfy you, let you experience the charm and elegance of our peninsula's sexy long-legged female celebrities. Men, they all like beautiful women. Especially in the eyes of the green-haired thug, Zero is the kind of man who likes women, otherwise, why would he be so hands-on with Sophia and the bunny girl? Then I look forward to it. Lin Yi looked at the other two. I have given the admission ticket, please send me the list of selectable eerie objects and their specific types and abilities for my choice. After confirmation, I will choose the transaction partner and method. Lin Yi was not impressed with the eerie objects currently offered by the two, and still thought it better to choose from the other eerie objects collected by the two major countries. No problem. Brother Fa agreed directly, his understanding of Lin Yi rose to a higher level. Not worried about them unilaterally breaching the contract? Not worried, because such things are insignificant to Lin Yi, and their unilateral breach would only drive Lin Yi further away from them. Brother Fa now even hopes that Sophia, representing the Atlantic Federation, would unilaterally breach the contract, as it would be extremely beneficial for Lin Yi to lean towards their Xia country. A good thing, definitely a good thing. Brother Fa, please take good care of classmate Xian. No problem. Xian stared at Lin Yi, her eyes flickering, filled with a sense of gratitude. Lin Yi had left an indelible impression in her heart. Such a man, so dazzling and radiant, like a beam of light in the darkness, bringing brightness and warmth. In stark contrast to the immature boys around. The exchange session. Lin Yi chose the most expensive purple quality eerie object on the exchange list. Name, Lucky Dice, category, eerie object, quality, purple, ability, roll the dice, and based on the number that appears, grant attribute point bonuses. The effect lasts for 10 minutes, with a cooldown of 24 hours. After the effect ends, the user will enter a weakened state for half an hour. Result of 1, randomly increase 1 basic attribute by 2. Result of 2 or 3, randomly increase 2 basic attributes by 3. Result of 4 or 5, randomly increase 3 basic attributes by 4. Result of 6, increase all attributes by 6. Usage condition, none. Usage method, roll the dice, and gain bonuses based on the resulting number. Note 1, accidentally rolling a 6, turning defeat into victory is not impossible. Note 2, please do not become addicted to rolling this dice, as each use will inevitably face eerie erosion. One day, you might become the dice. Special reminder, gamblers die badly, but I think you can give it a try. Relying on luck to gain attribute point bonuses, with a lucky roll of 6, one can obtain a total of 30 attribute point bonuses, which for him, could be said to increase his attributes by nearly half. Equivalent to increasing overall strength by half. Sophia and the 3 veteran players looked at the dice with great curiosity and envy. A purple quality eerie object worth 500 eerie coins must have a very strong ability. They were curious, but did not ask. Brother Zero, which item should I exchange for you? Xian walked up to Lin Yi, smiling. She was still somewhat immature, but exuded youthful vitality. That one. Sophia did not expect Lin Yi to choose that. She thought Lin Yi would choose an eerie object worth 300 eerie coins. Xian exchanged 100 eerie coins for the item. Thank you. You're welcome. Lin Yi looked at the item exchanged for 100 eerie coins. Name, medicinal chocolate, category, disposable item, quantity 10, quality, Blue, ability. When consumed in an injured state, the injury will be continuously healed for 1 minute. Usage condition. The consumer must be alive. Usage method. Eat the chocolate. Note 1. A sweet and healing treat, worth having. Note 2. It does not have the power to bring the dead back to life. Special reminder. On Valentine's Day, February 14th, if you give this to a girl you like, the chance of her accepting your confession will increase. Want to give it a try? Although eerie objects are good, more is not always better. Considering the value of eerie coins in the inner world, Lin Yi felt that he would have many uses for eerie coins in the future. Rather than spending a large amount of eerie coins to exchange for another eerie object, it would be better to exchange for items that could increase survival rates. Moreover, he could still obtain eerie objects from Brother Fa and Sophia. Lin Yi still had 450 eerie coins left. This amount was still a lot, except for Sophia. No one had more eerie coins than him. Afterwards, Sophia also exchanged items. She exchanged a blue-quality eerie object for 300 eerie coins. Jack also chose items within his eerie coin range. Brother Fa wanted to exchange for a 200-coin item, but if he did, he would have less than 50 eerie coins left. Uncle, I don't have a use for these 50 eerie coins right now, you can use them first. Xian offered. Then I won't stand on ceremony. Brother Fa originally wanted to borrow from Lin Yi and repay in real-world items or cash, but since the high school girl offered, he naturally wouldn't refuse. After all, he also knew that the high school girl would refuse to become an eerie player, and keeping the eerie coins would not be of much use, and might even bring danger if discovered. Tell me your contact number and address, and I will compensate you after I return. Okay. The high school girl nodded. She was about to say goodbye to such a life. She hesitated instead. By now, the mission of this instance was nearing its end. The 6 of them were led by the staff to the entrance of the casino. After spending 50 eerie coins to buy a return ticket, they could return to reality by leaving the casino. Brother Zero, goodbye, I'll go back first. If you come to the Peninsula country, you must come find me to play. The green-haired thug had already given Lin Yi his contact number. Long-legged sexy female celebrities, guaranteed to satisfy you. He laughed and left first. Next was Jack, who nodded to everyone and left the casino. Brother Fa looked at the remaining 3, and finally his gaze fell on Lin Yi. This time, it's all thanks to you. The doors of our Xia country are always open to you, cough cough, our Xia country has many beauties. To be honest, Brother Fa still didn't like the idea of seduction. But since Zero liked it and other players used it as a lure, he had no choice but to get involved. There's one who is even more heavyweight, with both beauty and strength, a top-tier eerie player in our Xia country, with a higher level than me. If you're interested, you can come to our Xia country, and I can try to arrange a meeting for you. As the most promising eerie players, I think you two will have a lot in common. Ha ha, Brother Fa, you make it sound like I'm that kind of man. Hee hee hee. Sophia laughed, Brother Fa also laughed. Only Lin Yi and the 2 others remained. Xian stared at Lin Yi, as if she still wanted to say something. Classmate Xian, do you have anything else you want to say? Can I give you a hug? Her face turned red as soon as she finished speaking. The naivety and pure affection of a high school girl was fully displayed at this moment. If it were Sophia, she would definitely not be shy and blush. On the contrary, she would still tease and make fun of him. Let me try it for you first. After speaking, Sophia hugged Lin Yi and Xian's astonished gaze. Feels good, very nice. That teasing look made Xian grit her teeth in anger. She felt that her dignity had been greatly challenged. But compared to this blonde woman, she really couldn't compare in anything. Whether it's appearance, figure, or strength. She can't compare. Alright. Lin Yi slapped Sophia hard, the heavy sound making Sophia give Lin Yi a coquettish white look, a fickle man who is fond of the new and tired of the old. Others have already been like this and that by you, and you still have your eyes on other girls. I seem to be the one who was looked at. Lin Yi shrugged, but this sentence made Xian blush like an apple. The next second, she felt Lin Yi's initiative embrace, her body being pulled into the man's arms. My hug. Yeah, thank you. Her slightly trembling hands finally took the initiative to hug him. Thank you, Brother Zero. Will we have a chance to meet again? Maybe. If you come to Hangzhou, please. Please come find me. Okay. She slowly let go, trotted out of the casino door. Sophia's complaining voice came. I thought there would be a thank you kiss. What a waste of my expectations. Why don't you give one? No way, my first kiss won't be given to you. Sophia snorted with her arms crossed. It makes me almost believe that your first kiss and first night are still there. Sophia pursed her lips and continued, join us, come be my subordinate, it's not impossible to let you check, To personally confirm. Being your leader is more like it. That's fine too. Both of them smiled. Everyone knew this was a joke, an impossible thing. Then, I look forward to seeing you again next time, my dear brother Zero. Sophia said each word emphatically. Hopefully you're not a catfish beauty. No. I'm a real beauty. I'm very curious about what you look like in real life. Fatso. Ha ha ha. Finally, she smiled and said goodbye to Lin Yi and left, her figure disappearing. 10 seconds later, Lin Yi's figure also disappeared at the entrance of the Royal Casino. Chapter 109, The Eerie Archive, Yukino's Astonishment. Zia Country, Hong Kong. Brother Fa, whose real name is Sun Fafa, opened his eyes and took in the scene before him. This was the secluded alley he had chosen in front of the Mission Instance world. He wasn't a native of Hong Kong but hailed from Donghai City in Zia Country. This time, he had come to Hong Kong at the request of his wife and daughter for a family vacation. However, during the trip, he received an invitation from the Eerie Game to go to the Otherworld Royal Casino. After some consideration, he accepted. As far as he knew, there was no detailed information about the Otherworld Royal Casino instance in Zia Country. Other nations had related records and information, but they weren't shared. Sun Fafa deduced that the Eerie players from Zia Country must have received invitations before, but they were completely wiped out, leading to no information being leaked. He wasn't without concerns about potentially dying in the Royal Casino. After all, he was here in Hong Kong with his wife and daughter for a vacation. If he were to suddenly disappear, it would be hard for them to accept. He contacted his superiors and informed them about the invitation he had received. The decision was left to him. Regarding the missions from the Eerie Game, the national stance was generally to let the players decide for themselves. The state would provide intelligence and equipment support. In contrast, for Eerie entities and locations that affected social order and stability, the state would assign mandatory tasks. These were orders that couldn't be refused without a valid reason. Of course, for entities and places of unsolvable and extremely high danger, the state wouldn't send them to their deaths. Every Eerie player was valuable. As for this invitation mission, Sun Fafa chose to accept. He decided to give it a try. He was quite familiar with gambling himself, having gambled in Macau before and played a few rounds in Hong Kong this time. For this mission, relying on his insight, analytical skills, and a bit of luck, he won 30 Eerie coins. Reaching the 50 Eerie coins needed to complete the mission and leave wasn't a problem. With a bit more luck, winning over 100 Eerie coins was entirely possible. If he were bolder and dared to join games with a minimum stake of 50 Eerie coins, he could potentially earn even more. As an Eerie player, Sun Fafa naturally wanted more Eerie coins, but he also understood that steady wins were key. Survival was fundamental. Gambling addicts don't die well. Once you get carried away chasing the riches of Eerie coins in more dangerous games, it's the beginning of the end. Therefore, he was very cautious throughout, not seeking to win big, but to win steadily. However, with the intervention of Zero, everything changed. He chose to follow Zero's bets and follow his arrangements. The number of Eerie coins skyrocketed, and even after sharing a portion as commission, the number still broke the 200 mark. For this mission, his spoils included a blue Eerie item, a white Eerie item, the Royal Casino admission ticket, and 27 Eerie coins. It was a bountiful harvest. And the player who gained the most, Zero, was even more formidable. Phew. Taking a deep breath, Sun Fafa calmed his emotions. Coming back alive is what matters. For Eerie players, every trip to a Mission Instance world is a dance with death. Sun Fafa looked around, ensuring no one was nearby, then headed towards a quieter side and took out his phone. Beep beep beep. After a few rings, the call was quickly connected. Director Liu, it's me. Sun Fafa was contacting his superior, Liu Mingcheng, the director of the Donghai City Abnormal Investigation Bureau branch. Sun Fafa himself had the opportunity to be promoted to deputy director, but considering that the position would involve more administrative work and less time with his family, he declined, choosing to spend more time on self-training, improving his strength, and being with his family. For Eerie players, their own strength is paramount. The state can provide resources, but these resources must be earned based on one's own strength. Great, old son, coming back safe is what matters. Hearing Sun Fafa's voice, Director Liu breathed a sigh of relief. In Zia Country, Mission Instance worlds without detailed records have low survival rates and are extremely difficult to pass. Sun Fafa's safe return was a testament to his strength and luck. Director Liu, the spoils this time are quite rich. Oh, what did you get? Eerie items? Blue quality? Guessing white quality wouldn't be very meaningful. Although white quality Eerie items are also good. Yes, a blue quality Eerie item, exchanged for 200 Eerie coins. Director Liu? 200 Eerie coins? Did you rob the casino? Haha, even if it was a robbery, it wasn't me who did it. The main culprit was definitely Zero. There's also another eerie item, white quality, but I think you'll be pleased to know about it. Could it be? The only white quality eerie item that would please him was that. It's that. The Otherworld admission ticket, the Royal Casino admission ticket, which allows entry to the Otherworld Royal Casino for 2 hours, usable once a week. Good, 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 I'll apply for your merits right away. The state will definitely not shortchange you. Every pass to the Otherworld is precious. We'll talk about that later. I obtained it through an exchange. I promised him an eerie item in exchange for the admission ticket. I want to request the state's list and basic information of eerie items allowed for external exchange. Liu Mingchang realized that the player didn't take any eerie items but directly gave the admission ticket to Sun Fafa. It felt somewhat uncomfortable. Unless it's someone from the same organization or department, it's generally not the style of current eerie players to give something first and then receive something in return. No problem, I'll apply for it. Sun Fafa had already agreed, and the Xia country naturally wouldn't breach the contract. It's a matter of credibility. Building credibility is hard, but destroying it is easy. Tell me about this time's Royal Casino situation. How did you win? This time, it was more like a free ride. Instantly, Liu Mingchang became interested. Oh. Do tell. A player with the nickname, Zero, carried all of us players through the entire game. Well, except for one new player who scammed another new player from our Xia country and left the inner world to return to reality ahead of us. Thinking about that new player, if it weren't for Zero this time, that Lolita newbie's performance would have actually been quite impressive. Naturally, Sun Fafa detested the act of scamming. But the eerie game and its players exist in an environment rife with betrayal and death. While he wouldn't condemn the act of scamming too harshly, that new player ironically lost more eerie coins because of her own cleverness. In 10 minutes, Sun Fafa briefly reported the mission's situation and the specific intelligence about Zero. Zero is likely a player from our Xia country. Although currently only at level 2, based on his performance, it's only a matter of time before he catches up to the first-tier players. While listening, Liu Mingchang immediately thought, if only he could join us, especially our Donghai City branch. No country would refuse the addition of a player, especially one with both strength and potential. Perhaps he has some reservations, like not wanting to be restricted or controlled. Of course, there's also the possibility of distrust towards the officialdom. But recalling his interactions with Zero, Sun Fafa didn't sense any annoyance or wariness towards the officialdom from his words and actions. Though, this doesn't rule out the possibility of him putting on an act. But he seems to be a trustworthy and orderly player. Even if we can't invite him to join our Xia country Anomaly Investigation Bureau, we should strive to establish a good relationship with him. Not to mention other reasons, just his suspected blessing alone warrants our attention to our relationship with him. A suspected X-ray vision blessing. In the system of the eerie game, blessings are undoubtedly top-tier abilities, surpassing player skills and eerie objects. Currently, among the official members of Xia country, those with blessings, with very few exceptions, are all at the top tier. Some players joke that only those with blessings have the qualification to climb to the peak, to reach the pinnacle of the eerie game. That girl named Xian from Hangzhou, I'll contact the Southeast Province's Investigation Bureau to handle the follow-up and give her the reward, so you don't have to worry about it. Although the girl has amnesia now and remembers nothing, this sum of money can't be defaulted on. It's also a matter of credibility. The Anomaly Investigation Bureau represents the country, represents credibility. To save 2 million renminbi, what impression would that leave on internal personnel, and on outsiders? If one day, the player nicknamed Zero whimsically goes to Hangzhou to look for Xian and finds that Xia country did not fulfill the reward promise, what would he think? Would he still be able to trust the Xia country officialdom? Now, with the eerie resurgence and the era changing dramatically, the Anomaly Investigation Bureau is Xia country's first-line organizational institution involved with the eerie. Many of its personnel possess strength and special abilities far beyond the average person, being eerie players. If they become doubtful or lose confidence in the Xia country officialdom, in the Anomaly Investigation Bureau, then this organization will also become unstable. Therefore, when it comes to the handling and rewarding of eerie matters, Xia country has always placed the utmost importance, striving to be as fair and thorough as possible, to reassure members and eliminate worries. Anyone who dares to mess around has always been dealt with seriously, without leniency. After you finish your trip in Hong Kong and return to Donghai City, prepare a written summary report. For now, just enjoy your holiday in Hong Kong with your family. As compensation, I'll give you 2 extra days off. Alright, I won't stand on ceremony. Although this mission wasn't too dangerous, I won't say no to paid leave. The call ended. Liu Mingchang promptly prepared a brief information report, sending it first to the Xia Country Donghai City Investigation Bureau and the Xia Country Investigation Headquarters. Regarding new mission invitations and inner world instances, the headquarters requires prompt reporting to reduce the interval between reports, ensuring members are informed if they encounter rare phenomena or receive invitations, thereby increasing members' survival rates. Eerie Game Instance Archive. Name: Inner World Royal Casino, resembles a real casino, with games involving cards, dice, etc. Some games involve life and death, with entry fees exceeding 50. Losers will lose their souls, their lives. Info 1. Earning 1,000 Eerie coins at once grants the Eerie object, Royal Casino admission ticket. Info 2. Player skills cannot be used in the casino, but Eerie objects and blessings are exceptions, unknown for other items. Info 3. The Eerie gamblers in the casino possess a certain level of rationality and can communicate to some extent. Info 4. The casino is extremely eager for souls. Eerie Game Player Archive. Nickname: 0, Level 2, Age, around 20, Nationality: Xia Country, Suspected, Identity: Lone Wolf Player, Potential Assessment, Comma Skills, Unknown, Eerie Objects: Chewing Gum, Blue, Lucky Dice, Purple, Blessing, X-Ray Vision, Suspected, Items, possesses over 400 Eerie coins. Basic info: performed remarkably in Royal Casino. Saw through the casino's intentions in the first game. Find the ghost card holder. Exposed it, pointed out the manager as the ghost card holder, has a good relationship with Atlantic Federation Eerie player Sophia, who invited him to join the Atlantic Federation, but he has not accepted the invitation yet. Our official personnel brother Fa also extended an invitation, but it was not accepted either. Recommendation: continue to monitor, establish a good bilateral relationship, invite him to join our country's Anomaly Investigation Bureau. On the other side, back at the hotel, Sophia, also known as Yuria Harudra, immediately contacted her friend Asako Kusakabe. Asako, what are you up to? The moment the call connected, Yuria Harudra, with her legs crossed, her long, fair, and tender thighs, her blue eyes sparkling with joy, gazed at the night view of Macau outside the window, in a great mood. Get to the point. You're no fun at all. I'm about to go to Japan, and you're not even excited, didn't even call to ask how I'm doing. Haha, aren't you in Macau having fun? Wouldn't contacting you interfere with your big money making? The woman on the other end already knew Yuria Harudra's location. Asako, you do care about me. Spill it. How much did you win? I'll treat myself to a meal when you're back. 500. $5 million? 500 Eerie coins. Asako Kusakabe. I didn't win much at the Macau casino, almost lost everything. If it weren't for a man who helped me bet and win, I wouldn't even have enough for a plane ticket to Japan. What exactly happened? I received an Eerie game mission invitation, went to gamble at the Royal Casino in the inner world. Asako Kusakabe put down the dumbbells she was exercising with, now wearing a tight black short sleeve, green camouflage training pants, her fine figure glistening with sweat, the small room filled with the aura of exercise. Give me the details. Yuria Harudra told her everything. 0. Asako Kusakabe suddenly laughed. Why didn't you use your seductive body to win that man over? What are you talking about? Don't say such things. I'm not seductive. Haha. Asako Kusakabe laughed even more brightly. But you really made the right choice this time. Following a pro through the instance, it's really easy and profitable. It's almost like picking up money. Although there were dangers along the way, it's clear that the player 0 had no intention of screwing Yuria Harudra over, treating her as a companion throughout. Jealous? Jealous of how useless you are, not even managing to win over such a strong potential player. If you don't work hard to lure him to Japan, Xia Country will beat us to it. No one doesn't want to recruit potential players. He won't, not in the short term anyway. If he had any intention of joining the officialdom, he would have done so already. Yuria Harudra believed that such a meticulous man must have considered the official path, and since he didn't accept Brother Fa's invitation, it shows he's not inclined to join the officialdom. In the short term, 0 is unlikely to join Xia Country's officialdom. Yuria Harudra was fully confident of this. Right, bring your Inner World Royal Casino admission ticket to Japan. Since you've already joined Japanese nationality and are about to join our Japan Demon Special Operations Unit, we'll cover the exchange for the Eerie object. Saving the Atlantic Federation an Eerie object is a good thing. Are you trying to make me laugh to death? Yuria Harudra laughed heartily, her smile as beautiful as a flower. What's in it for me? What's our relationship? Do we need benefits? Who are you? I don't know you. I didn't expect you to be such a woman. I misjudged you. Asako Kusakabe said heavily, but quickly switched to a serious tone. I'll try to apply for you, won't let you suffer losses. Alright, that's more like it. Yuria Harudra had also thought about keeping the admission ticket, but holding on to it alone didn't hold much value for her. Going back to the Royal Casino? That's not impossible, but she couldn't replicate the success. Without Zero's help, winning money at the Royal Casino in the inner world would be incredibly difficult. If she couldn't win much at the Macau Casino, let alone the dangerous Royal Casino in the inner world, it's better to hand over the admission ticket in exchange for the resources she needs. Of course, the most crucial point is that she hasn't paid the corresponding price for this admission ticket, an eerie object. Default? Yuria Harudra had no such intention. How could she risk losing this relationship over a mere eerie object, no matter how precious eerie objects are? If only such a player could be in our Japan. Strong and highly potential players are not disliked by any national power. Stop dreaming. Yuria Harudra pressed the speakerphone, stood up, and took off her coat. I'm going to sleep. We'll talk more when I get to Japan. Okay, contact me when you arrive, and I'll pick you up. Oh, you're willing to pick me up, Asako? Is the sun rising from the west? Fine, I won't come. Don't. The call ended. Yuria Harudra smiled and stretched her body as she headed to the bathroom. Wrapped in sexy black lace lingerie, her curvaceous figure and fair, radiant skin added a unique allure to the hotel room. She entered the bathroom, and the sound of warm water cascading down soaked her hair and body. Yuria Harudra reflected on the experience and overlooked details of this invitation mission. For her, compared to the bizarre tasks she had participated in before, this invitation mission was relatively safe, easy, and highly rewarding. If only this could happen a few more times. Yuria Harudra longed to encounter Zero a few more times in future mission worlds. At least his performance and character were trustworthy. When their interests aligned, there was no need to worry about betrayal from him. When Lin Yi returned, he immediately noticed Haruno Yuki no Shida, who was quietly lying on the bed, revealing her fair skin and graceful figure. At this moment, she was lying on the soft bed, her hands resting on a white pillow, her fingers operating her phone, and her eyes focused on something. From time to time, Haruno would cross and swing her legs to pass the boring time. Lin Yi stood still for 5 seconds, but Haruno showed no reaction. This woman hadn't noticed that he had returned. Lin Yi was about to speak but dismissed the idea. He lightened his steps and walked over. He leaned in, looked at the phone screen, and said, "Who are you chatting with that's so engrossing? What has captured Yuki no Shita-san's attention so much?" "Ah. You scared me." Haruno trembled, her body tensing up as she quickly moved away. Only after seeing Lin Yi did she relax. For a moment, she thought a stranger had broken into the hotel room. "Lin-kun, you should at least say something when you return. You scared me to death." She smiled, but her back was still slightly cold, and her rapidly beating heart hadn't returned to normal yet. She turned and sat on the edge of the bed, using her right hand to tidy her messy black hair, making herself look more presentable. "I was just curious about who Yuki no Shita-san was chatting with." "Yukino. Lin-kun's favorite Yukino." She chuckled. "Lin-kun wants my sister to kiss your right cheek as a reward for your triumphant return. As your collaborator, I, Haruno Yuki no Shita, must fulfill this wish of yours." Did she really ask? Others might be joking, but if it were Haruno, Lin Yi truly believed she might actually do something like this. So, what's the result? Wow. So Lin-kun really desires Yukino's kiss. Boo, as her sister, I'm much better than her, and in some aspects, I have more to offer. Lin-kun must have noticed already, right? You're Yukino's classmate after all. Haruno pretended to be heartbroken but unexpectedly straightened her posture, making her figure, wrapped only in lingerie, even more pronounced. But still, compared to the blonde woman in Macau and the blonde female player from the Royal Casino in the other world, she was slightly less endowed. Isn't that obvious? Haruno was stunned, then burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, if Yukino knew, she'd be furious and definitely ignore you. She already dislikes me. No, she doesn't. You're Yukino's savior. Haruno knew her sister's personality. How could she dislike someone who had saved her life? Lin Yi shook his head. Actually, this time, coming to the Macau casino with Haruno to win money, he had already prepared himself to expose some of his abilities. Relying on his gambling skills to win $1 billion? Impossible. It must be related to the skills of another worldly player. Haruno must have thought of this and made some guesses. And clairvoyance is an easy assumption. Lin Yi was sure that Sophia, Brother Fa, and the other players had similar analyses and guesses. Not mentioning it didn't mean they hadn't guessed or that they were stupid. Instead, it showed they valued their relationship and avoided sensitive topics. Haruno was the same now. As long as he didn't bring it up, she wouldn't ask, maintaining this unspoken understanding. Yuki no Shita-san, if a man saw your body, what would your first reaction be? Kill him. Haruno's words carried a hint of coldness, but she quickly smiled. But if it were Lin-kun, it would be different. She covered her body with one hand and gently brushed the flat skin of her abdomen with the other, her deep blue eyes shimmering with a dreamy expression. It's okay. If Lin-kun wants to see, I can show you. So, Haruno Yukinoshita also wants to kill me. Only then did Haruno understand. When Lin Yi continuously won the gambling rounds, she had guessed that he had clairvoyance abilities. Using perspective to see a girl's body wasn't impossible, and Lin Yi using it to see Yukino wasn't unacceptable. In the past, Haruno would never have accepted it, but now, just her sister Yukino being seen wasn't a big deal. It's just being seen, nothing was lost. But why did Yukino know? Did Lin Yi tell Yukino about his perspective abilities? Why would he do that? No wonder Yukino is angry and dislikes you. Why not just secretly look? Lin Yi was also helpless. Given their strained relationship, there was nothing he could do. So, Lin-kun, have you secretly looked at my body? No. Really? Really? That's sad. Do I really have no appeal at all? She pretended to be resentful again. I'm definitely more developed than Yukino. Could it be that Lin-kun doesn't want to peek but wants to see openly? That's fine too. She made a gesture as if to undo her lingerie. Seduction is useless. I'm a decent person. Ha ha ha. Haruno laughed. Does the Yukinoshita family have any connections in Tokyo? Especially with the Special Anti-Demon Task Force? This question made Haruno serious. She sat up straight and shook her head slightly. No, our Yukinoshita family is considered a prominent family in Chiba and has some influence there, but in Tokyo, we are nothing. Not to mention the Anti-Demon Task Force in Tokyo, even in Chiba, we don't have any connections. She thought for a moment and continued, that's exactly why, when I found out Lin-kun was another worldly player, I immediately reached out to establish a cooperative relationship. The cooperative relationship was established, but in this relationship, she had completely lost the initiative. Lin Yi was too domineering. He had used thunderous intimidation to scare her, and now, with the prospect of 1 billion yen in front of her, Haruno was determined to maintain her cooperation with Lin Yi. Lin-kun, did you encounter Japanese otherworldly players or anti-demon task force players during your mission? Being too curious isn't good. This made Haruno's heart tighten. They were players from China and the Atlantic Federation. But since the Yukinoshita family has no network or intelligence connections, forget it. There's no conflict between us, so don't overthink it. Okay, I understand. I'll work on expanding our network as soon as possible. Lin Yi didn't stop her. This was exactly what he had intended for Haruno to do in their cooperation. After chatting a bit more, Lin Yi went to the bathroom to shower and prepare for bed. From the time he left reality to his return, less than half an hour had passed, but several hours had gone by in the royal casino of the other world. By now, he also wanted to sleep to restore his energy. Late at night, the lights were turned off, and under the faint moonlight streaming through the window, Haruno looked at the man resting with his eyes closed on the other side of the bed. It was her first time sharing a bed with a man. And they were really just going to sleep like this? Well, fine. Her feelings were mixed, both relaxed and frustrated. But if Lin Yi had no intentions, her initiative would be meaningless. After all, Haruno Yukinoshita still had her own bit of dignity. Soon, Yano also closed her eyes. April 21st, Sunday, Chiba, Japan, Yukinoshita residence. Yukinoshita opened her eyes. It had been a long time since she last slept and rested in this room. Since moving out, she had rarely returned to this home. However, a call from her mother last Friday compelled her to spend this weekend at home. And today was already Sunday. She could leave and return to her own apartment in the afternoon. After finishing her morning routine, Yukinoshita followed the maid to the dining room. Her mother, dressed in a light gray kimono, was having breakfast. Yukinoshita greeted her calmly, "Good morning, mother." Her mother's expression was composed. Yukino took her seat and began eating. After the meal, Yukino wanted to bid farewell and leave, but her mother stopped her. "Yukino." "Yes, mother? Is there something you need? Let's talk. It's been a long time since we, as mother and daughter, had a proper conversation." This topic immediately made Yukinoshita tense. Why would her mother suddenly want to chat with her? "Of course, mother." The tableware was quickly cleared away by the maid. "How has it been since you moved out after starting high school?" "I've gotten used to it." "How about your life at Subu High?" "It's been good. Teacher Hiratsuka has been very caring." She knew that the Hiratsuka family had a long-standing relationship with the Yukinoshita family. "Then, is there a boy you like?" Yukinoshita?" She stared at her mother in disbelief. How could her mother possibly ask such a question? Chapter 110. End of this volume. Fall in love, Yukino. It was not difficult to understand that her mother wanted to talk to her and learn about her current situation. After all, since starting high school, she had been living alone for a long time, only returning to the Yukinoshita residence occasionally during holidays. Her contact with her mother had been minimal. This time, when she received her mother's message to return home, she had already mentally prepared herself for a conversation. Although she was not accustomed to it, she could accept it. After all, it was her mother. Even if she was uncomfortable dealing with her mother's assertiveness, she could not refuse. But now, what had her mother asked? Her mother had asked her, "Do you have a boy you like?" This question exceeded the processing capacity of Yukinoshita's brain, instantly plunging her into a blank, unresponsive state. The dining room fell into silence. Yukino's mother was in no hurry. She quietly watched her daughter, and at this moment, a servant poured tea. She picked up the cup, gently blew on it, and a faint white mist dispersed. After a while, Yukino finally snapped out of it and reacted. At this moment, she dared not look at her mother. She didn't know why her mother would suddenly ask this question. Had she heard something that made her suspicious? She realized that her mother must have found out about her going out alone with Lin Yi to search for the missing dachshund and having coffee. Otherwise, her mother would never have asked this question. Yukino. Yukino's mother's voice sounded again. She had already placed the teacup on the table and was calmly looking at her daughter. Is this question difficult to answer? It's just that I don't know why you would ask this question. No, mother, I don't have a boy I like. You're overthinking it. This was the truth, but she was worried that her denial would only deepen her mother's suspicions. This was also why she hadn't immediately denied it earlier. When her mother suspected something, her denial would only strengthen her mother's doubts. Yukino's mother had a faint, almost imperceptible smile on her lips. In the blink of an eye, Yukino is already in high school and has grown into a graceful young woman. In a few more years, I think she'll be at the age where she can marry. The alarm in Yukino's heart kept rising. Strange, this was really strange. Why was her mother suddenly talking about love and marriage? I'm still young, mother. Not that young. There must be quite a few boys at Subuhai who like you, right? She couldn't deny this. Ever since she was little, because of her cute appearance, countless boys had expressed their affection and liking for her. Actually, it's quite normal to have someone you like at this age. Wanting to date someone you like, to have a rosy romance, to enjoy the sweetness and warmth of love, these are all very normal things. How was she supposed to answer this? Agree, or disagree? She felt that either answer seemed wrong. Mother, I currently don't have any thoughts in that direction. My studies are the most important. I'm quite confident in your academic performance. What did that mean? Was she being encouraged to date? Could it be that her mother was already scouting for a suitable match? Was she giving her a heads up before formally introducing someone? In an instant, Yukino's heart tightened, her puzzled expression turning to one of tension and worry. As the second daughter of the Yukinoshita family, her elder sister Haruno would inherit the family and would inevitably have a son-in-law marry into the Yukinoshita family. As for her, unless something unexpected happened, she would be introduced to a suitable match from a family of equal standing, date, and eventually marry or perhaps even skip straight to marriage. This was the sorrow of being a daughter of a prominent family. Having grown up with the family's abundant resources, living a life of comfort and luxury that many ordinary people envied, she also had to pay the price for the family. Her marriage was not something she could decide for herself. Yukino had realized this a long time ago, and it was one of the reasons she had moved out after starting high school. She wanted a period of freedom, to live life on her own terms. She had thought this day would come after graduating from university, or at the earliest, during her university years. But she hadn't expected it to come so soon. Her mother was already showing signs of this inclination during her second year of high school. It really was an early attempt to arrange a match for her, to benefit the Yukinoshita family. Yukino inwardly laughed bitterly, but her expression remained calm, tinged with a hint of sorrow. Without affecting your studies, you should learn more about other aspects of life. High school isn't just about studying. I remember you even started a club. Yes. Yukino wasn't surprised that her mother knew about the service club. In fact, she would have been shocked if her mother didn't know. Although she had moved out and her mother hadn't been in close contact, she knew her mother had been discreetly observing her life from the shadows. As long as she didn't do anything outrageous, her mother wouldn't intervene. Clearly, the incident of being attacked while out with Lin Yi to search for the dog had made her mother uneasy. Helping others is a good thing. It can improve your interpersonal skills and your ability to solve practical problems. But you must be careful about safety. Her mother definitely knew. It seemed her sister Haruno hadn't kept it a secret. Yukino didn't blame her sister Haruno. Haruno's position in the family was only slightly higher than hers. The true authority in the Yukinoshita family was their mother. Even their father didn't have much say. I'm sorry for worrying you, mother. I'll be more careful about safety in the future. Have you properly thanked the classmate who protected you? I treated him to coffee as a thank you. Oh. Yukino seemed to detect a hint of dissatisfaction in her mother's tone. Did she think a cup of coffee wasn't enough to express gratitude for saving her life? A boy who was willing to risk his safety to protect you isn't just a cup of coffee a bit too casual for the Yukinoshita family's standards? Faced with her mother's retort, Yukino was momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Mother, what do you think I should do? Yukino. Her tone suddenly became serious, making Yukino's heart tighten and her anxiety spike. You're a daughter of the Yukinoshita family. I hope you can think for yourself, rather than always seeking a clear answer from me. The black-haired girl's hands rested on her lap, her fingers unconsciously clenching tightly. She didn't know what she could do to satisfy her mother. It was precisely because she couldn't guess her mother's thoughts that she had chosen to ask directly, but her mother had instead rebuked her. I'll treat him to a meal as thanks. After thinking about it, this seemed like the most appropriate option. Sigh. Yukino's mother let out a light sigh. Yukino trembled slightly, her navy blue eyes glancing over, filled with worry and tension. Invite him to our home as a guest. As a daughter of the Yukinoshita family, couldn't you even think of that? Yukino looked at her mother in shock. Inviting a male classmate to their home, was this something her mother would do? Alright, I understand. I'll contact Lin Yi, though I'm not sure if he'll agree. But since her mother had said so, she had no choice but to comply. Yukino, I believe you can definitely invite him as a guest. Her mother was determined to have her invite him home. Yukino realized her mother's stance. I understand. She nodded in agreement. If she couldn't even do this, her mother would surely be very disappointed. She wasn't afraid of her mother's punishment, she was afraid of her mother's look of disappointment. Compared to her sister, she was completely inferior. Her mother also favored Haruno more. She had already accepted this reality, but deep down, she still hoped to earn her mother's approval. This was actually something she had always felt but never dared to admit. The family doesn't oppose you dating at this age. The sudden statement left the long black-haired girl stunned. Is this a trap? Is she trying to trick me into admitting I like a boy? Dating in high school is a very normal thing. Finding a suitable and excellent man is also a way to train your judgment and discernment. Among the men around you, who is sincere, who has ability and potential, these are things you need to analyze and judge for yourself. The amount of information was overwhelming, so much so that Yukino couldn't process it all. As long as you pay attention to the scale and boundaries of your relationship, it will be fine. I know you are a very sensible girl, Yukino, and you will not disappoint your mother. Mother, if you want me to do something, can you just say it directly? Yukino couldn't help but think this in her heart. I don't have a boy I like. Is that so? Yukinoshita's mother's tone calmed down a bit. Yes. Does Lin-kun like you? Yukino remained silent. Lin Yi had confessed to her more than once. It was normal for her mother to investigate Lin Yi and find out about this. He confessed to me, but I rejected him. You don't like him? No, I don't. He saved you. Giving him a chance wouldn't be a bad thing, would it? Yukino? A boy willing to protect you with his life is precious. People reveal their truest selves in dangerous situations. It lets you understand your place in their heart. Yukino, do you know why I chose your father back then? Yukinoshita's mother's words immediately piqued Yukino's curiosity. Was there a story between her parents? She had always thought it was her grandfather who arranged the match, choosing her father, a young and promising man, to marry into the Yukinoshita family. That was all. 20 years ago, at a wedding banquet, there was a shooting. Everyone was panicking and running away, but he was the first to protect me. The memory brought a softness to Yukinoshita's mother's eyes. This was the first time Yukino, as an adult, had seen such a gentle expression on her mother's face. In her mind, her mother had always been a proud and noble figure, someone who never showed her emotions. But this time, she realized that her mother was also a woman. At that moment, I thought, it's him. I didn't have a man I liked, but at least he would protect me. He wouldn't let me get hurt. He was the best choice in my heart at the time. So, even a strong woman like her mother longed for a man's protection? Yukino couldn't help but think. She realized that her mother had a side she had never known before. So, Yukino, if you meet a boy who is willing to protect you even at the cost of his own life, don't reject him too firmly. At least give him a chance. Try to get to know him. You might find unexpected surprises. Yukino wanted to refuse. She had already received a huge surprise from Lin Yi and didn't want any more surprises. But her mother had spoken so openly with her for the first time. She really couldn't bring herself to refuse. The long black-haired girl pursed her lips, thought for a moment, and then nodded softly. "Mother, I will consider it. Yukino has grown up." Yukino Shita's mother wore a faint smile. "There are some things you don't want to talk to me about, but you can talk to Haruno. She is your sister, someone you can trust." Yes. Whether it was her mother or her sister Haruno, Yukino Shita didn't really want to confide in either of them. She harbored some resistance toward her sister and mother, but she also knew that no matter what, they were family relatives bound by blood ties. If she ever encountered a problem she couldn't solve, her first choice for support would be her sister, mother, or father. "Drink your tea. It's gone cold." Yukino Shita only then noticed that the tea in front of her had gone cold. She picked up the cup and drank it all in one go. The conversation between mother and daughter officially ended. But for Yukino Shita, this was the beginning of her troubles. Walking alone in the garden, admiring the blooming flowers, Yukino Shita sat down on a bench. As she recalled the conversation with her mother, she became increasingly convinced that her mother's words must have hidden intentions. It seemed. Her mother wanted her to date Lin Yi? No. That's impossible. The long black-haired girl shook her head vigorously, immediately dismissing the thought that had popped into her mind. Maybe mother really saw father's shadow in Lin Yi's actions when he saved me, so she thinks I should give him a chance. Mother must know about my life and studies at Subu High. She doesn't want me to continue being alone until graduation, so she's using dating as a way to change me. This thought filled Yukino with both helplessness and a warm sense of joy. She had always kept her distance from her mother, not because she disliked her, but because she wasn't used to their daily interactions. Even so, her mother's concern made her genuinely happy. Mother and Haruno really are alike. She felt that this method was something her sister Haruno would be more likely to do. She hadn't expected it to come from her mother this time. A gentle breeze blew, carrying the fragrance of grass and flowers. The cold beauty's long black hair fluttered in the wind, strands tracing arcs in the air. Her eyes, however, were filled with a joy she didn't usually show, and the corners of her lips curled into a faint smile. In the estate where she had lived for over a decade, she had finally experienced a moment of happiness. But as the joy faded and she realized what she had to do next, the girl's expression immediately turned heavy. Invite him to the Yukino Shita household. Would he be willing to come? She had never invited a boy to her home before. This would be her first time inviting a member of the opposite sex, and it was inevitable that she would feel uneasy and pressured. Just the thought of having to ask Lin Yi to come over made her blush. Her slender fingers unconsciously gripped her skirt. Would Lin Yi misunderstand? Probably. Yes. What should she do? Should she explain in advance to avoid misunderstandings? Or something else? The long black-haired girl was troubled, unsure of what to do. On the morning of the 21st, Haruno completed the transfer and tax payment. 10 billion yen. The process was complicated, but with the assistance of staff from the Macau Grand Casino, everything went smoothly. After the tax payment was completed, all the procedures were no longer an issue. The news that someone had won 10 billion yen at the Macau Grand Casino last night had already spread throughout the streets and alleys of Macau. Many people were curious, and some even speculated that the Macau Grand Casino would resort to illegal means to avoid such a massive financial loss. Many forces, including the Macau authorities, were watching closely. However, the result was unexpected and shocking. The Macau Grand Casino actually handed over the money honestly, even assisting with the transfer and tax payment. There wasn't a single issue with the process. They really gave the money. 10 billion yen. Just like that? Was the owner of the Macau Grand Casino insane? 1 million yen could buy who knows how many lives, and 10 billion yen how many lives could that buy? Miss Maiko, Mr. Jiao, the necessary procedures have been completed. Do you two have any plans for what's next? If you're planning to leave Macau, we can arrange security personnel to escort you to the airport. Then we'll trouble you. Not at all. If something were to happen to you in Macau, our company would be in trouble. After all, some might try to pin the blame on the Macau Grand Casino. Following the casino staff, Lin Yi and Yukino Shita Haruno got into a black car. There were 3 other cars in front and behind them. Lin Yi didn't fully trust the staff arranged by the Macau Grand Casino. For 10 billion yen, it wouldn't be surprising if they resorted to murder. He remained vigilant. But now that the money had been successfully transferred to the account arranged by Yukino Shita Haruno, even if the Macau Grand Casino wanted to kill them, they wouldn't get the money. In the car, Lin Yi turned to the female assistant in the passenger seat and asked, Miss Lee, has your company really never considered using some method to keep the 10 billion? You must be joking. Our company has always been known for its integrity. You and Miss Maiko won the 10 billion through your own skills. Naturally, we accept the loss. Of course, we hope Miss Micah will continue to visit our casino for entertainment. Of course. Haruno smiled and hugged Lin Yi's arm. If I come with my dear, I'll definitely visit. The female assistant's eyes twitched. As for Mr. Jiao, I think it's better if he visits other casinos. But if he comes to ours, we'll prepare the finest tea for him. So I'm already on the blacklist? Not at all. The female assistant quickly denied. Some things, even if they've been done, can't be admitted. Actually, strictly speaking, our casino didn't lose much. Oh. Lin Yi became curious. On one hand, because of our casino's trustworthy behavior, the reputation of our Macau Grand Casino has risen to a new level. We expect a 20% increase in new customers. This seems normal. But the revenue from these additional 20% customers is far from making up for the loss of 1 billion. However, in the long run, it is still beneficial for the Macau Grand Casino. Additionally, our boss contacted other casinos, and each casino provided a 20 million intelligence fee. Oh. Lin Yi was intrigued. Soon, he understood the reason. Last night, the driver from the Macau Grand Casino took him to other casinos. Those not directly visited had paid in advance. Ha ha ha. Your casino boss is very shrewd. The loss was spread to other casinos. 20 million per casino, 50 casinos would make 1 billion. Of course, in the end, not 50 casinos paid, but the total amount from those that did was certainly a huge sum. You aren't angry? Why should I be angry? Instead, I'm even more curious about the boss of the Macau Grand Casino. I hope to have the chance to meet him in the future. I will convey your message to the boss, definitely. The female assistant withdrew her gaze. In the back seat, Yanai nestled close to Lin Yi. The black car convoy moved slowly. Occasionally, the female manager received news of being followed, and she calmly arranged things. For the final stretch, Macau's official traffic police began to provide escort. Finally, the convoy entered the airport. Only after Lin Yi and Yanai entered the airport, did the staff from the Macau Grand Casino leave. 1 hour later, an international flight bound for Narita Airport, Japan, soared into the blue sky. At 5 p.m. Tokyo time, the plane landed successfully. 20 minutes later, after passing through customs and security checks, Lin Yi and Yanai successfully entered. Let's go. The car has been arranged. Yanai was more familiar with the place than Lin Yi. She led Lin Yi first to the free shuttle bus stop at the terminal, where they would take the terminal's bus to the car pickup point. 10 minutes later, Yanai suddenly poked Lin Yi, over there. A black car was already waiting. A driver dressed in a black suit was standing upright, holding a sign. Their few pieces of luggage were placed in the trunk of the car. Lin Yi and Yanai got into the back seat of the car. Another long journey. The lights inside the car went out. Yanai couldn't sleep. She had slept enough during the flight and now had no sleepiness at all. Lin-kun, after we get to Chiba, let's find a place to have dinner together. I'm so hungry now, I could eat a horse. The plane had provided meals, but Yanai hadn't eaten much. Sure, what do you want to eat? Can I eat you? Suddenly, the black-haired girl who had been drawing lines on Lin Yi's chest leaned closer, her voice soft, her breath like orchids. I'd rather eat you. That could also be possible. I wonder what human flesh tastes like. Yanai? She finally understood Lin Yi's attitude. Ugh, that's not how you eat a girl. After a bit of playful banter, Yanai brought up another topic. It's been a long time since I've seen Yukino. I really miss her. I've decided to go to her apartment. Do you want to come, Lin-kun? I already told you she doesn't want to see me. Ha ha ha, who told you to treat Yukino like that and then get caught by the clever Yukino? Yanai hadn't expected Yukino to see through it. But actually, Yanai also had a lingering worry. She thought this might be one of the reasons Yukino had contacted her to ask about the mysterious game. Because Yukino herself had encountered an abnormal event, a classmate with special abilities to see through things combined with rumors circulating online and among classmates, she had made the connection and couldn't resist her curiosity to ask both Hiratsuka and her for confirmation. She was worried that her sister might delve deeper and attract the attention of the mysterious, encountering mysterious events. Lin-kun, there's something I want to ask of you. Yanai's tone was serious, without her usual joking manner. I'll consider it. Promise me. I hope that if Yukino ever encounters a supernatural event, you can help her. This is a request I make to you both as her sister and as your partner. Lin Yi knew what Yanai was referring to. This sister-kun, her first concern is her sister. Aren't you worried about yourself? Of course not, I'm Lin-kun's important partner. If something happened to me, would you just stand by? Could you bear to see something happen to me? I really couldn't. It's not impossible. Ugh. You really don't understand a girl's heart, No wonder Yukino rejected your confession back then. There's never been a girl who accepted my confession. Ha ha ha. If you confess to me, I definitely wouldn't reject you. Pass, not interested. More than an hour later, the car dropped them off at the shopping street. This time, Yanai didn't take Lin Yi for a big meal, but at Lin Yi's request, they went for ramen. I've eaten ramen at many places in Chiba. This shop has the best tasting ramen. 7 o'clock, early evening. This not very large ramen shop was decorated in an antique style. A chef in white was busy preparing noodles. Lin Yi ordered the most common tonkatsu ramen, and Yanai ordered the same, but a medium portion with less noodles. They were lucky. A corner table had just been vacated. The waiter cleaned up and invited them to sit. Yanai sat opposite Lin Yi, propping her chin with one hand, her feet occasionally lightly touching Lin Yi. Lin-kun, tell me why you like Yukino. Want to know? It's simple. What's the reason? Yanai slightly opened her eyes, curious. Love at first sight. PFFT ha ha ha. Yanai laughed heartily. Only you would dare say that in front of me, then. What about me? She touched her own face, smiling. Didn't you fall for me at first sight too? Calm as ice, unshaken even if the sky falls. Then. What about those two beautiful girls? Could Lin-kun fall for them at first sight? Following Yanai's gestured gaze, Lin Yi looked over and saw two attractive women. One was a cute girl with chestnut-colored long hair, the other a timid-looking girl with purple shoulder-length hair. Both noticed Lin Yi at the same time, their gazes fixed, frozen in place. Fujibayashi Ryo and Nanisren had planned to hang out on Sunday, shopped all afternoon, and decided to eat at a famous ramen shop nearby. They never expected to see Lin Yi with a beautiful woman, waiting to dine alone. Both remembered the weekend invitations they had extended to Lin Yi, which he had declined. So it was a date with this woman. Both couldn't help but show a bit of bitterness on their faces. But Yanai's eyes lit up immediately. There's definitely something going on here. You two, come here. With that, Yanai immediately stood up and waved to them, making sure they were coming over before she sat back down next to Lin Yi, leaving the opposite seats for them. Two beauties, truly worthy of Lin-kun. At this moment, Fujibayashi Kyo and Nanisren have arrived. Good evening, Lin-kun. Good evening. Lin Yi gestured for the two to sit down. Haruno warmly welcomed them. What would you two like to eat? Today, my treat no, actually, let's have Lin-kun treat us today. What do you say, Lin-kun? My treat. Lin-kun is so generous. Fujibayashi Ryo and Nanisren each ordered a bowl of noodles. Both girls were curious about the relationship between Lin Yi and this beautiful woman, but they weren't bold enough to ask directly. I am Yukino Shita Haruno, and my relationship with Lin-kun is... well, a pursuer, I suppose. I'm pursuing Lin-kun, but I keep getting rejected. I really wish to become Lin-kun's girlfriend someday. Both Fujibayashi Ryo and Nanisren showed expressions of surprise. He's my collaborator. Fujibayashi Ryo, nice to meet you, Yukino Shita-san. I'm Nanisren, hello. Yukino Shita-san. After the three of them introduced themselves, they engaged in some simple conversation. Both of you, how close are you with Lin-kun? What counts as close, and what doesn't? We're friends with Lin-kun. Oh, just friends? Yes. Fujibayashi Ryo nodded, and Nanisren naturally didn't deny it either. Then, please help me. You must know Lin-kun better than I do. I want to pursue him, and if you help me, my chances of success will definitely skyrocket. Help you? Are you serious? Nanisren silently lowered her gaze, unwilling to comply. Fujibayashi Ryo also hesitated. Well, this is something Yukino Shita-san should work on herself. We haven't actually known Lin-kun for very long. She was trying to refuse. Ah, what a pity. Haruno's tone was filled with regret. Meanwhile, Lin Yi, who had been eating his noodles and listening to the three girls' conversation, was instead curious about what new superpower would refresh tomorrow. The passive X-ray vision of Yukino Shita Yukino would finally come to an end. He just wondered if Yukino Shita Yukino would still go to Subu High School tomorrow. Week 3, Opportunistic Theft Chapter 111, New Superpower Refresh. Unless she transfers schools, Yukino Shita Yukino will definitely have to go to school. If she takes a long leave of absence, even if the teachers at Subu High don't say anything, her family will notice something is wrong. The question is how to explain to Yukino Shita Yukino that he won't be using his X-ray vision on her anymore. If he says he won't use it, will Yukino Shita Yukino believe him? That's a challenge. Lin Yi thought about it and realized he had no way to prove it, so he gave up. Whether Yukino Shita Yukino believes him or not is up to her. He'll leave it to her. One thing is certain, he has never actively used this ability to see through her body. If he saw her naked, it was because of the superpower's flaw and had nothing to do with his conscious intention. Lin-kun, if you keep staring at Nanae-san in front of me, I might get jealous too, you know. Harunoyuki Noshita, sitting next to Lin Yi, poked his cheek and spoke in a faintly complaint tone, her navy blue eyes tinged with a hint of sadness. Nanae-ren's face instantly turned red, and the chopsticks in her hand froze midair, the noodles slipping off and falling back into the bowl. Jealous? Alright, I'll pour you some vinegar. With that, Lin Yi took the vinegar condiment from the table and, under the stunned gazes of the three women, added a spoonful of vinegar to Harunoyuki Noshita's noodle bowl. Haruno's smile deepened instead. This guy is really hard to deal with, the usual methods for handling men don't work on him. She took a sip of the broth with her spoon. The rich tonkatsu broth mixed with a hint of sourness spread across her tongue, and the taste was unexpectedly unique. Not bad. Do you two want some vinegar too? Fujibayashi Ryo seemed a bit reserved, but under Haruno's gaze, she added a little vinegar to her own bowl. Nanae-ren also seemed curious and added some as well. Two more beautiful girls getting jealous over you, Lin-kun. How enviable. Fujibayashi Ryo was already too shy to look up, her face red as she focused on her noodles. Nanae-ren was in a similar state, using the noodles to ease her embarrassment. Haruno quickly determined that these two were pure-hearted girls with no dating experience. She wondered where Lin Yi had met them. Where do you two go to school? I'm currently a student at Chiba University. Fujibayashi Ryo swallowed her noodles and spoke up, Ren and I have already graduated. We're working as nurses at Chiba City Hospital. Nurses? Haruno was surprised. Although the two girls seemed slightly more mature than the average high school student, it was still unexpected that they had already graduated and were working as nurses at a hospital. So you're cute nurse sisters, no wonder Lin-kun is so fond of you. He's been staring at you two the whole time. If I were a man, I'd probably do the same. She said with a smile, looking at the two girls. Next time we stay at a hotel, should I wear a nurse uniform for you, Lin-kun? But this statement shocked Nanae-ren and Fujibayashi Ryo. Had the two of them already stayed at a hotel together? What could happen between a man and a woman staying at a hotel overnight? As nurses, they knew all too well. Lin Yi, seeing Fujibayashi Ryo and Nanae-ren's reactions, knew they had misunderstood. He realized Haruno had achieved her goal, she must be secretly delighted. If Yuki Noshita-san likes wearing nurse uniforms, why not join the hospital as a nurse? That wouldn't be good. If I stay at home, I can change into different uniforms for Lin-kun every day. Whatever Lin-kun likes, I'll wear nurse, police officer, business suit, kimono, or even a bunny girl outfit. Nanae-ren and Fujibayashi Ryo were stunned by how forward Harunoyuki Noshita was with Lin Yi. Was it really as she said that she was pursuing Lin Yi? Such a beautiful girl chasing him, and Lin-kun hadn't accepted her? Why not? Not really interested. How heartbreaking. Lin-kun, you're really cruel. Even after spending the night with me at a hotel, are you just going to walk away without taking responsibility? Yeah, I don't want to take responsibility. Haruno? Nanae-ren and Fujibayashi Ryo were shocked. Lin Yi had outright refused to take responsibility. How heartbreaking, but I won't give up. He. But Haruno continued to smile brightly, as if unaffected. Then, Haruno brought up a new topic, asking Nanae-ren and Fujibayashi Ryo how they had met Lin Yi. Under Haruno's lead, the two girls shared some information, though they avoided mentioning anything related to the supernatural. About 10 minutes later, the four of them finished their ramen. Lin Yi went to pay the bill. Lin-kun, what next? I'll take them home. Haruno pretended to be sad. I guess I've been played with and discarded. Alright, Yuki Noshita-san, let's end the jokes here. You should go home and rest. Haruno quickly changed her expression, returning to normal. Send me a message when you get home. I'm really concerned about your safety. Same to you. Finally, Haruno bid farewell to Fujibayashi Ryo and Nanae-ren. You two, don't get any funny ideas about Lin-kun tonight, okay? With that, she waved goodbye with a smile. After Haruno got into her car, Nanae-ren cautiously asked, Lin-kun, you and Yuki Noshita-san are just collaborators. You can believe about 20 to 30% of what she says. Oh. I thought there was no way Lin-kun would stay at a hotel with Yuki Noshita-san. Fujibayashi Ryo's comment made Lin Yi pause and reply, we did stay together overnight. For a moment, the two girls were stunned. But nothing happened. You can completely ignore her suggestive comments. The two girls were full of questions. They had stayed in the same hotel room but nothing happened. Since Lin Yi didn't elaborate, they didn't press further. They knew Lin Yi had no reason to lie to them about this. Since Nanae-ren's place was the closest, the three of them headed there first. Lin-kun, Ryo, would you like to come in for a bit? Fujibayashi Ryo instinctively looked at Lin Yi, seeking his opinion. Lin Yi politely declined. Maybe next time. Next time then. Nana's Ren watched as the two left and disappeared from her sight. She withdrew her gaze but did not immediately go upstairs. Lin-kun is surrounded by so many pretty girls. The sudden appearance of Yukino Haruno today had put a lot of pressure on her. She suddenly wondered if it would have been better to invite Lin Yi upstairs when he walked her back to her apartment last time. She felt that the distance between her and Lin Yi had suddenly grown over the past week. Next weekend, I must successfully ask Lin Yi out. Nana's Ren clenched her fist, cheering herself on. On the other side, Lin Yi and Fujibayashi Ryo spent about 20 minutes arriving at the Fujibayashi family's residence. Unlike Nana's Ren's single apartment, Fujibayashi Ryo's family of 4 chose to rent a detached house. The rent was slightly higher, but the whole family could live together, giving it a sense of home. Thank you for today. It's nothing. If anything, it's because of me that Yukino Haruno caused you so much pressure, right? And no, not at all. Fujibayashi Ryo was completely unaccustomed to women like Yukino Haruno, who had such a cheerful personality and strong communication skills. Are there any strange patients or unusual situations at the hospital? The purple-haired girl shook her head. No, if I encounter anything, I'll definitely message you immediately, Lin-kun. Alright, prioritize your safety. I'll head back now. Would you like to come in for a bit? It's not too late. Fujibayashi Ryo mustered all her courage to extend this invitation. Lin Yi had already noticed Fujibayashi Ryo's reddened and burning ears. If he refused, a shy and timid girl like Fujibayashi Ryo would surely be very hurt. Your sister would kill me if she saw me. Big sister wouldn't. At this time, she should already be back in her room on the 2nd floor. Fujibayashi Ryo had already said this much, so Lin Yi thought about it and decided not to decline further. He'd stay for just 5 minutes. But then he thought of a problem. He had declined Nana's Ren's invitation but accepted Fujibayashi Ryo's. Wasn't that a bit unfair? Next time, he'd accept Nana's Ren's invitation. It would be a good opportunity to visit a woman's single apartment and broaden his horizons. He had never been to a woman's single apartment before. Following Fujibayashi Ryo into the residence, the house wasn't large, with simple decor, but it had a warm, homely feel. Lin Yi also saw a photo on the dining table, a family photo of the Fujibayashi family of 4. Their warm smiles made Lin Yi feel a bit envious. A happy family is always something to be envied. Please, have a seat. Lin Yi sat on the sofa. Fujibayashi Ryo brought a glass of water from the kitchen. Thank you. You're welcome. Fujibayashi Ryo sat on the other side of the sofa, looking somewhat nervous. Her eyes occasionally glanced at Lin Yi, as if she wanted to ask something. Lin-kun, have you been to any dangerous places this week? Yes. A flash of worry crossed Fujibayashi Ryo's face. Please be careful. I will. Ryo, are you back? Fujibayashi Kyo's voice came from the 2nd floor, followed by the sound of footsteps. Fujibayashi Kyo soon appeared at the staircase. She immediately noticed Lin Yi. It's you. Why are you at my house? She noticed her flustered and overwhelmed sister. Ryo, you didn't have dinner with him tonight, did you? I never thought you'd lie to me, your sister. Fujibayashi Kyo was upset. Her sister had never lied to her before, but today she had said she was going out for ramen with her friend Nana's Ren and wouldn't be home for dinner. Yet, she had actually gone out to dinner with Lin Yi, this man. Big sister, it's not like that. I really did have dinner with Ren. It's just that we happened to run into Lin-kun, and he walked both of us back. But Fujibayashi Kyo didn't believe it. I can call Ren right now and you can ask her. Faced with her sister's attitude, Fujibayashi Kyo was half convinced. Meanwhile, Lin Yi looked at the purple-haired girl and felt that Fujibayashi Kyo's complexion didn't look too good. But considering she was currently a teacher at Chiba Elementary School, managing so many mischievous kids, he could understand. Ding! At that moment, a notification sound rang out. Detected nearby personnel carrying an eerie aura. Task trigger conditions met. Task issued. Task name, elementary school ghost. Task type, routine reality type. Task objective, resolve the anomaly at Chiba Elementary School within 10 days, except if no response within 5 seconds, default to automatic rejection. Lin Yi listened to the prompt from the eerie game and realized he hadn't been mistaken. Fujibayashi Kyo's complexion really wasn't good. There was a ghost at Chiba Elementary School. But judging from Fujibayashi Kyo's mental state and the time given by the game, he guessed the anomaly at Chiba Elementary School wasn't too severe and didn't have a strong impact. If a major incident really occurred at a densely populated elementary school, Japan's official Special Anti-Demon Task Force would step in to resolve the anomaly. Except the task was here, he had no reason to refuse. This was all experience and game points good stuff. Lin Yi looked at Fujibayashi-kyo. Miss Fujibayashi, how have things been at school recently? What do you mean? Fujibayashi-kyo frowned. Just curious about your experience as a teacher at an elementary school. It's been fine. It seemed she hadn't encountered anything unusual. He'd find some time to visit Chiba Elementary School. With 10 days, he wasn't in a rush to deal with the anomaly there. Don't try to get close to me. Stay away from my sister. Don't even think about making a move on her, or I'll tell Nanace Ren about this. Big sister. Fujibayashi Ryo suddenly spoke up, her voice filled with anger. She grabbed Fujibayashi Kyo's hand, her expression serious. Lin-kun is my friend. My interactions with him are completely normal. Please don't interfere with my friendships. If you keep doing this, I'll get really angry. Even though she knew her sister was concerned for her, Fujibayashi Ryo felt she needed to voice her stance now. Otherwise, such incidents would only keep happening. Fujibayashi Kyo gritted her teeth and glared at Lin Yi. This was the first time her sister had ever stood up to her. It had to be Lin Yi's doing. Lin-kun, I'm sorry. It's nothing. Don't let me affect your relationship with your sister. But to Fujibayashi Kyo, this just sounded like Lin Yi being hypocritical. Our sisterly bond won't be affected by you. That's good. It's getting late, so I'll head out now. I'll walk you out. Fujibayashi Kyo wanted to stop her, but Fujibayashi Ryo stepped past her and walked Lin Yi out. Watching the two leave, Fujibayashi Kyo stood there, fuming. Making sure Fujibayashi Kyo wasn't following, Lin Yi lowered his voice and said to Fujibayashi Ryo, try to find out from your sister if anything unusual has been happening at Chiba Elementary School. Huh? Fujibayashi Ryo was startled, but quickly realized something. That. Could it be? Not sure, but I feel like your sister's temper might be because of that. Fujibayashi Ryo suddenly laughed. That. Big sister has always been like this. Back in high school, she wouldn't let any boys get close to me. She told me to stay away from boys, and whenever a boy approached me, she'd rush over to stop and threaten them. In the end, I spent my entire high school life alone. As she said this, she seemed a bit regretful. As a normal girl, she was also interested in love and had dreamed of a rose-colored high school life. But it never happened before graduation. So that's how it is. But still, keep an eye out for me. If your sister suddenly becomes unreachable, be sure to contact me. I will. Fujibayashi Ryo smiled and agreed. Lin Yi saw the relaxed smile on Fujibayashi Ryo's face and knew his goal had been achieved. He didn't actually want to make Fujibayashi Ryo worry about her sister's safety. But if he didn't give her a heads up and she failed to realize the problem in time, it could lead to a tragedy. So, he chose this approach. Goodbye, Lin-kun. Send me a message when you get home. Will do. Lin-kun, this weekend. Suddenly, Fujibayashi Ryo called out to Lin Yi again. I should be free. Let's check again in a couple of days. Okay. Fujibayashi Ryo smiled as she watched Lin Yi leave, disappearing around the distant corner. The evening breeze blew past, and the light from the house stretched her shadow long. He's already gone far away. The voice of Fujibayashi Kyo suddenly rang in her ears, startling Fujibayashi Ryo so much that her expression changed drastically. Sister, don't speak up so suddenly like that, it's really scary. I was the one who got scared by your silly, infatuated look. Tell me, do you like him? And no, I don't. Fujibayashi Ryo denied it outright, shaking her head repeatedly. Really? Really? If I'm not mistaken, your friend Nanace Ren also likes him. I know he protected you and solved a problem for you, but have you heard of the suspension bridge effect? She explained it to her younger sister. Your current feelings and state towards him, I think, are due to the suspension bridge effect. What you feel for him is more gratitude than romantic love. Because Ryo, you've never been in love before, you don't even know what love feels like or what it means. So this time, you've misunderstood and mistaken your feelings. Fujibayashi Kyo hoped her sister would accept this and reflect on her own emotional factors. It's all because of you, sister. Fujibayashi Ryo muttered under her breath, lowering her head. Fujibayashi Kyo? She quickly realized the reason it was because she had always protected her sister, leading to Ryo having no experience with love or relationships. This was a responsibility she couldn't avoid. Ahem, I might have gone a bit overboard in the past, but I'll be more careful from now on. So, Ryo, can you consult with me more often? Don't make me worry about you. I feel like that man isn't sincere with you at all. He's probably just after your beauty and body. Lin-kun isn't like that. She's already defending Lin Yi? Fujibayashi Kyo felt a bit dizzy. Her sister was already falling for him, or at least one foot was already in the trap. She had to find a way to save her sister. What should she do? Fujibayashi Kyo thought of Nana's Ren. If Nana's Ren confirmed a relationship with Lin Yi first, her sister would give up. But recalling her 2 meetings with Nana's Ren, whenever the topic of dating or love came up, Nana's Ren kept denying it. Her shy and embarrassed demeanor made Fujibayashi Kyo feel that pinning her hopes on Nana's Ren was almost like committing suicide. By the time Nana's Ren took the initiative to confirm a relationship with Lin Yi, her sister might have already been tricked into a hotel room by him. No. This absolutely couldn't happen. You can know a person's face, but not their heart. I understand Lin-kun better than you do, sister. Her sister's firm expression made Fujibayashi Kyo grit her teeth in frustration. What kind of spell had that man cast on her sister? Was it just because he protected her once? Or was it because her sister was too starved for love, having never experienced romance or been close to a man? At this moment, Fujibayashi Kyo realized that her overprotectiveness had actually harmed her sister. Ryo, promise me you won't let yourself be swayed by Lin Yi's sweet talk, okay? Fujibayashi Ryo's face turned red. She knew what her sister was implying. Getting to know someone takes time. You've known him for less than 10 days. If he makes any inappropriate demands, it's obvious he just wants to have you. Once he gets what he wants, he'll leave you. I understand. Lin-kun isn't like that, sister. Don't worry, I'll keep things under control. But Fujibayashi Ryo's words didn't reassure Fujibayashi Kyo. The phrase Lin-kun isn't like that only convinced Fujibayashi Kyo that her sister trusted Lin Yi too much. If Lin Yi really tried to sweet-talk her, her sister would likely be tricked into a hotel room. Good that you understand. After parting ways with her sister, Fujibayashi Kyo returned to her room. She sat quietly on her bed, deep in thought. I need to break my sister's trust and illusions about Lin Yi. I need to show her Lin Yi's true colors. Could it be that she had no choice but to do this? Fujibayashi Kyo pursed her lips. She took out a mirror from her bedside drawer and looked at her reflection. Maybe this could work. It was all for her sister. Yukinoshita Haruno returned to the Yukinoshita residence and sent Lin Yi a message saying she had arrived home. Soon, she received a reply okay. No wonder he failed at confessing. So boring, but Haruno didn't mind at all. She walked through the courtyard and noticed a little room in the house. It was the reception room. Was there a guest at home? Haruno walked over and found her mother sitting quietly in the reception room. You're back? Yukinoshita's mother looked at Haruno. I'm back, mother. Sit. Haruno sat down. Where's the esteemed guest? Didn't he come with you? He wanted to return to his apartment. Haruno had already informed her mother about Lin Yi. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to raise $5 million. Without her mother's approval, she couldn't have gotten that amount of money. In fact, when her mother decided to provide $5 million, even Haruno was shocked. She had thought that 200 million yen would be enough. Even if it was all lost, it wouldn't affect the Yukinoshita family's liquidity. But her mother felt it wasn't enough and decided to provide $5 million. That was $5 million. Haruno was amazed by her mother's boldness and decisiveness. Clearly, this time, the Yukinoshita family had bet correctly. Even just in terms of funds, they had won. Not to mention the future cooperation with Lin Yi, which was something to look forward to. Now, the Yukinoshita family held a ticket to a brand new era. As for how far they could go in the future, it all depended on their development and luck. Perhaps, the Yukinoshita family would decline and become a relic of the past. Or perhaps, they would seize the opportunity and rise to prominence in the new era, becoming a top-tier family in Japan, or even reaching the very top. Yukinoshita's mother poured Haruno a glass of water. The sound of water filling the glass echoed. Haruno picked it up and blew on it. Any thoughts? He is quite hard to deal with. Out of all the men she had interacted with, he was the only one who didn't fall for her tricks. Haruno, when you first clashed with him and lost the upper hand, you should have realized he's different from other men. A man who dared to flip the table to express his will was completely different from ordinary people. Yukinoshita's mother guessed that Lin Yi's experiences in the dangerous and deadly game had caused a stress reaction. When Haruno tried to establish a cooperative relationship, he chose to threaten her to gain more initiative. Clearly, he lacked a sense of security and wanted more control to reduce his anxiety. But one thing Yukinoshita's mother was sure of was that as long as the Yukinoshita family didn't threaten his life, their cooperation would continue. Yes, mother. Don't try to control him. The more obvious your intentions are, the more he'll distance himself from you. Someone living in an environment where danger and death are constant has no sense of security, and you can't provide that for him. Haruno pursed her lips, but she knew her mother was right. No matter how much she tried to show her concern, Lin Yi still kept her at a distance. This sense of distance was hard to eliminate in a short time. The impression she left on Lin Yi wouldn't change easily. Since he sees you as a partner, Haruno, then be a good partner to him. I believe you can do it. In small matters, Yukino-shita's mother wouldn't interfere too much, letting her daughter handle things herself. Even if she failed, the family could bear the consequences, and it would be a good learning experience for her. But when it came to Lin Yi, it was different. Failure here would affect the family's future. Yukino-shita's mother had to offer her opinions and remind her daughter to be mindful of her actions. I understand, mother. I won't let you down. You're my daughter. You've always been outstanding. I believe you won't disappoint us. Haruno nodded. After finishing the water, Haruno suddenly thought of something. Mother, regarding the future allocation of Lin Yi's assets, I think it should be under my name for now. He said he'd leave it to me to handle and didn't want to draw attention. She had discussed this with Lin Yi, but he said he didn't want it under his name, so she thought it would be better under hers. Yukino-shita's mother looked at Haruno and shook her head slightly. That's not appropriate. She rejected the idea. Put it under Yukino's name. Haruno? After a brief moment of shock, Haruno's face turned pale, and her breathing quickened slightly. She understood her mother's intention. In the end, Yukino was chosen as the sacrifice. Is there a problem? Yukino-shita's mother's cold voice made Haruno's heart tremble. My younger sister finds it difficult to face our mother, but in truth, Yano isn't much better off. Yukino is still very young. She is the daughter of the Yukino-shita family and must take on responsibilities. Moreover, Mr. Lin is the same age as Yukino. People of the same age have more common topics and are more suitable. At this moment, Yukino's mother revealed a faint smile. I am aware that Mr. Lin has confessed to Yukino and expressed his feelings for her. This was something Yano had not told her mother. Clearly, Yukino's mother had also sent someone to investigate and obtained more detailed information. A miscalculation. Yano pursed her lips. Yukino rejected him. She spoke, suppressing the panic in her heart. I know you care about your sister. If Yukino doesn't like him, I won't force her. The suddenly softened words warmed Yano's heart. Thank you, mother. In Yano's eyes, this was already the best news. Yukino's mother sighed. She couldn't help but feel that she was being cast as the villain. But sometimes, even if her daughters opposed her, she had to play the role of the villain. As a mother and as the head of the Yukino-shita family, what she hoped for was naturally the alignment of the family's interests with her daughter's consciousness and happiness. Therefore, if Yukino could come to like Lin Yi and be in a relationship with him, that would be the optimal solution. For her eldest daughter, Yano, this would also be the best outcome. The night deepened, and the mother and daughter each returned to their rooms. After Lin Yi returned to his apartment, he began summarizing and recording the events of his trip to Macau. First was the completion of the Strange Invitation mission. You have completed the Strange Invitation mission, the Royal Casino of the Otherworld. Difficulty, 1.5 stars. Basic rewards, 1,500 points, 250 experience points, 2 free attribute points, 1 random blue quality item. You have completed the following hidden missions, triggering additional rewards. You successfully obtain more than 100 strange coins. Plus 500 points, you successfully obtain more than 500 strange coins. Plus 1,000 points, you successfully obtain more than 1,000 strange coins. Plus 1,500 points, you were successfully blacklisted by the Royal Casino as the most unwelcome guest. Plus 1,000 points, due to your actions, casualties occurred among the casino's guests. You successfully eliminated a strange entity. Plus 1,000 points, in this game, all 7 players survived and left. Plus 500 points, due to your outstanding performance in this game, and the effect of your blessing point splitting. Your points will receive a 300% bonus. You have ultimately gained 21,000 points. You have achieved the following accomplishments: small stakes, big wins. Starting with 8 strange coins, you won over 1,000 strange coins. Spirit +1, a man of his word. You fulfilled your promises, gained the trust of the other players, and they followed your lead. Charm +1, your performance has attracted his continued attention. You have received the blessing all or nothing, a final, all-out charge with no room for retreat, deciding victory or defeat. There is an extremely high probability of victory. Can be used once per strange game session. Settlement complete. The Strange Invitation mission is similar to the first mission at the Love Heart Hotel. But the rewards are richer and more varied. Regular real-world missions usually only offer points, experience, and items, but this time, there were additional attributes and even blessings. Especially the points. This single invitation mission far surpassed the rewards of regular missions. Lin Yi spent over an hour summarizing everything before washing up and resting. Morning of the 22nd, Lin Yi woke up, and his first thought was to check his new superpower. Huh? No change? Are you kidding me? It didn't refresh? X-ray vision is still here. What's going on? Did it stop refreshing? If it was going to stop, it should have stopped earlier. Compared to X-ray vision, time stop is much better. While X-ray vision is great for admiring beauty, its limitations are too strong. Lin Yi would much prefer time stop. Moreover, after refreshing, X-ray vision could become a skill, so he could still use it. Even without a time stop superpower, refreshing a new superpower would be fine. At least it would give him one more ability, one more strength. Let's wait a bit longer. No rush. Maybe the refresh time hasn't come yet. With this doubt in mind, Lin Yi headed to school. He saw the white-coated teacher, Hiratsuka Shizuka, again. Good morning, Hiratsuka-sensei. Good morning. I'm glad to see you coming to school on time. It seems that having you join the service club was the right decision. Hiratsuka Shizuka was very happy to see Lin Yi. This proved that her choice was correct, that Lin Yi could still be changed through guidance. Of course, this also had something to do with Lin Yi's memory loss. It's all thanks to you, sensei. Haha, of course, it's thanks to me giving you this opportunity. Haha, keep up the good work, keep striving. Oh, and remember, there are things you must not do. I'm warning you. Under Hiratsuka's admonitions, Lin Yi entered the school building. He headed to his classroom. I wonder if Yukino Shita will come to class today. When he arrived at the classroom, he glanced over and saw the girl sitting by the window. Her beautiful figure made him unconsciously look a few more times. She really is beautiful, a sight for sore eyes, though lacking a bit in curves. The flaws are still there, so it seems the superpower hasn't refreshed yet. Yukino Shita Yukino noticed Lin Yi's arrival. Her eyes narrowed, and she immediately averted her gaze. It's still here, still here. If she can see Lin Yi, then Lin Yi can see her too. The black-haired girl's body trembled. She had been seen through once again, completely and without reservation. Lin Yi wanted to greet Yukino Shita, but the girl had already laid her head on the desk, so he had no choice but to give up on the greeting. Soon, the bell rang. Both the boy and the girl were in no mood for class. The clock struck 9. Lin Yi suddenly saw text appear before his eyes. Your superpower from last week, X-ray vision, has ended, floor revealed. The flaw is, random female passive two-way X-ray vision, Lin Yi? Your superpower for this week has been updated, superpower opportunistic theft, but the flaw is, at this moment, he understood the superpower refreshes at 9 a.m. on Monday. But what does two-way mean? Chapter 112, I am truly innocent bidirectional? Passive? He understood passive, it meant his clairvoyance would continue to be used without him actively enabling his superpower. But bidirectional? That meant mutual exchange? So, while he had seen through Yukino Shita had also seen through him? Lin Yi? Gulp. Lin Yi looked at Yukino Shita in disbelief. At this moment, the girl, whose snow-white skin had been visible just a second ago, was now dressed in the black uniform of Subu High School. The fitted uniform accentuated her slender figure and youthful vitality. He had enjoyed the wonderful view of Yukino Shita for a week, and similarly, Yukino Shita had also enjoyed the view of him for an entire week. What a huge loss. He must have scared the girl. But at the same time, a doubt was finally resolved. Why did Yukino Shita suspect that he had clairvoyance? Because Yukino Shita had already seen through him since Monday, making it easy for her to notice the oddity in his vision. This woman had hidden it for a whole week, even pointing out that he had clairvoyance, yet she never revealed that she had also seen through him when he confessed. Damn it, women are truly born actresses. He hadn't noticed or even considered that he had also been seen through by Yukino Shita. It took Lin Yi a while to calm the turmoil in his heart. He decided to test his theory by observing the girl's reaction to confirm if his guess was correct. Yukino Shita. While the math teacher in the front of the classroom was passionately explaining a difficult problem, Lin Yi whispered to Yukino Shita for the first time during class. His voice was soft, but it was loud enough for Yukino Shita to hear. Lin Yi had already noticed the girl sitting in front of him subconsciously glance back. Meanwhile, the girl sitting diagonally to his left maintained an upright posture, her gaze fixed on the blackboard at the front of the classroom, as if she hadn't heard his call and was fully focused on her studies. Yukino Shita. Lin Yi called out softly again. The girl remained motionless, showing no reaction whatsoever. However, Lin Yi was now 60% sure that he had indeed been seen naked. Otherwise, Yukino Shita wouldn't have had no intention of even turning her head to glance at him. Although this girl was serious about her studies and never slacked off in class, it wasn't to the extent that she wouldn't react after being called twice in a row. In that case, Lin Yi crumpled a piece of paper into a ball and, taking advantage of the teacher's inattention, tossed it in front of the girl. She finally reacted, her small head tilting slightly as she looked at the white paper ball on the desk. This guy. Yukino Shita Yukino gritted her teeth. She unconsciously leaned to her left, preventing the key parts of her body from being exposed to Lin Yi's gaze. Even though he had already seen her entire body, she still didn't want him to see any more. This action was too obvious. Lin Yi was now 80% sure. What a huge loss. If people found out about this, how would he ever show his face in public again? As he thought about it, Lin Yi couldn't help but smile. In this matter, there was still a difference between men and women. Lin Yi. On the podium, the math teacher, holding a piece of chalk, turned his gaze to Lin Yi. Don't disturb other students during class. Come up and solve this problem. At this moment, many students in the class turned their attention to Lin Yi, whispering among themselves. Many already knew what was going on. Daring to throw a paper ball at Yukino Shita Yukino during math class was just too bold. Many faces were filled with smiles, waiting for Lin Yi's response. Understood, teacher. Lin Yi glanced at the problem on the blackboard and quickly had a solution in mind. Over the past 2 weeks, he hadn't been slacking off. He had taken the time to review his math knowledge, and the forgotten concepts were slowly coming back to him. As he passed by Yukino Shita Yukino, Lin Yi stole a glance at her. The girl averted her gaze, completely unwilling to look at him. At this moment, he was 100% certain. Lin Yi picked up the chalk and quickly began solving the problem on the blackboard. The sound of chalk scratching against the board filled the air. Meanwhile, below the podium, Yukino Shita Yukino tried her best not to look at the blackboard, but some actions were hard to control. She glanced quickly and then looked away. Huh? What she had just seen was no longer a naked body. This made the long-haired girl directly turn her gaze back. It was back to normal. Completely back to normal. No more naked man. So, Lin Yi couldn't see her naked body anymore either. Yukino Shita Yukino let out a long sigh of relief. She didn't know the reason, but at least this abnormality had finally ended. Her eyes no longer needed to be polluted. And her body no longer needed to be seen through by a man. Teacher, I'm done. Lin Yi finished solving the problem. The math teacher looked it over. You may go back to your seat. Keep up the good work, but don't disturb other students during class. If you want to talk to your classmates, do it during breaks or after class. Understood, teacher. Lin Yi put down the chalk and walked back to his seat. Many students were curious because the problem was quite difficult. For Lin Yi, who was usually at the bottom of the class, to solve it was indeed surprising. As Lin Yi walked back, his gaze fell on Yukino Shita Yukino. Their eyes met briefly before looking away. The long-haired girl continued to focus on the blackboard, her expression unchanged. Lin Yi knew that the girl had realized the X-ray vision was gone. The morning passed, ding-ling-ling. The bell for the lunch break rang. The English teacher announced the end of class. Classroom J soon filled with noise as students left in groups. Soon, the classroom was empty except for Lin Yi and Yukino Shita Yukino. This time, Yukino Shita Yukino, holding her lunchbox, didn't leave immediately. Instead, she walked over to Lin Yi's desk. The distance between them was less than half a meter. Do you need something? Come with me to the service club. I haven't bought lunch yet. Today, he hadn't bought a lunchbox from the convenience store in advance. Yukino Shita Yukino unconsciously glanced at her own lunchbox. She hadn't prepared extra, and the portion was just enough for herself. I'll buy a bread and then go to the service club. You can go ahead. Yukino Shita Yukino stared at Lin Yi for a second, then nodded slightly and left the classroom. Lin Yi stood up and stretched, loosening his muscles. Anyway, I don't know anything. He knew what the girl wanted to ask, but he couldn't give her an answer. The downside of his superpower was something he couldn't reveal to her. Now that things were back to normal, this incident would be forgotten in a few days. Human memory was just that short. Whether it was sadness or joy, with time, the turbulent emotions would eventually calm down like the surface of a lake. Lin Yi went to the convenience store at Subuhai. It was crowded, with many boys squeezing together, forming a messy line, a dark mass of people. There are so many people today. It wasn't this crowded before. But Lin Yi remembered that he usually came at least 15 minutes later. Today, because he had to go to the service club, he came earlier than usual. Seeing so many people, Lin Yi thought that if he waited in line, it would take a lot more time. Good thing I have superpowers. The next second, the coin in his hand disappeared, replaced by a yakisoba bread, a uniquely Japanese-style bread he had never tried before. In his previous life, his homeland didn't have yakisoba bread. Holding the bread, Lin Yi headed to the club building. But not far behind him, a girl with flaxen hair was staring in shock. Did I see wrong? The boy didn't have a bread in his hand a moment ago, but now he did. This must be an illusion, right? The girl looked at the crowded convenience store and reluctantly gave up, deciding to come back in 10 minutes. I hope the lunch isn't sold out. If she had known the school convenience store would be this crowded during lunch, she would have woken up earlier and brought lunch from home, or even bought it from a convenience store on the way. The flaxen-haired girl turned and left, but she couldn't help feeling curious about that boy. After passing through the school building and entering the club building, Lin Yi soon arrived at the door of the service club room. He raised his hand to push the door open but then changed his mind and knocked instead. Knock knock knock. Come in. A cool voice came from inside. Lin Yi pushed the door open. The midday sunlight was dazzling, and the curtains fluttered in the wind. The long-haired girl sat quietly on a chair, holding chopsticks in her right hand as she picked up a piece of tamagoyaki and put it into her mouth. Lin Yi walked in and saw the girl's lavish lunch. Club president, your lunch looks delicious. Did you make it yourself? Yes. She glanced at the bread in Lin Yi's hand and said, eating bread all the time isn't nutritious. Thanks for your concern. I forgot to buy a lunchbox from the convenience store on the way today. You could make it yourself. That takes too much time. Buying is easier. How about? Lin Yi thought of something and smiled. Trouble Club President Yukino Shita to prepare lunch for the first member of the service club? Of course, I can pay. I don't need money. That was a refusal. Too bad. But I've heard that in Japan, when you have a girlfriend, she prepares lunch for you. Is that true? In his previous life, his knowledge of this was based on anime, movies, and other fictional works. Whether this actually happened in real life, he wasn't sure. Yukino glanced at Lin Yi. If you want something done, do it yourself. Ha ha ha. Lin Yi laughed and unwrapped his yakisoba bread, taking a bite. The taste was a bit strange. The crispy, milky flavor of the bread combined with the oily softness of the yakisoba created a weird texture. It wasn't bad, but it wasn't particularly delicious either. Yukino Shita ate her lunch quietly, her movements gentle and delicate, every gesture exuding refinement. Simply watching the girl eat was a visual pleasure. Yukino also noticed Lin Yi's gaze but didn't say anything. Soon, after Lin Yi finished his bread, she also finished her lunch. After tidying up slightly, Yukino looked at Lin Yi, her deep blue eyes resting on him. Does President Yukino Shita have something you want to ask? Yes. Even though there was an 80% chance that the other party could no longer see through her, she still sought an answer. Please go ahead. Can you still see through me? The calm words of the long black-haired girl could not conceal the underlying turmoil. If I said no, would you believe me? Lin Yi, however, chose to respond with a question of his own. I would. I'm truly honored that President Yukino Shita would believe my words. Lin Yi smiled and continued, yes, I can still see through you. Yukino Shita. She instantly reacted, covering her chest with her hands, her delicate face immediately flushing with a mix of embarrassment and annoyance, the crimson hue making her look utterly adorable. Lin Yi wasn't lying. Now that his supernatural X-ray vision had transformed into skill-based X-ray vision, he truly could see through Yukino Shita. Just kidding, to lighten the mood. Yukino Shita, you're always so cold. Your embarrassed look is much cuter. Instantly, Yukino's face stiffened. She clenched her teeth, a faint chill appearing in her eyes. Lin Yi didn't mind, giving a slight smile. But Miss Yukino, there's actually something you haven't told me either. What? That you can see through me. Instantly, Yukino's expression changed slightly. She had been found out. But recalling Lin Yi's unusual behavior during class that morning, she thought it was only natural that he had noticed. I have no obligation to proactively inform you. True. Lin Yi nodded in agreement. Originally, I felt a bit guilty for seeing through you, but now it's fine. You see me, I see you. It's quite fair, actually. Is that the same? Yukino couldn't help but retort. Men and women are completely different in this matter. I don't care how others see it, but to me, it's different. I'm at a disadvantage here. No other girl has seen my body. If other girls found out, how could I ever get married? Yukino? Noticing the smile on Lin Yi's lips, she realized this was his tactic to preemptively shut her down. She wasn't the type of girl who would use this to blackmail or make demands, but Lin Yi's preemptive move stirred a rebellious streak in her. I need you to take responsibility, President Yukino. You should be the one taking responsibility for me. After saying this, Yukino immediately realized the problem and quickly sat down, slowly exhaling. I hope this matter ends here. Let's not bring it up again, as if it never happened. How does that sound? This unpleasant memory was something she just wanted to forget, to bury deep in her mind. She was worried that Lin Yi might bring it up from time to time in the future, dredging up this uncomfortable experience. Yuki no Shita didn't want to be troubled by it anymore. That's fine by me. The girl sensed the underlying meaning in Lin Yi's words. I can prepare lunch for you tomorrow. She offered a condition. That's it? 3 days. Actually, I don't have a girlfriend yet. I've never even been in a relationship. Lin Yi looked at Yuki no Shita, his heart filled with amusement. Teasing this icy school beauty and watching her reactions was truly entertaining. This guy is dreaming. Yuki no Shita calmly stared at Lin Yi. I think Miss Yuki no Shita is wonderful. Ever since our last conversation, I haven't been able to forget her. So, I'd like to ask for your help, President Yuki no Shita. Impossible. Don't even think about it. Yuki no Shita Yukino stood up with a snap. Her emotions flaring, her bright eyes flashing with agitation, like a cat whose fur had been ruffled. Silence engulfed the bright serving club classroom. Yuki no Shita Yukino realized she had lost her composure. She looked at Lin Yi, silently averted her gaze, and slowly sat back down. Not even allowed to think about it? President Yuki no Shita, isn't that a bit too controlling? Besides, what if it comes true? People should always have dreams. That dream of yours won't come true. Set a more realistic goal, something more achievable. Are you referring to yourself, President Yuki no Shita? Lin Yi chuckled as he looked at the silent Yuki no Shita Yukino. This feeling of making Yuki no Shita Yukino flustered was indeed addictive. No wonder the original Yuki no Shita would occasionally bully Yuki no Shita Yukino. This kind of experience really gets you hooked. At this moment, Yuki no Shita Yukino recalled her conversation with her mother. Give him a chance. Don't reject him outright. Her mind flashed back to the tall, sturdy figure who had shielded her in the alley. At that moment, because of Lin Yi's presence, she had felt safe. She pursed her lips in thought for a moment, then softly said, do as you please. Lin Yi's smile froze. What do you mean, do as you please? Are you allowing me to switch my target to you? Are you agreeing to let me pursue you? Or are you agreeing to be my girlfriend? Holy crap. No way. Just like that, Yuki no Shita Yukino becomes my girlfriend? If other admirers found out, they'd cry themselves to sleep. Lin Yi spoke cautiously, just say what you want to say. I was just joking earlier. Dead silence filled the serving club. A chilling aura began to emanate from the long black-haired girl. Po. Po. Lin Yi watched as Yuki no Shita Yukino visibly took several deep breaths, suppressing the surge of anger within her. Her self-control was impressive. Then, I'll trouble President Yuki no Shita to prepare lunch for the next 3 days. Fine. With their agreement reached, the X-ray vision incident was settled. For Lin Yi, the only downside was that Yuki no Shita Yukino now knew about his special ability. Sigh. But in return, he had also enjoyed several days of admiring the girl's graceful figure. That was enough. Overall, he didn't lose out. The midday breeze drifted in, the white gauze curtains fluttering, with a few cherry blossoms occasionally landing on the classroom floor. With the X-ray matter resolved, conversation between them died. Lin Yi glanced at the serene girl but didn't attempt further dialogue, opting to scroll through his phone to pass the remaining lunch period. Compared to crowded classrooms, this serving club room offered him unexpected peace. Last Wednesday's incident with the wild dog attack, I haven't properly expressed my gratitude to you yet. Yuki no Shita Yukino had invited Lin Yi to the serving club at noon not just for the X-ray issue, but also for her mother's request to invite him as a guest. Lunchtime was ideal after school. She knew the pink-haired girl would come to the club, leaving no chance for private conversation. The coffee President Yuki no Shita treated me to, I've already finished. Consider your thanks received. That's not enough. Ah. Well then, does President Yuki no Shita plan to offer herself to me as a token of gratitude? The only man who dared to act so frivolously in front of her was the one before her. Other men would always try to present themselves as noble gentlemen. If President Yuki no Shita insists on offering herself, I suppose I could accept. Yuki no Shita Yukino's eyelid twitched, her small hand involuntarily clenching. Even if all the men in the world died, she would never choose the man before her. The girl silently thought to herself. Be serious. All right.